And we are live. We are back.
Yo, yo, yo. Yes, we are back. It's been quite a while, Revenant.
Yeah, it's been about 5 months. According
2
to YouTube.
years. It's been 2
years,
years. 2 years.
It's been too long.
2 years. Too long. No, it's been 5 months. And you know what? There's a lot to talk about today, which is great. For those who don't know me, who watch Revenant, I'm Jim Pachi. You know, I'm the co-host of this podcast.
Yep.
I give my opinions on things, and and I have my own channel where I upload my animations and gaming stuff if anyone wants to check it out. But basically, if you don't know me, you're new to the channel, I'm the co-host. And me and Revenant are longtime friends, and we actually talk a lot about these subjects in our personal lives outside of YouTube. So, it makes it a little easier. So, yep.
Mm-hmm. Yep. And he's appeared on a couple of my videos, so in case people aren't familiar. But yeah, and we'll probably go over a few, I don't want to say rules, but just how things are done so people are aware, because it's been a while, and
Yes.
So yeah. So what's up, everyone in the chat, and everyone who's just watching, or if you're watching on the replay, thank you, appreciate it. Let's see. Let me see. Let me scroll up a bit. Try to catch up a bit. What's up, Yurik? Whoa, mama.
Whoa, mama.
No VTubers here, unfortunately.
Yeah.
Well, not unfortunately, but thankfully.
Maybe that's for the better.
Yeah.
Maybe it's for the better. Yeah.
What's up, Royce? How's it going?
Yo, Royce. What's up, my guy?
Silas.
What's up, big dog?
Silas.
What's up, big dog?
Fresh and fresh.
What's up, big dog?
Saranite?
Saranite. Welcome, Saranite.
Okay. What's up?
He's Saranite with the serenade.
What's up?
Burv is the word. Burv is a word. He's here with our butter and water.
Yeah.
Welcome, bro. Welcome back.
I remember the last one. He said towards the end, it's like, my name is Burv, and I'll get on your nerves, or your last nerve.
My name is Burv. I'll get on your nerves. My words, they're gonna hurt. I don't know.
Yo, what's up, Neozoic?
Neozoic. What's up, bro?
The Prime, what's up?
Oh, the Prime's here? Let's go.
Oh, hold on. What the hell?
The whole Based Avengers 2.0 is here.
Oh my god. Neowog game. Shit. What's up, man? Shit. Where we at? Hold on. Oh, Latina Parfait, what's up?
Yo, Latina Parfait, what's up?
The Latina Queen is here.
The strong Latina Queen, you mean? The strong, independent Latina Queen. You can never criticize her because she's a strong Latina woman, bro. Remember that. Know your place, Chico.
Yep. Bigot. Xeno Chimera. That's the name. Let me see. Yeah, I got it right. What's up? Where we at? Anyone else? Okay, caught up with everyone so far. So let me see. The Crocmaster.
Crocmaster. This guy has like thrones made of like crocs himself, bro. He's the Crocmaster.
So what you guys have been up to? Been playing anything? Watching anything? Reading anything? I'm trying to think what I've been doing. I've been going back and forth between Daxter and Shin Megami Tensei 3 Remaster.
Mm-hmm.
What else?
Good games. Good games.
Yes. And I've been watching Married with Children.
That show. To interrupt you real quick. Anyone who wants to like watch a show that really embraces the old way of things, I think Married with Children is peak 90s and 80s like comedy. Like It doesn't hold back. It doesn't pull punches. It makes fun of everybody, and it's a pretty epic show. I mean, I always loved the show, but But watching it again now, because I also started rewatching it along with Revenant. Rewatching the show again, it's even more impactful now. It's somehow even more ahead of in its day. It was ahead of its time, and it's even more ahead of its time now, considering the climate right now, which is amazing, bro.
Yeah, it truly is based.
That show came out during primetime TV. It wasn't like a late night show, whatever, and it had the raunchiest of comedy. Like, it's amazing that it was like on air at the time slot it was when it came out. And even now, we need more shows like that. So definitely worth checking out if you guys have never seen it. It's old, but it's funny. It's a good show.
Yeah. It aged very well in my opinion. So
yes. Yeah. It's somehow even more relevant now. Somehow.
I agree. Hold on, let me see. Someone else popped up. Apollo Patriot, what's up? He's still enjoying the Battlefield 6 beta.
Spider Milk is here himself.
Yes.
Spider Milk himself is here ready. With his Clement eggs. What is it? Clement eggs or Clement's eggs? I'm unclear on it, bro.
I don't know.
It looks like the word
on. Maybe you could explain it.
It looks like the word Clement. It looks like Clements, but I feel like it's Clement's eggs. I'm not sure. Apollo, if you can just somehow if you can somehow put it in the comments in a way that I can read it as with the correct pronunciation, that'd be great.
Yo, what's up, Hakami? How's it going?
Hakami.
Oh,
the based.
David.
Never forget how based Hakami is, and David Francisco as well. Yep. Climate eggs and seed milk.
He has a long comment. Let me read. The Watch. Hold on.
Mafia Old Country is fine, I guess. Feels like a retread of the first one as far as story beats go. I believe it, bro. I believe it. I want them to do something different. I want them to go and explore a different time period or something different, but not go with a Mafia 3 route.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, they made it clear that the Old Country was going to be not play it safe necessarily, but it wasn't going to be this big, huge, game. Hopefully, Mafia 4 ends up being that.
They need to do Florida in the 80s and get that Miami Vice coke drug lords from Colombia versus the Mafia, all kinds of crazy stuff going on. That's territory that the Mafia series hasn't explored.
Yeah, I agree. What's up, Melina? How's it going? Thanks for stopping by. Appreciate it. Oh, OC in the house. What's up, OC? How's it going?
Octo Commander is here for duty.
Let me try to see if there was any questions or any comments. See, David Francisco, though, Watchwaski. What the fuck am I saying? Waskies. Always. Oh, okay. The Matrix people.
You should have never betrayed me.
They wanted to put a
Genpachi, we need you fixing the game character.
In the first Matrix movie, who was a man with a female avatar in the Matrix, but the producers told them no. Yeah, I'm not surprised that they were always kind of like freaks.
Oh, so Neozoic had a question. I don't think we answered it. So, if you can search for his question, if it hasn't appeared, sup, Bat Boy, Bat Boy official. Roll, thank you. I appreciate it. Let's hope my game actually comes out decently. But if it does, I would love to be part of the change of that. The Prime says my most anticipated game for the rest of the year is Mortal Kombat Legacy Collection, which is just a collection of old games. Yeah, man, I'm hyped to play that too, bro. I love Mortal Kombat. I was a fiend back in the day, bro. I was one of those people that used to cheese with smoke, bro, with the smoke loops. So I knew that game. I knew all three of the original games pretty in and out of it. I love those. I'm really hyped for those. I'm definitely getting those two Prime. Cars Clan. Is it Cars Clan or Cars Clan? Cars Clan? All right, hold on. Let me just see something because there's some comments here. We need to fix the gaming industry fast. Tekken 8 ESG bikinis, but bro, Cars Clan, I never
ever doubted that they would do that because Tekken 8 was already going in the woke direction. They were already playing ball with a bunch of BS. Like, it's not surprising. And we're going to actually talk about that in the podcast. I don't know, based on the thumbnail, obviously. Verve says, yep. So, we'll get to Neozo's question.
Let me get to that. I found it. Neozo said, question. I don't know if this is too early to ask, but who is worse, Sweet Baby Inc. or Collective Shout? Oh God.
They're both bad in my opinion.
I would say, yeah, they're both bad, but I guess if
Collective Shout. I'm sorry. Go ahead, Revenue. My bad. Go ahead.
Okay. No, you're good. Based off of from like what I'm not gonna say what we know, but what I know, I would say Sweet Baby Inc. because they're directly like involved with like how these games are made. Well, the games that they are clients for and whatever roles they're in, because keep in mind like they'll help with certain like parts of the game, like the narrative and story beats and shit like that. So they actually had influence on what was that game? Wasn't it also God, what was the Southern game with the black chick with the fucking stop motion animation?
I don't know, but it looked like it was ass.
Game. Oh
yeah, it was like some fairy tale like
thing. Yeah. So the girl was actually going to be a white girl,
and they changed it. Yeah,
I believe Sweet Baby Inc. was working on that game along with the developers. They also changed the race of the main character in like other mediocre game, Flintlock, The Siege of Dawn. So
I don't even know what the hell these games are supposed to be, bro. Honestly, they're so butt, bro. But you know what? I kind of like disagree about them being worse than Collective Shout. Because, well, I mean, like they all right. Let me explain why. Because they have directly influenced games to be negative, but the implication of Collective Shout is preventing people that make base content from making money, basically killing any counter to the woke stuff. Because if you make a game and you can't make money because PayPal and Visa or whatever won't process your payments, not only does it not stop the woke stuff, but any alternative is now going to be strong-armed and screwed over and might not make any money at all, which kills that before it even begins. So I would say, like, even though Sweet Baby Inc. is generally worse in terms of like how they directly interfere with games, I think long-term Collective Shout is way more destructive and way more dangerous. I just think that would be like, because you can ignore a bad woke game, but if you can't make money as a based alternative, that to me is a worse situation, because then what can you do, But
yeah,
so that's how I look at it.
Point.
Yeah, because then you're basically disarming the opposition before they can even begin, which is crazy, And people, as we both know, people are not going to stop gaming. A lot of people are addicted to gaming. I get it. I like games too, but a lot of people are not going to stop gaming if every game goes woke. So that to me, a thing like Collective Shout would work more in their favor. So
yeah, I agree. And I think we're trying to. I mean, we'll get into it in a bit, since that is one of the topics. But I know they were trying to influence, like bank companies and all that. But
yeah.
It's debatable like how much influence they had over that. But
when we talk about it, because I actually have some like somewhat of inside knowledge about that. Not really inside knowledge, but like a direct example of it affecting people that like I've actually directly interacted with. So. Because like there's like game developers that I know that they live in Australia. They're like indie devs, and they actually offer advice where I'm making my game. And if I don't know something, if I don't know something with the engine, I go ask them like, hey, what should I do in this situation? And some of them are complaining that the PayPal won't process their payments because of Collective Shout on their indie games. That their games are not making money on Steam because Steam is like basically not processing their accounts or something like that. Like I don't know all the details. But from what I understand and what was told to me in that group, that's what happened to them. So that's kind of crazy. From what I understand, I'm gonna say allegedly, just because for legal reasons, because who knows who's watching. But like that's what I had directly seen in that group. Whether it's true or not, who knows? But I don't see why you would lie about that, especially if you're from Australia, bro. Because like Australia is woke central, so there's no reason to lie. So yeah,
they'll lock you in a cage with a kangaroo.
Yo, Retro Man, what's up, bro?
What's up,
I stopped playing Street Fighter 5 after the first day patch removed jiggle physics. I keep saying jizzle physics. That's like the 5th time I've done that in these podcasts. Jizzle. Remove jiggle physics from female characters. Yeah, that's pretty gay, bro. If you make a patch to remove jiggle physics, you are like a blight. You're like anti-human. You're a blight against humanity.
Didn't Street Fighter 5 have one where they removed the taunt for Rainbow Mickey?
Yeah, Mika, Rainbow Mika. They removed her butt slap because God forbid female, even though female wrestlers on WWE, which is PG as crap, even though they're not really, but whatever. They have women. They have in real life, Japanese female wrestlers slap their butt to taunt their enemies. In a game that has technically a higher rating, a higher maturity rating than WWE, they censored it. For perspective, that's ridiculous.
Yeah.
Jizzle. All right, I'm gonna stop.
What's up, Spirit of Paradox? Good morning, good evening, good night.
What's worse? What's worse, pulling a burv or pulling a jizzle? That's a question for philosophers everywhere. Melinda Tankard at Melina Chan. Okay. Collective Shout. These company names are so stupid and are a red flag. I mean, Collective Shout sounds like a bunch. Think about it. If you think about a bunch of woke feminists screaming, it's a collective shout of like weirdos, right? Like,
isn't the company based in the UK?
Yeah, I believe it's based in the UK. From what I understand.
I mean, I've seen the CEO. She looks oof. Anyway,
yeah,
she seems like the type because she apparently has like posts on X. I don't know from how long ago, but she's like talking down on men.
Of course.
Talking shit about games and gamers and all that. Like how it promotes violent people and they're like drug addicts and all that shit.
Drug addicts. That's funny.
Hold on. What did Melina write? I'm trying to catch some comments. Damn it. Let me see. Oh my god. Okay. Melina Chan said, "Collective Shout. These company names are so stupid and are a red flag as to who's behind the company." Yeah, the name kind of like says it all.
I mean, it's a collective shout of woke weirdos. That's what it is. It's them collectively screaming into the abyss. That the common phrase everyone uses, like, go ahead, continue, scream into the abyss, cope, cry more. That's literally what the group does. And you know what? Honestly, there's more at play because if you think about, a multi-million-dollar company leaving money on the table because you know how much money those games make, those gacha games and all that stuff, all those like NSFW, like whatever, like ecchi games, whatever you want to call it. Those games that have like a bunch of fan service make so much freaking money that for credit card companies and PayPal to leave that on the table, there's something deeper going on than like them just listening to these moms or whoever these feminists are. Like there's something too. There's something much more nefarious going on because credit card companies do so much dubious and evil things for the sake of money that like this was never an issue before. So the fact that it's happening now indicates to me that there's something far deeper and much more nefarious going
on. David Francisco wrote, "If you really want gatekeep, That's I'm saying gatekeep.
Gatekeep's your new wrestling name, bro. Gatekeep.
Yeah, gatekeep. Yeah, gatekeep. Okay. If you really want gatekeep leftists out of your space, you must be explicitly right wing instead of a centrist. Lobert, am I saying that right? Yeah, Lobert. Yeah, I actually agree with that. The only thing is that you want to be like, you don't want to be like an out of touch right wing guy, like a Matt Walsh or a Ben Shapiro type. You don't want to be like,
because then you enter dumb territory. Yeah. You enter dumb territory when you start leaning that far, because then it'll be like, because then it becomes a thing of like, I'm not agreeing with centrists. I agree, you gotta like weed out the centrists for sure. I just think that like if you go too far to the right, then it becomes like, well, you're a Christian and this is gooning material. We enter Melanie Mac territory, which is dumb. So yeah, the grifters definitely have to be ousted, but also you don't want to be like a Matt Walsh where it's like, like he hating anime and Melanie Mac, the Tomb Raider fan, saying that Tomb Raider was never like sexual. Like, you don't want to be like a weirdo like them. So
yeah, the woman that is so conservative. She has videos dressing not dressing conservatively while sticking a fucking stick of butter in her mouth.
Her butter. She downed it with water. Her butter. But like, yeah, exactly, man. Like that's those, but most of them are grifters, bro. Ben Shapiro's another one. Like they're all over the place. Like you just want to be a person with common sense, in my opinion, and that tends to align with right wing values. But at the same time, like right wing values doesn't mean that I'm gonna say like games are demonic and that like, if you play a game and God forbid you see Lara Croft dies, like, oh my, like you're gonna go to hell and you're a terrible human being. Like, come on, like there's levels to that even,
Yeah, I agree. Yeah. The Prime said, "I'm sure Melanie Mac supports collective shout." She probably does. I actually saw that she well, I didn't see myself. I just saw people post about it. That she has her post protected now on X. Because she was calling, what's her name again? Damn, Sydney. Is it Sydney Sweeney?
Sydney Sweeney.
Yeah,
the woman with the knockers, the true knockout.
Yeah, who was modeling for American Eagle's jeans, and people were trying to cancel her. Yeah, so I'm seeing that Melanie Mac was saying that was calling her a whore and all this other shit. I don't know. I don't know what else she was saying. All I know is that she was calling her a whore, and whatever, and that she's not on our side or whatever. And last I knew, I don't think she ever like Sydney Sweeney ever like made her political views known. So,
no,
I could be wrong.
She was in the hyper mega woke show known as Euphoria. That was an abomination. So I don't think she's woke, but she was definitely part of a super disgustingly woke show. That show is horrible. Don't ever watch that show. I only know about it because the girl I was messing around with, she was watching it and she tried to get me to watch it, and it was pretty horrible. Pretty horrible. I even told her that it was cancer. But this was a while back. So
thus ending the friendship.
Yeah, there you go. That ended. And I walked away and stared into the sunset, knowing I completed my mission, abandoning the woke.
Right. Let me read this comment from Melina, and then Neozoic had a question I missed.
Yes, he did.
Okay, so let me see. Melina wrote, "That's exactly what I imagined. A collective of femcells shouting from the highest mountain on an isolated island." Yeah.
Pretty much. So what's Neozoic's question? Because he did answer it. He's been kind of like ignoring.
This might be it. Yeah, here we go. And then after this, we can let some people on. I'll put the link in the chat so we can get to the topics. Okay. Remnant and Jinpachi question: what are your thoughts on the recent story of payment processors such as Visa, MasterCard, etc., may get affected by? I'm sorry. Yeah, I read that right. May get affected by and panic over new executive order by President Trump. Yeah, so that's that does go in line with
collective shout stuff. Yeah,
the collective shout. But yeah, we can still answer it now. Well, first, I'm glad that Trump signed that order. Because banks shouldn't be fucking with your account based off of your political views.
Nope.
It should be apolitical.
That's some 1980. That's some 1984 shit.
Yeah, that's like really like fucked up. Now
that's dystopian, bro. That's dystopian.
Yeah.
Your credit score is too low. You in 2020, you said you like the sexy woman. You can never make money in the American economy ever again. That's fucking dystopian, bro. That's super dystopian.
Information to see what political party you registered for or some shit. Like,
yeah, that's crazy.
None of that stuff should matter. Like, people want to be talking about, why we got to make things political. We're not the ones making it political. We're the ones advocating for things to not be political. And with this, like you said, it's dystopian. They shouldn't have any access to your account based off of your political leaning.
No, bro, of course
none of that should matter. It shouldn't be messing with your bank account as far as look bills or whatever it is you're doing, like a business or something. Like they shouldn't have any effect on that. It's just let's
go deeper.
The saying, just leave people alone.
Yes, I agree. And let's go even deeper on that, right?
What's
Like
up? What's up?
if you
Hold on. What's up, Money? And what's up, Y2 Viral?
oh yeah, what's up, Money? So here's the thing. They're trying to actively police people because they don't even feel strong enough in their own beliefs that it's going to become the majority. Like their beliefs won't become the majority viewpoint that people share. So what I mean by that is that they want to force people to play ball with their politics, but what they fail to realize is that even if let's say a person was a racist freak, the market should dictate whether the person makes money or not. If what he's doing is truly bad and disgusting, then he's not going to make money, right? Like if you open a business and you say, I don't allow black people in here, let's for example, then your business is going to lose a bunch of money because black people won't come there, right? Whatever. Like in that's a scenario. So the market is going to speak for that. You shouldn't, even if something's heinous and even if I personally don't like it, you should have a right and freedom to say it. And that person has a right to make money and survive, whether you like their political beliefs or not, even if it's heinous. You have to trust society to do the right thing instead of trying to enforce your beliefs on people by strong arming them financially, by trying to cancel them, even though I think you can't really cancel people because like I feel like a lot of that has to do with like caving from pressure too. But there is also legitimacy in like some people can like, I mean, there is a legitimate thing about you getting like screwed over that way. But regardless of the point, they have to let people decide whether they want to support things or not. And like, even if someone's evil, they have their right to be evil, bro. It sucks. You don't like it, but that's their right. That's part of freedom of speech. If they're not physically harming other people, then so be it. If you have a business and you exclude an entire group of people, then the consequences are you're going to lose money, and people and the optics of it are going to make them not want to support you. That is in itself is enough of a punishment. But when you let the government step in, when you let credit card companies step in, that's when you enter a dystopian hellhole where it's insane.
Yeah, I agree. You're right. And also to Niazo's question, I think they will panic and try to do damage control and try to figure something out to deal with the backlash and the repercussions and all that. But hopefully they get what's coming to them because they shouldn't be doing that.
All they're gonna learn, the only thing that will make them learn is if they are humiliated. That's all these things. Yeah. That's the only thing companies understand: being humiliated and losing a bunch of money. But not because the government is telling them that they can't make money, but because people realize they're so pathetic that they refuse to give them their money. Circling back to what I said before, I mean, look at that movie Snow White. Snow White, she did all that BS, and that movie did terribly. Her career is pretty much like she has no star power anymore. She's even disliked by other people that have her political beliefs. So they didn't have to like tell credit card companies not to process her payments or anything. Trump didn't have to do an executive order. Her being asked and being humiliated punished her financially, and it ruined her career for the most part. And I think that that's enough. And that's what's going to happen to these companies. That's what they understand. That's the only thing they understand. So I agree with you. I hope they panic. I hope that they're sweating their tits off. And, I hope they get what's coming to them because they don't care about how they're affecting other people financially. We shouldn't care about how they're being affected financially,
Yep. Neil Zoke had one last question. Well, I don't know if it's the last question, but last comment before we get into topics. He said, Remnant Jinpachi, off topic question. What are your thoughts on Gina Carano won the lawsuit against Disney? Well, I think she caved in. I don't think she should have settled anything with them. She should have just, try to actually win the case and expose them.
Well, so what? She had to. Yeah. Go ahead. Sorry.
They came to an agreement. I don't remember the exact details because they both had different statements and whatever. But it kind of implies that Disney will be working with her again, and I feel like she shouldn't work with them ever again, and she shouldn't have settled any type of agreement with them. She should have, they should have went like all in on the case and have her win because she has things to expose them and to reveal, and that would actually make her win her case, and she should have went through with that. So to me, she caved in, and I don't really think as much. I don't think it's as much of a win as that would be. I think what it really is similar to like I think people were saying with Cellblade, where like like the new game plus they added like
it's not good enough.
Outfits,
not good enough.
But you still have censored outfits that or in the regular game within the playthrough that they even censored, because
and even the uncensored outfits that they added aren't really uncensored because they still fixed the problem. Because I kind of realized what the issue was with the suits that were censored, and they basically still like even the suits that were updated into the game still have a share of censorship to them. So even then they still caved in. I like the game, and I still think that it's more based than most of the games coming out. Who knows what they do with the sequel? You have all the mods on PC, but with Stellar Blade specifically, even the DLC outfits, while some of them are nice, they are the ones that are like reimaginings of the ones that were censored are still like done in a way that covers her in a way that's like acceptable to those people that wanted the censorship.
Right.
I could go into detail on that, but like for example, like the bunny suit that was censored. The reason why it was censored is because the amount of leg and hip that it showed, where her legs were pretty much completely nude. So even though the new suit that they added, the bikini section is much thinner, they added stockings to nerf her legs. So it's still censored. It's still covering the parts of her that they wanted to cover. So I don't think that that's even a real victory in and of itself, to be honest with you. As far as Gina Carano goes, she caved into the almighty dollar, bro, because in the end she said, well, the potential money that I can make working with Disney again is worth her going for that settlement. And I'm sure that settlement was for a hefty payout. I'm sure she made a ton of money there too. But like, it's like you said before, why would you want to work? Like, is there any chance that Disney's not going to make a movie that's woke? Like, what is the chance that they just suddenly turn around and stop making woke movies, right? So even if she decides to work with them again, what are these projects going to be like? So, I kind of agree with you there.
Yeah. So I'm gonna send out some of the links. I'll put the link in the chat. We're gonna limit it to, what do you want to limit it? Like 2 people or 3 people?
Yeah, like let's do 2 people at a time. I think it'll be more manageable.
So
and then we'll rotate. Then we'll rotate.
We'll try to have make sure people aren't like going on for too long, because I also want to be mindful of anyone who's waiting backstage for a while.
Yes.
Because not everyone's gonna have the time to wait whatever amount of time. They may have something to do. They may have to work later in the day. They may have work the next day, school, like college or whatever. Whatever it may be. So I want to be mindful of, like, anyone who's like waiting backstage. You want to get their point across as well. So.
And also for anyone who wants to join in, you're free to join. If you don't have an opinion on the subject specifically, if you don't feel like there's anything that you can add or you want to like really offer, or if you're not like really like informed on it and really don't know what's going on with it, you don't have to speak. I would argue it's better if you really don't like feel strongly about it to not do that, because in the end of the day, like, there's only but so much time. There's going to be people waiting. So if you care about the subject, feel free to come on and talk, but don't feel like just because you're in a panel, you have to talk about it. It's perfectly okay if you don't want to. It's fine to not have like an informed opinion either. So it's up to you. But, be mindful of that, because we're trying to like kind of contain the stream, because we have gone crazy with like how long they've been, or like with some of the rants that have happened on here. So I want for like, my goal, and I'm sure Revenant aligns with this, is that going forward, we keep these a little more organized,
Yes.
We still everyone can still we still have that same policy. Everyone can come on here, everyone can speak and do whatever, but we just need to keep it a little bit more like contained, for the sake of like the viewers and also for the sake of time. So, and the other people who are waiting.
Yeah. Yep. So I'm gonna put the link in the chat, and then I'll put I'll send out some links on X to a few people that I would assume probably would like to come on if they can. Anyway,
send it to everyone but Berv.
So while I do that, oh yeah, of course, definitely not.
Unless
so
you bring some butter.
Collective shout. You can kind of lead that in.
I'll let you lead. I'll let you lead on this.
Oh, what's up, Christian Frades?
Because I talk the shit.
Well, since I'm sending out the links, you can do it in the meantime. since I'm sending out the links, you can lead in with the topic in the meantime.
Okay, so as far as everyone knows, we know Collective Shout is seems like an Australian-led group that's trying to basically financially bar people from making money based on their political beliefs. It's pretty dystopian. It's majorly affecting gaming specifically, and that's pretty much it. And like I said before, where I know some developers who have already been directly affected by this. I can't prove it was Collective Shout directly, but PayPal not processing payments and Steam doing weird stuff is a pretty safe red flag considering what's happening. So yeah, it's pretty horrible. And you just can't have people with that. You cannot give special interest groups that much power over a free market, or at least over like the market in general, where they can decide if something doesn't align with their beliefs, and they can choose to have, payment processors and banks financially bar people. Because then again, like I said before, that's going to prevent people who want to make alternatives from being financially successful. And if you're not financially successful, you basically nip any resistance or any counter environment, counter product, counter ecosystem from existing. So in the end of the day, like that cannot be allowed to exist. And right now it's mostly a UK thing, but if it affects the US directly, that's a serious problem. I don't think it will. I don't think that they can legally do it. It'll be met with pushback, but like all things, you could assume something's not going to happen. It might sound outrageous, but if you pay attention to the last 5 years, a lot of things we thought outrageous actually happened.
So let me look at some of the comments. Silas says, same, I have a ton to say. Yeah, so when you come on, bro, like let loose. If you have something to say about it, for sure. Christian, I have an opinion on these topics myself. I have a can of worms in my mind. Are they spider milk worms? Are they Clement egg worms? Yeah, so it looks like everyone, everyone has like a clear perspective on what they want to say and what they want to do. So it should work out pretty good. It should work out pretty good. It's crazy what's been going on recently. Yeah, man, it is absolutely insane. And like, there's a lot of pushback, all over the place. Like Trump got in office and now like everyone's collectively going apeshit. Yo, Habaku, what's up, bro? Welcome. Always good to see you. Always good to see you. One sec, guy. Welcome. Apollo Patriots here. So you said you have a lot of thoughts on the subject, right?
Yes, I do.
Please
I have
speak your mind.
so many cans of worms in my mind. Everything what's going on.
Open that can of worms like Stone Cold opens a can of whoop ass.
Oh yeah.
Yes.
Yo, what's up, Apollo Patriots?
What's up?
Let me see.
And you better not talk about Clement eggs. No, you could talk. So wait, actually, before you give your opinion, before you tell me about it, is it Clement or Climate's eggs?
Climate
eggs. Okay, good. I couldn't live another day not knowing that. I don't know if there would have been a tomorrow if you didn't say change.
That. Yeah. So it's between like something like that. Like
climate. Okay. Climate. It's like climate, but with an N.
Yes.
Gotcha. Okay. Climate eggs. And what about spider milk? Is it spider milk? Is it spitter milk or is it spider milk? I wasn't sure.
Straight up milk.
Oh, okay, spider milk. Okay, got it. It's not spitter milk, right?
No.
I got you. Okay. So, yo, all right, man. Go ahead.
What's up, Habaku? How's it going?
You can go ahead now, bro. So, what's your thoughts?
Okay. Yes. On Collective Shout. Apollo Patriot.
Yeah. I thought. Yeah. Oh yeah. I thought everybody's all starting or something like that. But
no, bro. Go ahead. Give us your thoughts.
Okay. Oh yeah, Collective Shout. Well, I'll keep it short and easy going. It's a lot of corruption and that's going on in Australia. It's like a wildfire, like what happened in Australia. It's the same thing. It's so bad. It's so corrupt. It, I don't know how to explain it. It's so bad. Corruption. The same thing with the UK collective shout. I don't know, man. It's sad what's going on, and Australia used to be a cool country, and it's like it's going down a slippery slope, and it's horrible what's going on in the video games with collective shout. Like, I feel like the BlackRock, Canadian, Australian governments all combining arms, and Sweet Baby Inc. at the same time. It's a clown fest. It's very deep corruption. It's like a cabal. It's like Trump says, it's very deep state swamp stuff on a whole new level.
Yes, it's pretty corrupt. It's pretty corrupt, bro. You know what it reminds me of? Because, like, it's crazy. You know what's the darkest thing about all this? Australia used to be full of, like, base giga chads. Those were the guys, like, fighting wars against kangaroos. You got your Crocodile Dundee. I know it's a stereotype. You got these, like...
tribal people. Like
you have all these... Yeah. You have all these badasses from Australia. You got, like, Lee Priest and stuff like that. Like, you have all these, like, crazy, like, cool people from there. And then that's the country that's like leading the charge in like vapid feminism. Yeah. It almost feels like, the masculinity was so high in Australia that the intense feminism is like a counter byproduct of how masculine Australia used to be. And I look at it like they were fighting a war. They fought a war against kangaroos historically, which I think is hilarious. Yeah. But now they're fighting a new kind of kangaroo. These ones just have tits, that's the only difference.
Yeah.
Well, human tits. So
yeah.
But
Australia, if you go like in the southern, I've never been to Australia, but you go like deep, like South Australia, like I guess for their southern people, they're very hardcore. Not all Australians are bad people, I mean, they have common sense. And,
of course.
Yeah. I have nothing bad against them.
No, Australians are cool. Like, they're cool.
If you go like in the deeper city areas, like the downtown city, if you say your mind about something, you go to jail. But in the deep South countries, in their wilderness, they're Southern people.
It's like America on crack, Apollo. It's like you go to the cities, they're leftist hellholes, and then you go to like Texas, and the Texas guys are like badass, bro. In the end of the day, it's just that times 10 because like it's just worse, the badass guys are super badass and the feminists are super hellaciously feminist. So it's like
in New York, where it used to be like full of badasses, pretty like base people, you know what I mean? But now it's like full on blue state, where it's like almost irreparable at this point. It seems
before you say this,
the same
Apollo,
people, they never learn.
Mm-hmm. They hate themselves. New Yorkers hate themselves. I don't, but a lot of them do. Like, here's the thing, though. Like, when you have this, like, the thing about leftists, right, and liberals are, what liberal was in the 80s is considered far right now for some people. For the extremists, the people that were, like, normal people that, like, had some liberal kind of beliefs are now considered far right, bro. Like, the line of what is right-wing is anything that's not absolutely insane to those leftists. So it's, like, times 10 now.
Yeah, what I can say with that part, the extreme right, I would consider it's called being a rhino, because being a rhino agrees with some of the views of the Democrats. These Republicans, I forgot the old guy, I forgot his name, but he's more pro war and pro, what I mean?
Yes.
You know what I mean? And I am like, well, what the hell, dude?
Well, let me make a clear. Let me give you a clear example, right? Because it's strong to steelman your argument. I agree with you completely, because in the end of the day, like you said, it's like these people are talking crazy nonsense that's like actually insane when you go super far right. Like I said before, like Melanie Mack with the bullshit Christian stuff. Yeah. But here's the thing. Again, there's nothing wrong with being Christian, but like when you're telling people that they're evil because they saw a little bit of thighs in the game, that's kind of like crazy. So, But the thing is that the fact that so here's the thing that's interesting.
You feel about Lindsey Graham?
Yeah, Lindsey Graham.
Yeah.
So all right, check it out. Right,
Jake the Great White had said. So thanks for that.
Okay, so like, all right, you have these people, like you have a person that was liberal before, but is now considered like right wing by extremists. So, for example, like J.K. Rowling was like all pro that gay crap. She put it in Harry Potter. She was doing a bunch of weird stuff. The moment she said something about trans, she's treated as like a quote unquote far right, like Nazi. So even a leftist that's an actual leftist is not left enough, and they're considered like right wing, which is crazy. That's what I'm saying.
Yeah,
Like,
yeah, I
I'm
agree.
not saying that I'm a liberal. I'm not a liberal. I'm not a leftist, right? But the idea that what I'm trying to point I'm trying to make here is that people that were like considered leftists by right wingers are now considered like far right because they don't agree with like a man could be a woman could be a man bullshit, which is insane.
I like how like in the 1950s everybody didn't care who you voted. Like oh yeah, you voted for the left, whatever, you do your thing. It's like back then, the olden days, like in the 50s, people didn't care who you voted for. They don't
I
care.
mean,
Like they're like,
that
okay,
actually
cool.
went on for a long time. That
Yeah.
that really started when Trump was originally running.
It
That's
kind
when
of
like
started in Obama. It started. It
Yeah,
started.
like
yeah,
like
you're
Obama
right.
era,
Yeah,
it got
yeah,
very worse
It-
it
down.
did. Yeah, yeah. No,
So
I actually forgot about that because he had like fucking like 2 terms and shit.
Bro, in Obama's term, that's when all the weird woke shit started and like becoming really apparent. Because when Obama was president, that's when like there was a strong emphasis on like Miles Morales. You know, Miles Morales from Spider-Man.
Yeah.
We all know him. That's when black this, black that, and that's when more racial discussions started like becoming more intense. Even when I was in high school, around that time. Like even I had weird like conversations about that stuff because it was becoming more prominent and it was like really left field, you know.
Oh yeah.
So I would argue it started in the Obama. I mean, that's not much of a difference because, you know, like Trump's first term from the Obama is like not, you know, they're like right neck and neck. But to be specific, I just want to be clear that was way before the Trump saga. Trump just made them lose their last few brain cells.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. You're right. What the hell was I gonna say? Oh yeah. What's up, Man on the Mountain? Thanks for stopping
Man on the
by.
mountain. Oh yeah, bro. He's a Chad, bro.
Yep. So Silas, you have any before I go to Silas, Paul, you had anything else to add about Collective Shout?
I with the collective shout, I feel like Trump is breaking collective shout. That's what I feel like. I feel like personally, you know, you have his son Barron Trump. I feel like Barron sees what's going on in the gaming world. Like I feel like in my gut, Barron plays on something, who knows, but like I feel like personally Barron saw something on YouTube, like told his dad, hey, we need to fix this situation with the money, you know, the money in the banks and stuff like that, the money cards. And so I'm guessing Trump is like, okay, cool, and we'll fix that. So I think Trump is kind of breaking these weirdos, breaking them, but these weirdos are going to try to leeway, like do some more corruption or something like that. That's what I think.
Best case scenario, after Trump's term, another guy shows up.
Yeah.
A new guy shows up that kind of continues because 4 years isn't enough to fix a lot of this BS.
Yeah,
but I'll give Trump credit; he got to work immediately. But we need we need Vance or somebody somebody who is like strongly like aligned with Trump to like continue what he's doing to have like long-term change.
I'm ticked off about Pam Bondi. Pam. I don't like that. That's what I can say. That I'm
with the Epstein crap, right? That was so weird.
Yeah, but that's all I can say. I'd just keep it short and sweet. So
yeah, I didn't like that at all. That was terrible.
Yeah.
They try to gaslight us to say, well, this is the list.
Well,
this is the list. We can't.
He definitely killed himself. He definitely killed himself, guys. Guys, I know what a dead body looks like. I know what a suicide looks like. That was definitely a suicide.
The fact that Pam Bondi was like sitting there, like acting like what she gave people was the actual like info, and then she delegated it to freaking influencers of all things, and it was BS. Like that made her lose. That actually hurt the Trump. In my opinion, that hurt the Trump administration pretty badly, actually, because that's a major thing, right? So anyway, I talked enough, Silas. Let us know your opinion on things.
So can y'all hear me just fine?
You sound crystal clear, bro.
So get this, right? All this shit with the collective shout assholes, they're they're the most ironic group of people because they literally had Anita Sarkeesian go against them because once they were going after our games, they were going after her type of games. So this is a group that really pissed a lot of people off. That also pissed us off. Some of them literally pissed us off. You know, with the whole censorship of the video games and stuff. Collective Shout is literally a cancer in Australia because Australia, for ever since games like GTA 3, Manhunt, and stuff like that have been around, what's one of the countries that keeps on banning games like that?
Australia was doing that in the mid 2000s. Even.
Yeah, so it's not even a new
That's
thing.
been going on for a while.
But they progressively became more gay though over time. That's the problem. Like it was like it was bad before, but they went like full like butt plug gay.
They quadrupled down on the gayness.
Pretty much so.
It used to be the Christians back then that was in control of Australia that was doing stuff like that, but now it's the same type of attitude, but it's a different group of people. Same shit, different day. You know?
Yes. Because in the end, Silas, it's a slippery slope, right? And then people use that word all the time, but it really is, man. If you go so far in if you go too far in one direction, you end up in the same place, calling for censorship against the people that you don't like. Exactly. I don't like this, so you can't do it. But then there's a middle ground there where there should be a level of like, oh, this is like pretty horrible and it shouldn't be done. But like the problem is that it never ends there, right? You can't just have like people enjoy their games with like, hot women or like violence or whatever, and then you do your Christian thing over there. This person does their leftist thing over there, even though that's is usually pretty goofy, but whatever. But it's not about that. It's about you need to call this person by the gender that they want you to call them. It's about I don't like my kid playing video games that are violent, so you can't play them because I have no control. You can't say this because it hurts my feelings, even though the language itself is arbitrary because words only have meaning that you give them. So It always ends up with, you can't do this thing because I don't like it. And when you enter that territory, then you lose the plot and you end up in like goofy stuff like, like I said, with like Melanie Mack's a perfect example, or Razor Fist, or people, or the opposite end where you have like people defending
John De La Rose,
or people defending Kingdom Come Deliverance because I like the graphics, so it's not woke because it's like, come on, bro, like exactly. Use your brain, so you enter dumb territory either way. Like, Moose is just a black dude cucking Henry in 1400s Bohemia. Nothing. You guys are crazy, y'all. So what? It's just the one black guy in 1400 Bohemia in a timepiece. What's that? That's not woke.
You have to go through hoops to see them.
Yeah, y'all remember when I got into that spat with the Almighty Lolly about the date rape scene with Henry?
Yeah.
Try not to say that because it could get his channel. Just use SA because it can actually get his channel like banned if someone wants to be a douche. No, it's all right, bro. Just letting you know.
So basically, the non-con stuff that was happening was like the guys like that. They end up saying stuff like, "Well, you just mad that he's getting some," or something like that. That's literally what that guy told me. But as soon as I said, I forgot what I compared it to, but I brought up Berserk, I believe, and he got mad because I said, like, well, by that logic, Costco, should have said, I liked it.
Oh, that's crazy.
And he's like, no, that's completely different. That's completely different. And I'm like, no, that is the same exact thing, because you're saying that Henry being done like this and not even being able to admonish her completely.
Yes.
But it done, was like that. So I don't want it to be like these people can get away with that thing. Do I think Kingdom Come Deliverance 2 should be banned? No. No,
it shouldn't be banned, but we shouldn't lie about it either.
Yeah, we shouldn't be lying about it because of our own
Hold on, Silas, because it says on the side on StreamYard, since someone else was trying to get in on the backstage thingamajig, it can only fit like 10 people.
Okay.
Yeah. So just chill in the comments, and then as we cycle people, you'll end up in the backstage too.
Yeah, hopefully, yeah. So
to add to your point, Silas, before I let you continue on here, here's the doubling down on what you said. You can talk and screech about player freedom, but again, let's look at the game. You can't kill Musa. Musa's indestructible. Musa is an indestructible NPC. You can't kill him. Most games like Fallout and all these games that like to do this RPG thing, they say, well, they talk about player freedom. You can kill characters you don't like. You can be evil. You can do whatever, right? Like, for example, killing the Kaiser in Fallout New Vegas, right? Yeah, and then if you kill him, then another person takes his place, which is pretty awesome, but I'm not going to go down that route. So the fact that he's indestructible, right? Like, you have the Oive stuff going on in the game too. And I'm not going to go too crazy about that, but it's kind of weird in 1400 Bohemia. And these guys all just happen to be indestructible too. Now, I'm not saying that's a choice that I would make in the game, but the fact that you can't not side with them isn't really player choice. It's actually a forced agenda that you have to deal with. It's not about the people. It's not about the group themselves per se. It's just more so the fact that they claim it's player freedom, but it just so happens that these people that are minority groups are completely indestructible.
Well, and what kills me
real quick,
go ahead.
Melina, because it was actually a Melina. She said it was her. I'll let you know when there's a space open, so that way you'll know and then I can bring you on the panel, or at least put you in the backstage. Yeah. So
don't worry, you'll be able to come on and speak.
Yeah, definitely.
Well, like there's a lot of stuff that went into that, but but the thing is, just because I don't like a game doesn't mean I want it to be banned. You know why? Because it ends up getting games that I like banned.
Exactly.
It doesn't just stop at one thing. The only thing that stops it is like people pushing back. The one group of people you should never mess with are gamers. You should never mess with gamers, because how many times have people tried to come after our video games, and now they may have succeeded in the short term, but then with Gamergate 1, Gamergate 2, I actually agree with Mr. Medicare when he said, we didn't go far enough. We should have just driven those people out of gaming entirely, because look at what they did. Like, Kingdom Come Deliverance 2 was the biggest faux pas I have ever seen. So many people who I thought I trusted and respected, just end up flat out lied about the game.
Yep, I felt the same way.
I always lose respect. There are people that I talked to that I've actually done videos with. I'm not going to say names. And after seeing their reaction to that game and how they behaved about it, it really made me lose all respect for them. Because
I'll say some names.
So in the end of the day, like, I don't want to give them clout. That's what I'm saying. So like, in the end of the day, like, if we cannot agree, if you cannot see the wokeness in the game that's clearly woke, it means that you're just a slave to your dopamine. Whatever gives you dopamine, you're gonna excuse. Whatever your posse says and becomes the collective truth your little group, abides to, then that's going to become your opinion, which makes you nothing more than, and again, I know this word is strong, but to me, if you're manipulated at that level, you're basically a slave. You're a slave to other people's whims, because that means that you have a brain. You talked about this stuff before, so it's not like you're like a neutral person. And because your little posse, or because it becomes the narrative that this game isn't woke, even though it clearly is, and you turn your brain off, that means that your slavery to your alignment with that group is greater than your ability to properly discern and expose things that are bad, which means you can't be trusted. I can't associate with you, and it's overall just pathetic,
Well, and also going back to the collective shout thing, right? So I made my stance on censorship. I don't believe in censorship. Censorship is just a way to get things that you liked banned. If there's something, there's a difference between censoring something illegal than there is censoring something that is legal. Most of the games, if it's on Steam, it's legal, because Steam is not going to host a game that is illegal.
Exactly.
So that's what I'm saying when I say, look, there's illegal content that should not be out there.
Of course. There's actually dangerous things that you shouldn't You shouldn't, especially like I'm gonna just say it, especially involving children, right?
Yes.
Like especially that, right? Like you want to, like those things should. That is a actual thing that is important to a group that's actually very important to protect. But like when you're just mad because a woman has like big knockers and she's like, that's just not excusable, bro. And here's in adding to your point, notice how they have to try to ban and censor our games. We don't have to ban Veilguard. We don't have to ban Dustborn. You don't have to ban what's that other game with the black girl that it was like some like made by Square, not Concord, Square Enix one.
Forspoken.
Forspoken. We don't have to ban your games because they're bad and people don't like them. You have the 2% of the population.
We're just not going to buy them.
Making games for 2% of the population. So I don't have to buy it. You can make your woke garbage and it's going to fail. But the thing is that they're not content with that. They have to shut down the opposition because it's not about them being successful, which is why those games are bad. They don't care about fun. They don't care about player experience. It's about destroying their enemy within their own space. And unfortunately, that happened in comic books, and it's been a factor in gaming too for a long time.
Well, and it also strikes me the wrong way as well, because I'm currently creating stuff on my own. You know what I mean? I'm creating a book series that is going to be brutal. It's not going to be pleasant it's not going to be for kids. And I am not wanting my stuff to be anywhere near like a school library or something like that. I want people who are mature, rated M for mature, 17 and up. That's another thing too. It's rated M for mature, but why? So if you have a problem with the age rating, why not just change it to 18 and up? Because you already do that with Peggy 18 overseas.
Yeah.
Well, you have a conflict of interest there. Because the company, it's also the game companies themselves' fault, because a game company wants a lot of times, right? Like I'm talking about like studio games. They want the lowest rating possible because it means that the most potential players can play their game. So even then, they know damn well their game is meant for adults, but then that's also on them too, because they also try to push it to be like for PG TV. What's it not TV? What's the mid-teen rating again? I forgot.
It's ages 13 and up.
13 and up, ages 13 and up. But meanwhile, a lot of those games you can argue are probably like games meant for like 17-year-olds, right? Or whatever. But they want the money that comes with, having a bigger audience that can buy their game. So they're also partially at fault. They're just greedy. So it's more so the fault of the people pushing the censorship, because they're the ones who are completely incompetent as parents, right? Because like I have a nephew and I talk to my nephew constantly. I teach him things. He comes to me for advice, and I tell him the truth, right? If you're a good parent, that's gonna supersede your kid falling down the wrong path or doing the wrong thing. If your kid respects you and you're a parent that puts his foot down, he will not play those games. So in the end of the day, that's really what it comes down to for those people.
Well, and mom and dad let me when I was like younger and stuff. I got to play games like SOCOM, games that are very tame compared to like other M-rated games, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
But you know what my parents always did? They were always like, hey, this is not a real thing. So it basically is like they're watching over me, making sure I don't, do anything crazy. So they were very good in that regard, especially with military games, and we're talking about games that really didn't have a lot of cursing or anything. Like I said, SOCOM.
It just had references to death and killing and bombs and stuff like that. Yeah.
That's about it.
All right, I'll give you an example. Like when my nephew was like young, right? Younger, right now he's 18. I think he just turned 18. He's 17. I think he just turned 18. When he was like 16, like 15, I let him play UFC with me, right? UFC is a rated T game. I let him play Resident Evil with me, right? Because there's also a layer of it that like, what is the context of the violence in the game, right? Like something like Manhunt, for example, is probably more inappropriate for an underage person than, let's say, Arkham Knight. Arkham Knight is rated M. And I don't think anyone's going to say, my kid should not play Arkham Knight, because there's a little bit of blood in the game and references to death, right? So even those ratings are flawed because they don't accurately represent the content. If you throw an M rating because like a character is bleeding from the mouth from getting punched, it's kind of like, yeah, but it's Batman and the game has no swear words, and it's like,
Like, so I think that there's also a level of discernment, and that's what's called being a parent, as opposed to relying on these rating systems to dictate what your kids play, whether it be that the rating's too high or the rating's too low. It's up to you as a parent to decide what's appropriate for your child.
Well, I mean, my first ever video game was Splinter Cell. Splinter Cell, the very first Splinter Cell game. So, it's not video games that create violent people. It's just neglect, really. If you think about it, that's what these iPad kid generation thing is. It's just neglect. So why do these like helicopter moms without any children of their own wanting to be the parent of everybody else? Sorry, you missed your chance to have a kid, but you shouldn't be able to like just control how everybody else's life is. If I can join the military at the age of 17, which you can, granted with your parents' permission, or if you become an emancipated minor.
Yes.
So like you could join at the age of 17, go over, learn how to shoot people and stuff like that. Join the Rangers, by the way, at the age of 18, because that's going to be likely when you get out of basic training.
Isn't it kind of funny? At 18, you could go across the world and kill people, and at the risk of being killed yourself. But you can't play it. You can't play Resident Evil. Whatever. Like,
I can't smoke. I can't play video games that I want to play.
Well, but you know what though, bro? Because it's not about that. Yeah, right. The military needs young guys to fight. The military needing young guys to fight is more important than you getting to play a video game. So the military what I mean is, like, obviously, fighting to protect the country is more important, but I mean that the justification that they create under those pretenses allows them to like operate that way. But it's just a justification because young, strong 18-year-olds are better than 50-year-old guys in war. So even though it doesn't make sense logically, right? I can shoot a real person in real life as a soldier, but I can't play a military shooter at 17, technically, or whatever. That's completely, like, what's the word? Disconnected from reality, but it's convenient for the government. It's convenient for the government, so that there's legal leeway for that to happen. But you know what? Let's shift some people out, because it's been.
Yeah, I was gonna actually, say we should rotate the panel now. So I'll put you guys in the backstage, and then obviously I'll bring you back when we get around to that.
Mm-hmm.
So
yeah. All right, it sounds pretty good to me.
Sweet. You betrayed me. You've betrayed me. I love Legacy of Kain. I actually played Legacy of Kain 2, Blood Omen 2 again recently. And I love that game. It's a great game. It's flawed as all hell because it's super old, but man, that game's good. I love that game.
Mm-hmm. Good morning, good evening, and good afternoon. And yes,
hello,
I
Spirit
really
of
enjoyed
Paradox.
Those games too.
Yo, Spirit, bro.
Spirit.
As soon as I said that, I sensed that you were gonna come. As soon as I said Legacy of Kain, I was like, Spirit will show up. This is the calling card.
Only one I'm missing now is Defiant. They need to hurry up and release Defiant, then I've got all of them.
Yes,
I'm also getting the physical edition at the end of the month as well.
And I have Defiance on PS2, but I don't have any PS2 that I can actually play it on, which is a travesty. But bro, Defiance is the perfect balance of all the games. It basically combines the best elements of all the games. The better combat of Soul Reaver, but with like the richer lore of the Blood Omen series. Even though Soul Reaver has rich lore, but I think Blood Omen's a little better.
Have to do, bro, fix the camera. Just fix the camera and you're solid. Yes,
because that camera was pretty ass.
Yeah, but the amount
but
of
you know what?
I would jump onto something that I meant to and keep missing because of the camera angle.
They need to remake Blood Omen 2, because Blood Omen 1 I feel like is safer to remake, right? But I think Blood Omen 2 is the one that needs to remake the most, because that game is not polished. It is very unpolished. And I don't know if it happened to you, but when last playthrough that I had, the game was desyncing the voice. So like Kain would talk, and then what's his name again? The Hilden guy? I forgot his name. The Demon Lord. The Hilden Demon Lord. He's flapping his gums, and Kane's voice is coming out. Kane's flapping his gums and Demon Lord because of the delay. I'm like, bro, how did this make it into the release of the game, bro?
Yep. I got the same thing as when I started playing it on the PS5. It's like, damn, this bug still made it into the new Tekken.
holy shit! And I bet you it's a super easy bug to fix. But anyway,
I used the cheat code. I got the iron armor in Blood Omen 2. I was like, damn, the cheat code still works. Yeah, you get the iron armor and Soul Reaver.
That's that. You know what? That was my sentiment in GTA R2 R2 L1 R2 left down right up left down right up. I'm like, as long as this exists, the world is pure, you know. But yeah, so you know, I kind of shifted on to Legacy game. But what are your thoughts on you know, what we were talking about with you know, collective shout and whatnot?
Oh my god, those fucking Karens! I cannot stand them. That bitch.
So Rolls, let's let Spirit talk, and then after Spirit, you can go all in on them, bro.
Yeah, let me quickly answer. Les go. F Merle. I don't know if I'm saying it right. I'm just say Les. The woman with the Halo thingamajig on the thumbnail. That's from Skyforge. That's in relation to like Stop Killing Games, because that is a free-to-play game that came out a couple of years ago. Well, it was on PC, I think, in 2012, but it came to consoles like several years later. Anyway, that is actually shutting down in a few months. And, you know, so anyone who I played it, but I haven't played it in a while. But anyone who, like, you know, spent time on that game, spent whatever amount of money, it's not going to matter because it's basically become useless. So it's in relation to that topic, because, you know, a bunch of other games where they shut down the servers or whatever, and then basically the game becomes useless. It's a brick. So
pretty much
that's why it's on the thumbnail.
But to a level of it, before, you know, Spirit gives his opinion, I just want to say that you pick your poison when you play a game like that, right? Because a game like that won't last forever. I think that, like, the best thing to do. Sorry about that, guys. People are going crazy outside with the trucks. But anyway, my thing is that you're picking your poison. You're playing an online only game, and that just is not sustainable forever as players decline. I think that the best thing that a developer can do is either release the code so that, you know, fans can, like, emulate the multiplayer, right, like on PC, or they make the game operate properly offline so that they can play, you know, the missions still by themselves, like something like Destiny. Because I don't know how Skyforge functions. I would assume that you do missions and stuff, right? Like, it's not all PvP, so I think that's the case. But I think that even then, it's kind of like, if you have a game that's always online,
you can do missions solo and all that if you want.
Yeah. So I don't know if that's also getting shut down with the servers. If they can keep that alive, that's understandable. But if people are not playing your games in droves like they were before, it's kind of unsustainable. And I think that's just the poison of choosing to invest your time into an MMO or something. So anyway, I'm sorry, Spirit. Go ahead. Say your piece.
Yeah, I want to hear his opinion.
So for collective shout, honestly, it really does go to show that there are some miserable women out there just love to make everybody else's lives miserable. I honestly think it's just like, ladies, if you don't like any of these games, don't play them. Like, you're just going out there making enemies deliberately and then celebrating it and then turning into victims, when they come for you. So this whole situation with collective shout and then seeing other games getting delisted, like, that is scary, bro. It's like, oh, okay, if you don't listen to us, we'll go to your bank and we'll get them to stop giving you money. It's like, wow.
Holy shit, right?
That is some petty shit. It's like, okay, if you're not going to give me my way, you can't have anything else. It's nah.
It's evil. So it's evil. Just say it. It's evil.
It is evil. It's just like, wow, you're a fully grown woman acting like a child, thinking you can have your way on a company's business decisions. So what I'm happy with is I've seen Donald Trump sign an executive order to stop the debanking shit. So that's going to piss off MasterCard and Visa. But we don't know how extensive that's going to be, and we don't know how long it's going to take to get into law.
You're right.
This whole collective shout and seeing stop killing games as well. We have to fight back against this because we've got worldwide censorship happening, and I know we have it over here in the UK, and it's bad over here. So
I know.
literally, if any of you gamers are listening, you have to speak up. I know you probably don't want to, but now's the time, because if you don't speak up, you don't know how gaming's gonna be in 5 years if you don't.
It's do or die. It's do or die at least for the UK. It's do or die. At least for the UK, at the very least.
Over here with the Online Safety Act. That is so funny because it's like they'll let people come here and abuse our children, but then they want to try and protect children from watching porn. It's like, give me a fucking
insanity, right? It's cognitive dissonance. It's cognitive dissonance, bro.
Nobody's political. Like right now, nobody in the UK gives a fuck about politics. Like people are just angry right now.
Yeah.
Like when people start talking politics, they just tell you to shut up. We're not interested in that right now. That's how it is. Like people are just on edge, and I can understand why, because the government don't want to do nothing. They're just letting it happen, continue.
Because they're implicit, bro. They're part of the agenda. That's why they're allowing it to happen. Politicians smile and turn a blind eye.
But the real reason why over here we had the Online Safety Act, it's got nothing to do with children. It's about the culture war. Over here, nobody is left-leaning. When you see these left-leaning people on these talk shows, they're not out on the street talking like that on talk shows. Like when people are talking politics, like people don't give a fuck. Like nobody's backing the left on the street. Like nobody is, because if you're a leftist, you voted for Labour, and if you voted for Labour, you've made my life even more shittier now. That's how it is. Like nobody's out here. People want to swing for each other. Like they don't even want to argue now. They just want something to punch. Like that's how it is.
You know what, bro? To add to your point, those people that are angry, like you said, now's the time to speak up, because you know what? Even though the people aren't leftists, unfortunately, the government is. And what happens is that.
I lost track of what I was saying about that. But with the Online Safety Act, the reason why they've done it is because they know nobody in the country is backing the ideology anymore. So now it's about survival, because they know next election nobody's voting for Labour. They know that. So what they're trying to do is trying to silence as many of their opposition as they can, just in enough time for the next election. So they start off slow. They start off slowly, and then over the years, it gets even worse and worse and worse. That's how they do it over here. Because when they fuck you, everybody gets fucked slowly, and then even worse right before the next election. And then they'll be like, yeah, we know this bullshit law is affecting you. We'll unfuck you if you vote for us. That's how it works. So
that's what we have with Joe Biden.
The law for the benefit. It's really there to keep the foot in the door for the next election. But
that's what happened with Joe Biden, bro. That's what Joe Biden was in America. That was pretty much what that was like his parting shots before he exited office. He knew he was going to lose.
By the way, America, just to let you know, you would be the UK right now if Kamala Harris won.
Oh yeah, of course, bro. All her policy was aligned with what the UK is doing. Everything that Kamala wanted to do aligned with what's happening in Australia and the UK. So it's of course it's like I feel the exact same way as you do, bro. And like ultimately, in the end of the day, bro, that's what it is. The government, unfortunately, is left leaning. It's like things like this don't happen because one single event. It's usually like a culmination of bad decisions over the course of like the history of the UK in general, right? And world leaders talking to each other. The fact that an entire country most of a country, as you said, can oppose the government, but yet they're still subject to the government is, at least, I'm saying that because I'm American, maybe I'm I'm privileged in that way, but the government works for the people. The people don't work for that's not how it's supposed to work. The governments is supposed to be public servants. When the people are suffering so that some cronies in suits can make money, You know, so some douche can get reelected. That's how you know that the system has fallen worldwide, right? So,
And another thing as well, a
Uh,
lot of rich people have left the country.
May I have
yes.
my opinion on this?
Oh, yes. So go ahead, Royce. Go ahead.
Yeah, I don't want to cut you guys off.
No, go ahead.
Paradox, the Ofcom in UK said, "Oh, SpongeBob is harmful to children." I'm angry at what UK is doing to SpongeBob.
I didn't even know Ofcom existed until this Online Safety Act. And
Yes.
truth be told, it's basically just a communist
Yeah.
like
The comment, well,
really.
you pretty much. I mean, it has the cost sound in it. It's close to communism. But Royce, why don't you tell us what you think of collective shop?
Oh, my thought of collective shout. They're really bad people. They're Karens. I cannot stand how they go after games that they don't go after real problems like grooming gang, Epstein list, child trafficking. They don't focus on that. They want to focus on fictional character who don't exist in real world. Am I right?
Exactly. Every time.
No, you're right.
Facts. But
There's
here's
so
the
many-
thing.
Go ahead.
Hold on. There's like so many
agree.
other issues they can actually tackle, but they refuse to do that. They want to go after something that they know they probably have a better chance of getting away with, because the industry is basically ran by, you know, a bunch of leftists, and they know they're going to get backing from those people. They know the government is probably going to back them. I mean, you literally had Dustborn that was backed by the government, was government funded. So they know, yeah, it's a safe thing they can go after, because they see what Anita Sarkeesian was able to get away with. They see what these other developers like Neil Druckmann, or I'm gonna throw his name out there anyway because fuck him. They see what Kojima can get away with. They can see what Ubisoft gets away with. They can see what all
Kojima's getting away with murder right now, bro.
Yeah.
Oh my God,
Yo,
Kojima!
yo,
Isn't the
I
guy
don't
who?
know what
This guy
people were saying about
Kojima's
Death
fallen with the
Stranding 2.
UK. I'm sorry, what were you saying? Spirit.
I don't know what people were on about with Death Stranding 2. It's just like the first one, except the story is even more bonkers.
Pretty much.
Yeah, really.
You know.
Yeah,
I want to touch.
Like the story aspect is great, but I can't do the whole walking thing, man. That's not
It's too slow, bro. It's Amazon and it's sci-fi Amazon delivery, man. That's what it is. But
Oh my God!
you know what? I want to make a point about something that Spirit said about how, you know, or I think actually that Royce said about how they're going after like games that like don't matter, like as opposed to like real world issues. Here's the problem, bro. You have delusional, insane people that have the ability. They basically have the financial incentive to make money on the grift, right? Because a lot of them also are just like hypocrites, and like a lot of them even have traditional families, and they're just riding the leftist money wave. But also because ultimately the facts about like sexy women in games, like the things that hurts their feelings. They're conditioned to care about things that hurt their feelings rather than things that matter. So for example, in the UK, you have like insane, horrible immigration policies. Yeah, it's the cops. You know what it was? Because I was with Arthur Morgan in that train when 1950s train, whatever. So
yeah. I thought you guys were going to Hogwarts on that train.
Yeah, I had to fight the Dutch Vanderlyn gang, bro. But so back to my point though. So because it hurts their feelings, that's why all these people are shouting and screaming, because they've been conditioned to care about feelings more than what's actually important. That's why you have the insane like immigration happening in the UK that's damaging the country. But it sounds nice to say all these nice people want to come to the country for a better life. So instead of thinking logically, they say, nope, this is okay, but games are bad. They're so like they're like, it's not even brainwashing. They like, I guess it is brainwashing, but they're so conditioned to believe to the leftist beliefs that they subscribe to that they're pretty much like pure sheeple now. That's why they're going after games. That's why they're going after like things that hurt their feelings rather than actual problems. Because fixing actual problems makes these people less money, and on top of that, it doesn't align with the whole feelings narrative. So I really believe that's the reason why these groups exist.
Mm-hmm.
When they should be boycotting the insane amount of immigration in the UK, where I heard, and from what I've seen, there's a bunch of people all over the UK, even in like places like Sweden and other places, where women are getting SA'd all the time by groups of illegal. I don't know if they're illegals, but immigrants, and no one's doing anything about it.
Every day now.
There's videos about it, and you disarm the populace. What happened? They thought, oh, we'll disarm the populace. Well, that'll make society better. But now you have gangs of illegals with knives stabbing and raping people. Assaying people. And there's nothing you can do about it. There's nothing anyone can do to defend themselves because now they're outnumbered. It's actually insanity.
Catch them.
And I'm not even from the UK, and I can empathize with people who are like now afraid. I get it.
Mm-hmm. And like I said, there's a woman named Madam Savvy. She's going after them and exposing their bullshit. And I love it.
Yeah, well, need more people, talking about it, exposing them for their bullshit, letting it be known exactly what they're doing, why they're doing it, and the cause and effect of, if they succeed in what they're doing, then, it's going to be another thing we're going to have to fight hard to get out of.
Exactly, Redmond. Exactly, Redmond. And Madam Savvy is going off these bitches and these fucking collective shout women call Madam Savvy a man. Like, how is she a man? She's a woman.
Madam Savvy is more feminine than any of those women talking against her.
Based.
And I'm not. Look, bro. Like, Savvy is the girl on X who's like pretty much like anti-woke and stuff, right? I've seen her post here and there, right? I'm assuming it's the same Savvy, right?
Yes.
That Savvy is pretty feminine. I believe she's married. She's pretty base, bro. Like it's always a 300-pound feminist. Huh? She's weird. I mean, they're all whatever. They're weird. They're weird. But at least, at the very least,
at least I that's what I heard.
But she does like NSFW commissions or something. Like I said, I briefly saw her on X. And like she draws like images of like NSF and not safe for work stuff, from what I understand.
Oh, okay.
So,
all right.
Like she like makes like that's what, from what I understand. I could be wrong. Just that's what I gathered. So anyway, the point is that at least But here's the thing. That's what I was talking about, extremes, because she's doing this. She's drawing these characters and feminine and hot or whatever she's doing. She's doing that. That kind of aligns with the belief that video games and characters should look hot, right? So even though on one hand you're making like pretty much making smut for people, the other end of it is it makes sense why she's defending freedom of creation and expression. So it's kind of, that's what I was saying, that there's like a weird situation where we're always dealing with extremes, but one thing feeds another, right? And if you're a person who likes to make that who likes to make those kind of like content for people, likes to make that for people, excuse me, I'm all over the place, who likes to make that content for people, then it pretty much, I should expect that they're going to be like anti-censorship.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
And
let me quickly get to Neil Zo's question. It's been up there for a little while. He asked, because I actually can't answer this question because this is my first time hearing about this. But he asked, speaking of collective shout, Remnant, Japachi, and the others, what are your thoughts on the recent story of the leaked email from Shouts where they send out emails of calling gamers enemies, etc.?
Ridiculous.
It seems par the course, but I don't really know about it.
What are they emailing exactly, and how would they like know to email them? Well, actually, you know what? They probably would know, because I think certain content creators probably put like their contact information, like their email and whatnot, in case anyone wants to reach out to them or whatever. Or I don't know. I guess maybe like if like a developer,
a collab or something.
Yeah, something like that. So that's probably where they reach them from, actually. So
I can't say I know. I can't say I know enough about it. But as far as the questioning goes, if it was true, it wouldn't surprise me. And if it was true, it's pretty horrible, and it kind of aligns with everything else that they're doing. So I would say that if it's true, it's not surprising, but I don't know if it's true. So, and I also didn't hear about it. So,
also, Madam Savvy is talking to the Japanese politician about collective shout, and now the Japanese politicians are angry at collective shout. Did you guys hear about that? Remnant?
We say that again?
Madam Savvy was giving information to this Japanese politician about collective shout, and people in Japan do not like collective shout.
Oh, I actually
Good.
didn't hear about that. I mean, but it actually, well, since you just told me now, it's good that they don't like collective shout. They shouldn't, and it would be great if like a lot of them speak out against it.
But that's the problem, bro. I was just gonna interject with that. The problem is that even though Japan doesn't like it, their culture is based on not being rowdy, not standing out, not being that guy who's screaming on the train. Right. And so because of that, a lot of the bad stuff gets imposed upon them. That's why you have dudes dancing on the train, being annoying, and nothing's happening. That's why the police don't even like escort these guys off the train. That's why, you have all this crazy stuff happening there now, because the world is collectively crazy and Japan is letting these people in. And when they come into the country, I'm just using that as an example, by the way. When they come into the country, the society is when you're conditioned to live a certain way, when somebody breaks that conditioning, a lot of times you'll freeze up and not know what to do. And unfortunately, that's the drawback of the society that Japan has cultivated over the years. So even if they disagree, even if they're highly conservative, the deep-rooted cultural, not teaching, their cultural, like, what's the word? I'm drawing blanks here. Like their deep-rooted behavior, like their behavior based on their cultural upbringing, prevents them from actively being a force that's going to be able to stop it, and the government is not doing anything about it. So now you have a bunch of people uncomfortable, not saying anything because of the way they're brought up, and bad things are happening to them. And that's why you're starting to see woke stuff actually infect Japan.
Yup. And what do you think about this?
A lot of cultural jealousy as well, though.
Yeah, what do you think about this paradox about what's been going on in Madam Savvy situation?
Japan. Listen, I just want to preface, Japan's beautiful. I want to go one day. I think they have a good thing going. I'm just saying that this is a drawback of this is like kind of like the double-edged sword of what that kind of culture entails, right? Because in other places, if you behave that way, you're gonna have some guy who's gonna grab you by the neck and just beat you up and like, yo, like, stop disrespect. Like, if you try this in, like, let's say like some other foreign country, like, you have a likelihood of getting beat up by like guys who don't give a crap about you, like 5 guys, like, because you're disrespecting their culture. So the fact that Japan is like so pacifist about it is like the double-edged sword of it. And I like Japan. I like the culture. I think the culture is beautiful, but that's just the reality. That's just the reality of what's happening there.
Yeah, me too, Jinpachi. I want to go to Japan someday, see the anime, see the world, save money. But Japan is finally see collective shout how bad they are,
Yeah. So let's rotate, because I think Melina wanted to come on here, right?
Yes, but someone would have to leave the backstage.
I see. Okay. And I think is Berv backstage too?
Yeah, he is.
Yep.
Yeah, so I would have let's shift out Royce and Spirit is gonna be out, and we'll bring in Berv and Melina. All right, bro. But Spirit, if you want, you're welcome to come back later if you still want to, bro.
Yeah, just X for I sent you the link on X, but if you still need a link, I can just put it back in the chat whenever you like to come back on.
Yeah, exactly. But you're always welcome back, so don't worry about it.
All right, guys. Yeah. I'll see you guys in a bit. Enjoy the rest of the stream, everyone.
All right.
Sweet.
Cool.
Yep.
I'm sorry, Royce. Royce, I'll bring you back. Don't worry.
Yeah, everyone who talked is likely going to come back later and get to talk again. So don't worry if you get shifted out.
Yeah.
All right. So let's bring on Berv.
There should be space for Melina to come on. I don't know exactly when, because I have to wait. She's got to wait until she comes on. So for now, I'll just bring in Berv and wait and see if she'll make it.
Yes. Anyone but you, Bev. Anyone but you.
Well, thank you. How's it going, guys?
Bev, do you have me,
Pretty good.
That's good. That's good. Anyone but
Just don't get on my nerve, Bert.
I should be goddamn on my tombstone.
Okay, Bev, you don't have the buh, but do you have the wah?
I have the wah, but you have the buh.
I don't, but I have the bottle. I have the bottle for the wah.
Yeah, the bottle for the wah. Yeah, but you have
The bottle for the wah.
Oh, with the
But
butter.
do-
The bloody
but-
butter.
Do you have a butter knife for butter?
But I put the butter in the bottle, and now I can't put the water in my bottle.
Right, so you put the bottle in your water, and now you can't get the water out your bottle. Have you lost your bottle, mate?
Я не понимаю, что ты говоришь. Только говорит по-русски язык.
That means I don't speak Cockney. Please don't hurt me.
That means that I'm speaking a language from the Soviet Union that
Oh, no.
that is spoken today, and it's called Russian. Anyway, but yeah, bro, you got it. You defeated me when you said me sausage. You defeated me. All right, so
What I said.
so Burb, you want to give your thoughts on everything?
I think he pretty much said everything I was going to say. To be honest, like as far as the Online Safety Act, I'll just talk about collective shout. So I wanted to sort of like add my sort of 2 cents to the whole collective shout thing and why they are considerably more dangerous than the Sweet Baby Inc. You see, Sweet Baby Inc. just kind of this as sad as it is, they kind of just blundered in, right? They just kind of like they went like because like as far as I could tell,
They could have been any activist. They could have been any activist, and it just happened to be them. Yeah, I agree.
Exactly.
I get what you're saying.
Most of their stories were stolen, apparently. So make of that what you will. And so yeah, it could have been any. Yeah, they're like dime a dozen, right? They're just a collective bunch of morons. But collective shout, on the other hand, they took 1,000 screeching women at Visa and MasterCard to essentially get an entire genre shut down on HDIO or whatever it's called. That's like the entire not safe for work library of games just pulled, just like that. Nobody got any kind of notice. Nobody got, no one got like, oh, this is going to happen in so many days. Get ready, lube up, get ready. Just like that. If I could click my fingers, I would. It was instantaneous. So that makes me think, oh God, how have these Australian women have managed to do this? And well, it stands to reason. They're probably working with someone bigger, right? They're probably working with somebody who knows their way around American law.
I would argue.
Real quick, what's up, Marty? I have the link. I can put it in the chat, but the backstage area is full at the moment, so I'll put the link there anyway in the chat, so you can copy it or whatever. And I'll just let you know when there's space, and you can actually be in the backstage, and I can let you on. Anyway,
so I would argue that the mothers are just an excuse it's like what I alluded to earlier, because first I said the reason why I said before that they're more dangerous is because they can affect alternatives from usurping that economy, right?
They can shut down alternatives completely. If they remove their ability to bank and their ability to draw money,
they can't make money. They can't be an alternative. Exactly.
They can shut them down without them even starting.
Exactly. And doubling on that, there's a never ending sea of moms screaming. Right now, as we speak, there are millions of petitions just for this kind of thing on Steam, on PS5, or whatever. What I believe is there's a special interest group that's actually pulling the strings, and these are just a group. This group is just a particular portion of the mass amount of screeching moms that they chose to use as their plausible deniability to censor alternatives to their propaganda.
Yeah, there's
if that makes sense.
Yeah, no, there's a bunch of activist organizations, and they're all just massive fronts for these puritanical is all I can really describe them as puritanical debanking and censorship.
But they're not puritanical, though. They're not even puritanical, because in the end of the day, those same entities are the ones that are that are also allowing the leftist crap to propagate. Because remember, notice that there's no group of moms screaming about how their kid can play a game where you can suck a goblin's toes, bro. Like, notice how it's only leaning toward the side of like heterosexual, heterosexual masculine gamers. It's not like you have all these degenerate games that come out from the left, and there's no like active resistance that is like saying, hey, I'm this group of moms. I don't want my kid to see bare sex in the game. So because of that, that's why I believe that they're not puritanical. They just want to destroy their ideological enemies who happen to align with those type of games. Now, as far as NSFW games, literal like hentai and eki, I don't play them because I hot girls isn't enough to make me play a game. The game actually has to be good, right? Legitimately. But the fact that that's what they're targeting shows me where their alignment is. And it's definitely it's not the puritanical right, bro. It's actually, again, it's all plausible deniability, in my opinion, to go after, like I said, people that are base, people that see through the BS, right? They're trying to shut them down and cut them off at every corner. And the fact that they're attacking them financially is, to me, like the red flag that that's what they're doing. Because again, like I said, where's the Dustborn pushback? Where's the Baldur's Gate pushback? Where's the Musa pushback with, Kingdom Come Deliverance 2? There's a bunch of degenerated stuff in that game as well. So it is what it is, right?
I did consider that. And then I realized, yeah, but look at the size of the hammer they were swinging. Like, there was going to be plenty of friendly casualties in it. Because there's literally an entire genre, an entire, what's the word?
A whole niche, yeah. A whole niche, yeah, of course.
Whole genre of video games, right? And they're going to, it's going to be full of degenerates, left and right, or middle, whatever you want to call it, right? That hammer is going to swing, and it's going to take everything with it.
You know what? I'll grant you that that's also a possibility. I'll grant that, because that also is pretty logical. But I will also say that when you look at what groups always try to silence people, especially in current times, it seems to be a one-way trip, So literally, like, it's been like a one-way trip. It's been like, the people who are calling for censorship seem to go one way, at least within the last 10 years. So that's why it's hard for. Yes. So because of that, that's why, even though I agree with you, I just can't rule out the possibility of what I said before, because I just feel like the games targeted, the people involved, the fact that it's the UK, the fact that, it's a bunch of left-leaning moms screaming, because all these women, you have to understand, are feminists, like BS feminists as well, bro.
UK?
Like, if you look at
Australia.
I'm talking about Australia, but also like a lot of the women in the UK as well. Yeah. So because of that, like, I get what you're saying, and I'm not gonna deny it, because it's true. It's possible. It could go either way. I'm just leaning more toward that they're attacking their ideological enemies, which happens to be the right, rather than it being a bunch of puritanical people that are trying to shut it down. Because if that was the case, I would argue that they would go after, like I said, Baldur's Gate. They would go after all these games, and those games are also much more popular, because if you really think about it, even though those games make a lot of money, they're not very publicized, right? Like, there's games right now on itch.io that are making like millions of dollars that are not publicized because of the nature of the content. So, it would be more effective to go after the big name games, right? Because even The Witcher 3 had crazy stuff in it too. So even though I like that game. So that's why, like, the evidence to me makes me feel like it's pushing in that direction.
I was wondering if, like, had it have continued, because this is how grifts work, right? It's inevitable. They would have had to have switched genre. Once they get rid of one genre, they still need to exist to get paid, right? They need to exist to give their friends jobs, and whatnot in their bullshit organizations, right? So they just move on to a new genre. It doesn't matter what. Probably, I think they were eyeing up GTA style games. In fact, if I recall rightly, they've actually been pushing to for the complete eradication of those types of games for some time now.
They've been doing that since the 90s, bro.
No, I mean, this particular group.
Oh, this particular group, right? I'm pretty sure that they might have been the same group behind the Manhunt stuff as well, or maybe had some involvement.
Yeah, probably. Yeah, Manhunt 2.
So all right. So I don't know if you said all your thoughts on Collective Shout yet, but Melina, What?
There's something else with that group. They obviously have like connections to some people who understand like how to use loopholes, right? How to get around things.
Parliament.
Parliament, US.
George Soros. Parliament.
All those different things.
People with money that want to control the world. We can agree there.
Exactly.
So, Melina, you want to speak on Collective Shout? Are you aware of them?
No, I was not aware of them until today.
Okay, so based on the conversation so far, what do you think of Collective Shout?
Honestly, I was gonna pass because you guys pretty much, or all who came on so far, pretty much said everything. I don't know if I can add anything. I mean, what I got from it is that it just seems like I mean, it's the same thing where the cycle is going to keep repeating, where gamers going to have to, the real ones are going to have to stand up and do something, because it's only going to get downhill from here. Like, just when things are kind of starting to look up, it's just going to get worse, because of the more stuff keep popping up, where we got like Sweet Baby Inc. here in America, and then you got Collective Shout in Australia, and it's like they're gonna be like these organizations all over the world, and which makes the fight a bit more difficult to go against, and especially if they're like in a totally different region of the world. But yet their goal is like the same thing, which is to censor and ruin everything. And I'm just baffled, because it's like, last time I checked, I'm an adult. Like, even when I was a kid and I was exposed to voluptuous figures and huge assets and jiggle physics and all that, and like the men being masculine, not having any shirts on and stuff like that, and the gore and the blood, it's like, I'm an adult now, and it's like I turned out just fine. Like, even though I didn't, because at the end of the day, it's entertainment, and it's not anything to take too seriously or absorb. So it's like, if you're an adult now and you're censoring other adults like we're children, not only is that an insult of like my intelligence, but at the same time, it's like, then you also lack the maturity to handle it, which is why these companies, Sweet Baby Inc. and Collective, are a whole bunch of women that are insecure, and they're just projecting their insecurities through their skin, through their voice, and they're infiltrating these spaces, which is mainly the entertainment, which is a smart move on their part, because it's the quickest way to get everybody to get on board and absorb like the agendas and the propaganda, and it warps our minds into accepting and thinking it's okay. But those that are mature and they have a brain aren't gonna accept that. They're not gonna buy that. And we're gonna be like, "Oh, pump your brakes. This isn't right." And like, it's always been this way, And it's like, it's just weird. It's just so freaking weird. Like, I get it when you're trying to like save that for when it comes to your children. Like, when it comes to the kids, the youth that are going to eventually get older, and like life goes on and the cycle repeats, save that for the children, censor them, because it's crazy how you want to censor the adults, but then you're exposing the children to the LGBTQ, ABCD, PTSD community, and going to like parades where schlongs are everywhere. And like, you're adultifying these children, like, especially that I'm Black, and like my people, like the girls don't look like girls anymore. Like, they're not little girls. They're not like, when I was in middle school, it's totally different from the girls today that are in middle school. Like, they, not only it's like the genetics come into play, like their bloodline.
They're dressing too grown too fast. They're dressing too grown too fast. They're trying to act like grown women. It's all that Cardi B and Megan Thee Stallion BS influence too. Exactly.
Sexy Red. And then, because they're pushed in the industry, like they're the ones being pushed instead of like the wholesome. Oh God is right.
Yeah, like they're not pushing girls like smart girls who are like actually making a difference and stuff. They're just pushing the most degenerate crap possible toward Black people, which is insulting in my opinion. And I'm not Black.
It's very insulting. It's very disrespectful, and it's embarrassing. Like, the secondhand embarrassment that I get as a woman and a black woman, or a black person and a black, a woman, a black person, and a black woman on top of that, it's just like I'm getting hits from all directions, because what's getting pushed, like when it comes to collective, collective shout, these stupid retarded names, collective shout and Sweet Baby Inc. It's like it makes, I can't blame men that, I mean, even though it's still lack of maturity, but I kind of can't blame a whole bunch of people that are looking at these women and they kind of look at all us women the same. You shouldn't generalize us, because there are the outliers, but they're the rare, you know, like in between the exceptions to the rule. We're rare. We're not the majority, unfortunately.
Melina, we should call them collective gout, because you know these bitches are 300 pounds.
That's what I was thinking.
I'll let y'all call them that. But hey, you know, I try not to come for people unless they come for me personally. But
they are coming for you, Melina. They're coming for you because if they see this, because if they see this, they're gonna be like, "Oh, she's a pick me. She against us because she don't like the woke stuff. So she's a whatever, right?" So
exactly, and that's why I find it so funny, because the very same thing y'all are like what they will call me is what they are, but because I know what, like, I understand nature and I have the maturity and I know what's going on, they want to like try to gaslight and make it seem like I'm the bad guy, or that, or I'm a whore, or this and that, and it's like I'm not. I just understand nature, and that like I just know that like I'm not a man, but I understand enough that they're not gonna go for women that are like 300 pounds, and then they want men to be their bitchs and like suck up to them and stuff like that.
You don't think
that's just not how it goes?
You don't think gout is a sexy physical trait?
You say that again?
You don't think gout is a sexy physical trait?
Well, I don't really know what gout means.
Gout is like a problem you get from like when you're really overweight, and a lot of people get it when they're overweight, and they have like problems with like circulation and stuff, and like they end up developing gout from being like overweight.
Well, yeah, I don't think that
it's common. It doesn't always happen, but it's pretty common.
It's up there with vitiligo and top scars,
and diabetes as well.
Well, I'm assuming it's not like, I'm pretty sure that's not attractive to like the majority of men. I mean, and that's the thing. Like when I just listen to these voices, and it's like all I'm hearing is that you're just insecure, and it's okay because we all have insecurities. We all have flaws. Nobody is perfect. And even if you think you're better than somebody, if you're arrogant about it, like the difference between being confident and arrogant. If you're arrogant, then you're going to get humble, and it's just best to, but it's like, if it's such a problem, that's something you have to work on, that you need to go look in the mirror and you need to fix that and work on yourself. No, and that's why I don't get the concept of hating. Like when you know your issues and what you got going on, but you don't want to face it. You just want to keep running away from it and find other outlets to distract you, to keep you from, because no matter what you do, like if you have a drinking problem, like no matter what you do, that when you sober up, you're going to sober up. And when you do, that issue's still going to be there. No amount of hating or like making a company with a collective, like your own, birds of a feather flock together. No amount of you getting together with a whole bunch of other women that are like-minded like you, and y'all are insecure and stuff like that. Yeah, got your issues, and then y'all try to go so far. Like this is extreme, like very mental behavior, mentally disturbed behavior, where you're going to go into video games that I'm pretty sure a lot of those women do not play at all. They don't play them. And you want to censor, objectifying women is bad. This is bad. And da, 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 da. It's like, okay. So when you do that and you achieve that, did that make you lose weight? Did that make you prettier? Did that make you fix your personality? No, it doesn't. And it's like, don't let me talk to these women, because that's exactly what I will tell them to their face. And if they have a problem with it, it's because they know I'm right and they can't say shit to me about it. So it's the truth of the matter of it.
You're telling me it's not okay to ban things that you don't actually know about? Is that what you're saying?
To ban things that I don't know about?
Yeah, are you telling me it's okay to ban things you don't know about? I'm just being like, you know, it's like rhetorical. Obviously, you know, these women don't play these games; they don't know about them. So why the hell they're trying to ban them without understanding?
Yeah, because why do you care? You don't play them
Yeah,
anyway. The
but
only reason you care is because you're trying to spread your narrative of how like unhappy, miserable, and insecure you are. But that's you though. Don't sit here and come into spaces that you don't care for, you don't know a thing about, and
yes,
you but you want to pretend like you do from doing like a 5 minute worth of research, but really you're not, you don't even care about the game, and that's what's getting lost is
and
that it
let's
strays
talk.
away from the game and focusing on the message,
Mhm.
and it's not
And
even a good message.
let's go deeper. Let's talk about the elephant in the room here with all this, right? Let's say that they weren't a political, like, let's say it wasn't just a political game to eliminate their enemies from like from financial spaces or whatever. Let's say it was in good faith. The subtext is they're saying you as a parent, not you literally, right? But you as a parent are so stupid. You're such a negligent, dumb person that you need the government to step in and tell your kids what's okay and what's not okay to watch, which is the most disrespectful and egregious part of it all, right? Because in the
Yeah,
end of the day, you know, games already have ratings. Games are already like classified, and they're pretty classified and organized pretty well. So if you're like a kid, it's easy to find games that are just for kids. So the idea is that you're so stupid that the government has to intervene, right? Special interest
hmm
groups have to intervene because you don't know how to parent your kid properly and prevent him from seeing content that's not made for him, which is insulting and it's absolutely
that's very
disgusting.
insulting to my
And
intelligence.
then to double it down, you're also insulting adults because you're telling adults that hey, this thing that you should be playing as an adult, that as an adult is okay for you to be engaging with. Well, you can't engage with it because I don't like it, and my kid might see the thing that's not made for them that's made for you. So I need to censor that. So not only are they calling the parents stupid, but they're also saying that what you like and what you want as an average person who enjoys these products is worthless because their personal feelings about it. Which is like, again, like I said earlier, is completely dystopian and it's completely out of touch with reality. And again, it can only lead to bad things because it starts as this now, right? How many of these wine moms, right? Because it's mostly moms, how many of them are reading those romance novels? Now, Melina, you're a woman. You know some of those
hmm
like some of those romance novels get kind of crazy.
They're disgusting.
You can argue. Well, what if your kid opens your book, which is easier to do than actually turn on the console, by the way, opens your
hmm
book and reads your little slutty fantasy about being bred by Giga Chad. What if your 6-year-old daughter reads that? That's what I'm saying. So it starts off with one thing, but why is one okay and the other one isn't? And it's only a matter of time when you censor one thing until you start attacking the things that they care about. So it's
Exactly.
just like,
It's either
mhm.
everything gets policed or none of it does.
Yeah,
Like
exactly.
I understand having boundaries, but
Yes.
those that's like one thing's extreme and then the other one is also extreme. So there has to be like a balance of it. You know, if like you're the parent, you know, you should be definitely, and so like I would be, I'm not a parent, but without even having to be, that's just very insulting to my intelligence. Why are adults, grown ass adults, policing other adults? Like we've all seen the sacred body parts. Like
Mhm.
I thought you know, it's just like I know how to handle it. If you can't handle it, then maybe you need to, and when I say you, I'm talking to the ones that, you know, they be censoring everything. They're, you know, it's just weird. It's like, why? We're all adults here. I get it. If you're doing that to the kids, you should be, you know, teaching the kids how, because they're going to eventually get exposed to that too. But again, you have to do it in a proper way and with boundaries, and, you know, not give them too much exposure or be so explicit with it, you know, and then they're going to experience it on their own. But as the parent, you step in to be the one to parent your child. Why does a government have to come in and parent and raise your children? No, that is your children that you had a hand in bringing it onto this earth. That is just, oh my God.
That's
I'm
the
about to
that's
have
the
an
irony.
aneurysm.
That's the irony, though. You know, the irony is that those things are already in place. It's like saying, like,
hmm
oh, people should have IDs to purchase guns in the USA. Well, they already do, right? Like, or like, oh, people should, they should protect kids with rating systems that make games only for them and they're separate. Well, yeah, it's called the rating system, and that's not good enough because again, when government has to become daddy to the common person and dictate their decisions for them, that's when you end up with weird situations like this, where the possibility of a game ending in a minor's hands means that you're going to outright ban it because you don't trust the parents to keep it away from them. And then, like you said before, you have them dancing and having guys' dongs in front of their faces, dancing in pride parades, dudes in dresses, which is completely out of touch with reality. You can't reconcile
Totally
that.
contradictory.
You can't
You want our kids to accept men being women and women being men, but we're going to censor the titties, the schlongs, the asses, and it's like the thighs.
And they had books in
what
schools
a sad world we live
teaching
in.
that stuff. They had books in schools teaching that stuff. So you're teaching kids about adults' body parts, right? You're a 4-year-old, bro. You don't need to know anything about any of that stuff at all. I'm sorry. There's no kindergarten on
this earth. You got parents trying to push that shit on them.
You have a question.
They try to social engineer them at a young age.
The topic.
But all right, so let's get to that question. Berg is right here.
First, Jim Pachi, you've been doing a lot today.
What are you talking about?
You've been doing a lot today. You should read the comment on the screen.
Let me see.
Jim Pachi, lore is crazy on a train, chased by police and now a helicopter. Bro, listen, I had to deal with the Dutch Vanderling gang. Then I had to deal with what's his name from GTA 4? What's his name? Bulgarin. So it's getting kind of crazy. Aren't you impressed? Aren't you guys impressed that I can talk so calmly and rationally while all this stuff is happening?
Very impressive.
I mean, I'm doing my best, bro. And you know what?
The butter you've been eating.
It is it's the British butter from the bottle with the water. That's the one that's doing the work. So bro, thank you for the compliment, man on the mountain, because I'm trying, bro. And that helicopter was hard to do, because during Melina's speech, I was I was hanging off the helicopter. I was trying to interject in the conversation. It was kind of crazy, bro. So just it's quite a lot. But anyway, continue on, fellas and lady. Sorry, ladies here.
Okay, well, the question's on the screen from Neozoic.
Fine, I'll read it. Fine. I guess I waited for me to read it. Remnants, Genpachi and others. Didn't the governments get involved with gaming before in the past, such as Mortal Kombat controversy in 1993? Correct.
Yes,
and Mortal Kombat is why we have the rating system to begin with.
Yes.
Yeah.
And also Doom. And also, actually, people forget Doom also played a part in that as well. It was Doom and Mortal Kombat.
I think you're forgetting the most important one, Night Trap.
Night Trap, bro, that game was kind of crazy though. That game gives a bad rap, But anyway, so listen, it's when something's so bad, it's entertainment. It's it's entertaining. So because it entertains you, it offers value to you. So therefore, it's no longer bad. It's like Batman and Robin. Batman and Robin is a disgrace to Batman, but it's so funny and cheesy that when I watch it, I get entertainment value, which makes it kind of not a bad movie because it entertains me, even though it is a bad movie.
A lot
it's
of
weird.
A lot of PC FMV games are like that. They're so bad that they're good.
Yeah. I kind of feel like that with the original Fallout. It has a great story, but that game's kind of bad. It's kind of bad, but it's kind of good too. It's good, but it's also it's a little jank. It's like I was talking about Legacy of Kain 2, Blood Omen. That Blood Omen 2. I mean, that game is really fun. It's great. I love the story, but it's also super janky and ass in a lot of ways. But it's good. I like the game.
I feel like with Fallout's case, I feel like it has the appropriate amount of friction to really get you in the headspace.
Well, it's fun. So let me be clear. It's a fun and good game, but there are elements to playing the original Fallout that I have to qualify as ass because of the primitive nature of them. Even though the game has a good story and it is fun, that's what I'm saying. It's weird. A game can be bad, but it's not bad because it's fun. It's entertaining.
Silent Hill, right? Like Silent Hill 2.
Yeah, like Silent Hill, exactly. Perfect example. It's like the jank feels horrible, but it adds to the horror because you move like you're in sludge, And
it has more of a combat system than the remake does.
Well, the remake of the Mortal Kombat, MK1, that's irredeemable, bro. That's like poopy caca doodle water.
Silent Hill 2 remake.
We don't talk about that.
Silent Hill 2 remake literally has suck 2 combat and a dodge. That's
yeah.
Combat.
Yeah,
let
exactly.
me ask this question from a YouTube user. That's the actual name. about what is the game on the thumbnail on the farthest left? That's Skyforge. It's in relation to the topic of stop killing games, because that game is going to be, the servers will be shut down. So that's another like online. It's actually a free to play game on consoles and PC. I think it came on the Switch maybe last year or something. I don't remember. But yeah, so that's shutting down in a few months on all platforms. So basically, whatever you did in that game will be, obsolete, because, you won't be able to play it anymore. So if only, excuse me, if only they actually had a dedicated single player, mode or some sort. But yeah, that's why it's on the thumbnail. But
slow motion can eat my whole ass. I think that's what Pirate Software said. Also,
yeah, you're welcome, a YouTube user. So let's switch to panel. I'm actually gonna bring 3 people on.
Okay.
Because
we should keep Melina and Burv on so we could talk about the next subject, because we're at the end of this one, right? Or like, is there more people that want to talk about this subject?
I have a question.
Pull it.
Well, yeah, do that.
Not your question.
Sure. What's your question, Melina?
I don't know if wait, hold on. If Les, I don't know how to say their name. Les go ephemeral. I don't know if he or she's comments was towards me.
Let's go ephemeral.
No, I don't think so.
I don't see it. It's because you weren't taught by leftist tranny perverts. That's why I saw that. They're F-dong loopholes, Fee-dong loopholes. SBI mentioned I almost throw up. Let's go ephemeral. Exactly, limiting competition and seizing control. Maybe I don't really see the comment that you're talking about.
Well, this one in particular, it says, "This girl, I'm not like the other females." Lol.
Yeah,
I don't know if that was towards me.
Is that like a backhanded pick me? Pick me.
Yeah. Yeah,
Well,
like I don't know if he was just saying that or that was towards me, because that's the thing of, oh, I'm not like other girls trope, and it's not that at all. I just do genuinely feel and think this way and believe this way.
Well, if you know,
it's not like I'm not like other girls, because there are other women like me. It's just that we're not really known. So I don't know if it was. I'm not saying, but that it was direct towards me. But
if you know deep down it's true of how you feel and that it's your genuine feelings and thoughts, then that's what it is, right? It doesn't matter what anyone else says. I mean, I'll vouch for you in the sense that you come on the podcast and you seem to be like pretty balanced in your opinion. So I would take it as something that is genuine, right?
Yeah,
and even when I talk to you outside of YouTube, from what I understand, it seems genuine. So I feel like it's not the case of being a pick-me, but that's my opinion.
Yeah, I mean, me too. You played Doom 3. You're not a pick-me.
Yeah. So I wouldn't worry about comments like that, but it also might have just been a cheeky joke, to be honest. People love their cheeky jokes.
I don't know for sure. I was just, because usually when you say I'm not like other girls, it's not really a compliment. It's really more so an insult, because that's what women have came up and say to each other when there's a woman, or really it's like it actually became a trope, like in movies.
He was
where there'll be like this
theme music.
Huh? What'd you say, Revenant? Is he still there?
No, I made a joke.
Yeah.
I said maybe he was reciting the Nia Jax theme music.
I'm not like most girls.
Unless I'm cutting out.
Oh my god.
Yeah, I don't know. I wouldn't worry about it. People, it's just a comment. If Les wants to answer himself in the comments, he can. But regardless, you should never internalize things that are not true. It's like we all were taught as kids, right? At least I hope so. That if somebody says something negative about you, ask yourself if it's true, and if it's not true, then well, whatever. Like somebody could like suck on that. Suck it.
Either way, it's good that you elaborated on that anyway. Just in case.
But let me add. I saw some comments directed at me, so I want to read them.
Let me quickly address a YouTube user. He said been subbed since the Why Woke Games Are Failing video, by the way. I would listen to the video uploads while at work. Thank you very much. I really appreciate
Bro,
it.
that's awesome, bro. You're the man. You're the man. So Habaku says, Jinpachi, it's very impressive. What specifically is very impressive? I'm gonna say yes, it is very impressive because I'm just gonna assume it's a good thing. But
you're on the plane,
yeah. I got you.
All these things,
Okay, but you know what?
The podcast came back. You had to do all this.
Bye, Neil. You have a good one.
But you know what? I have a sad revelation. I actually took a stray bullet to my sixth cervical disc, so I'll probably never walk again. But we should still continue with the podcast anyway.
Yes.
Habaku says the way you feel about Legacy of Kain 2 is the same way I feel about Silent Hill 4. So yeah. I agree. I get what you're saying.
Had to go. So thank you for stopping by, Neozoic. Appreciate the questions, interacting with chat and watching. So
Neozoc's great.
Yeah, whenever you come on, it's appreciated. So
yeah, so he's always
good rest of your day.
When the stream gets a little bit like too serious, he always brings a question that kind of like shifts gears. He's a very good person to have in a chat. So I always like having him on, and even on my streams, he's a good dude. So thanks for coming on, bro. Unfortunately, I wish that like we could see your questions faster to answer them, but sometimes like the chat is weird and like it gets lost in the mix. So, but again, we appreciate it, and thanks for coming on.
So there's 3 other people who didn't come on yet. I was thinking of bringing them on. I mean, they're gonna come on anyway, but okay. So
let's get through it then. Let's get through it. Let's not mince words. So Melina and Berv, we're gonna switch you guys out, bring them on. We'll let you on later for future subjects if you're interested in talking about them. And if you're not, let us know so that way we can just keep things moving.
I'll send like a message in chat. And hopefully you'll see it if I
just
go.
Okay, sweet. So let's see how fast we get through everything else. But if you're here and you still want to talk, we'll let you on again. Yeah. All right. So Melina, thanks for giving us your opinion, and it was insightful. Thanks, Berv. All right, let's switch these guys out because I got to stick a button with my name on it. Bye. That's what he said. I did it for him because he got cut off by me, ironically. So OC, welcome.
Hey, what's up? Can you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you, OC.
Hi.
Christian Phrase, welcome. Before we start, Christian Phrase, give us a quick fact. And what's up, Frost Baron? Welcome. Christian Phrase, quick fact of Phrase.
Like, did you know that Shailene Woodley almost played Mary Jane Watson?
I did know that, but she would have been a great Mary Jane Watson. Do you agree with me?
Better than Zendaya.
Zendaya has nothing. Zendaya will never be the real MJ. I think we can agree there.
Yo, what's up with the EGAD? How's it going?
Yo, EGAD, what's up, bro? So, somebody's mic is making weird background noise.
Sounds like a pigeon.
It's better.
It still sounds crispy, bro. It sounds like a Fallout radio. It sounds like a Geiger counter.
Crispy.
All right, it's much better now. All right, so let's go in order of joining here. So OC, what are your thoughts on Collective Shout? Then we'll go to Christian, then we'll go to Frost Baron.
Okay, Collective Shout. One of the problems with these people is that you have to remember that when they have their presentation, these video game companies embed with these Collective Shout type people. When they have their presentation, their gaming, they have this very patronizing, almost talking to children kind of mindset. These people have directed that natural maternal kind of behavior, especially these wine aunts and cat moms. They have directed that maternal behavior traits naturally.
I'm sorry, OC. Give me a second. Can you just mute your mic real quick? I want to see where the static's coming from.
OC,
just
temporary. Your mic up a bit?
Okay, so I think something's going on with your mic because I keep hearing this like there's like Geiger counter thing going on. I don't think it was frostbite. I don't know if it was frostbite. Yeah, exactly. You know, like the chemical, like the vials, like bubbling.
That's strange. Well, I'm using a cell phone. Yeah, I got to deal with.
Do you have headphones?
Headphones. Let's see here. So the headphones. I don't have any around me right now. So the thing is, yeah, I'm just gonna try and do what I can with this because I'm just gonna make my point and then I'm gonna mute the mic when you all talk. Pretty much like I said, these cat moms, they talk to people like their children, right? They have the natural maternal, like most women do, natural maternal instincts, right? So what do? A lot of these social engineers, what they do is they manipulate people's their minds and whatever, and they convince them, oh, well, if you can't have children, then you babysit adults, right? You tell adults, oh, you're going to behave in a certain way. You're going to say, well, I don't like the way how you play video games and stuff, right? So that's how they are. So they have this thing where they say, I have to treat everybody around me like children. And that's what I see with the collective shout. Because the other thing is like you and Melina was saying, these people they insult adults' intelligence by telling parents that, oh, we need the government to be the parent for the children. And that's what I'm pretty much seeing with the collective shout. And it's just so weird. Like all of a sudden, the government feels like they have to, and credit card companies all of a sudden have to stop these games and different forms of entertainment because one group of people started to complain. It's very suspicious. Something is going on. I sense some kind of blackmail or whatever, or some kind of agenda. It's too weird. All of a sudden this happened. So, yeah.
Yeah, somebody got somebody by the balls, or there's some nefarious shit going on, but there's no way 1,000 people made it so that Visa and PayPal are going to leave millions of dollars on the table of easy money. There's no way that caused that. So there's definitely something much darker and nefarious at work.
It's always the same. And, I don't, here's the other thing. So when I was doing research and I was thinking about, okay, what if I was to release my first game on the Switch, for example, or any of these consoles? One of the things I found out, the ESRB, they want a lot of money for your game to be inspected and rated, especially if you want to have physical copies made and sent to retailer, GameStop, whatever. And so let me see if I get this right. You have a system that's already in place to ensure that people don't put out games just for any old reason, right? So instead of trying to have some kind of ESRB for video games, they say, you know what, let's go and take these people's money. And then these companies like Steam or whatever, they just decide, oh, let's go and take the games. And you know what's the other thing that's kind of interesting? So I never played Manhunt, but is there female characters in Manhunt?
Yes, there's a few female characters in the first game.
The first game is backwards compatible with modern Xboxes, by the way.
Yeah, I remember seeing it too.
It's also on PS5.
Right. Yeah. Okay, so I guess that question is the question.
Well, I want to add a little bit more to your point, right? So here's the weird thing in all of this. To me, and again, this is my perspective, personal perspective. When you have a system
that because all right, let me reframe this. I feel like a lot of those systems are not only like money grabs, as you said, right? Because you have to pay all these people a lot of money, but it sort of gatekeeps normal people from putting out content. So it's kind of exclusive to at least some form of corporation. Like you have to have some form of like, it kind of incentivizes a system where you have to start a company, potentially borrow money. You have to go through certain channels because they gatekeep you with financial barriers. So, you make an awesome game. You did it by yourself, for example, and your gate kept off of consoles because you can't afford to get the ESRB rating that you need, right? Or you can't afford the dev kit from Switch because, an average person probably doesn't have like 10K, to just throw around. And on top of that, Nintendo also has, and for example, I'm using Nintendo for example. Nintendo also has to deem that your game is viable for their console. So you have so many barriers gatekeeping you that I feel like that's also kind of like to keep people from your average person from changing the industry. Now you could say that that's like complaining, whatever. Yeah, of course you can do it. Like, you can make it happen. But the idea that there's so much artificially inflated investment needed to get your game on a console or to get your game out there to a certain degree, it just makes me feel like it's like a system to gatekeep people. So I just wanted to add that part because you touched upon that.
It keeps showing that someone's trying to come into the backstage area on StreamYard. It can only fit about 10 people at the moment. So if there is a space that's open, then I'll let you. I'll just let it be known, and the person can whoever it is can try again. I don't know if it's the same person, different people, but yeah.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and also, like I said, OC, if like you're not talking, try to mute the mic, or just see if you don't have like some kind of like headphones or something, because that's the Geiger counter sound is kind of like intense, bro.
I turned the mic off when you were talking.
Yeah, but the sound is still playing. The sound is still like coming through, but it's not me, bro.
Yeah, I know it's not you, but I don't think it's Frost Baron because his mic is muted.
So I'm just going to try and make it brief right now. And but aside from that, when it comes down to it, I just feel like a lot of this is like I said, suspect. It's strange. It is also concerning because once they get to the easiest prey is adult males who are single, because Chris Rock said something about unconditional love. Children and women and animals get unconditional love. But when it comes to men, what's the condition? You have to be useful, right? So that means when it comes to being able to like what you like as an adult male, it is easy for people to go after you because we have a society that neglects males, and especially like straight males, because if you are like the stereotype alphabet person, then you would have some form of unconditional love as well. And they go after, most gamers. And then once they go for them, then they're going to go for other subject matters in video games and entertainment, such as the violence, right? Because first they go after something like a centimeter of cleavage. Next thing, what do? They go after like I said, the violence, and then they go after the difficulty. Oh, these games are too difficult. I need it to be journal mode. And so
they've been trying to do that for a while too.
Yeah, it's a trickle down effect, and it's just going to reach to a point where we are just going to it's just going to get worse. And right now, I mean, Trump signed the executive order to ensure that the companies can't affect political stopping money from transactions based on political opinions.
Yeah, trying to end ESG.
Right. But the thing is that I'm not sure if it's going to apply to video games, because the thing is, you have Collective Shout, who are complained about a certain type of content which isn't political, even though they're trying to make it political. And I hope the executive order applies to that, because the whole thing of deplatforming somebody just because you don't like them and taking their means of income and, you know, pretty much telling them to disappear forever, like literally disappear, because you have to have income to live, eat, you know, have a roof over your head. And then all of a sudden these people showed up just because there's a cartoon woman that looks better than you. And, you know, it's just nonsense, absolute nonsense. And like you all said, there's other problems in the world. And then all of a sudden, cartoon women are the issue. And it's just mental. It should not never be taken seriously. These people should have never had any form of clout. These companies should have never caved, even though I suspect it might be something else. But at the same time, it's just like the world's on fire and you all are complaining about a cartoon woman. I'm sorry, you can I don't know. Just use your imagination, since YouTube is all sensitive.
I would argue that it's possible that they'll circumvent that act from Trump by just, because all they really have to do to circumvent it is just a guy who's obviously like has a clear and a clear political agenda could just start his own company, right? Like one of these people who are pushing this stuff, and just hire people based on their political beliefs without it being like government funded or like directly funded, because under his discretion he can just hire a bunch of leftists to make the game, and it pretty much circumvents Trump's executive order. So even then, I think that it's going to be hard. It's going to be hard to get rid of them, because it's going to still be something. It's still going to have it's still something that they can easily be worked around, unfortunately. But at least it makes some form of difference, because smaller woke developers that need the investment will be cut off. But you're going to have like your naughty dogs or whatever that are just going to hire the people that they want because they have the money to do so, and you're still going to get a shit ton of like woke crap, unfortunately.
Yep. All this is testing the waters to see how far they can go. And it is just a case of very just strange, mentally deranged people that feel as if this is a issue. And they also were caught supporting movies like Cuties and, things like that. And it's just like these people, they just there's some like I said, this whole situation, something's not right about it. I can't really say too much about it. Just got other things got on my mind. But when it comes down to it, it's something that needs to go away quickly, because we as a society need to really think about other things other than what do people like to spend, adults like to spend their free time doing. It's so stupid.
Yeah. So let's give someone else a chance to speak now. But yeah, you made some good points. Christian Frades, go ahead. What do you think about the situation?
Well, I'm not a fan of collective shout to begin with, anyway, because why couldn't they go after real world problems like conflicts and stuff, and protecting people? Because beautiful female characters in video games and animation are small potatoes. Maybe my image of Major Dr. Ghastly from Evil Con Carne gave them heart attacks, huh?
I hear you, bro. I'm sure it did. They saw that, they were quivering in their boots.
Also, I can't stand the fact that they defended a certain movie on Netflix that rhymes with Pewdies. And this sound clip is my perfect reaction. You degenerate!
Nothing but facts. Nothing but facts. You degenerates. All right. So yeah. So that's pretty much all you have to say on the matter, Christian.
Yep.
All right. So Frost Baron, lay it on us. What are you thinking about it?
Well, first, it's good to be back on here, and And also,
Yeah,
Rev,
good to have
as
you
for
back.
your as for the whole eye situation, I hope that gets better for you. But,
thanks. No, I really appreciate it. Thanks.
Yeah, we all hope it goes well. I'm God. Well, it'll go well. It'll go well.
Yeah, I'm sure it will.
It'll go well.
Whenever they decide to stop, dicking around.
Yeah. But
don't let them dick around your eye though, bro.
Yeah,
that's somebody's weird king dicking around someone's eye. So.
I don't need any jizzle.
No jizzle, no jizzle physics on that eye, bro. All right, anyway, so Frostbearing, continue. My bad, man. I always derail you. My bad.
That's cool. Well, as for this collective shout thing, first of all, I don't really like the group at all. I'm not really a fan at all of any of this censorship. And I really think, although it's been essentially seems like it's come all at once about this payment processing involving this group, I just think this has really been something that's been brewing up for a while now. I mean, for the past decade, all we've pretty much seen are people pushing and trying to censor things within games themselves. And especially in regards to the female form, which is ironic given one of the other subjects for this podcast as well. I mean, we've seen this happening over and over for years. I think this is just another part of an ongoing battle, unfortunately. But yeah, this is definitely some scary stuff, just how it all came in all at once.
Well, you know what they said, right? You know what they say, like in the end times, whether you believe in it or not, you're kind of seeing it. In the end times, they'll try to make beauty ugly, evil good. And I don't know. I would argue you're seeing a lot of that these days, right? Beauty bad, fat, multicultural, feminist, trans good. Kind of weird, right? How they sounds pretty accurate. But I mean, whether you believe in it or not, I'm just kind of being facetious about it. But it is crazy how that's actually happening now. Eve is bad, but fat, buzz cut, pink haired, trans lunatic in the game is somehow okay. That's somehow a good thing that we should expose people to, especially people that are I'm not saying that literally, just for the record. So it's not out of context, but they're pushing it toward, younger people, and apparently to them that's good. But, an idealized female form is somehow bad, especially in a lot of because even then a lot of these games, they're not really that if you're talking about literal ecchi games and hentai games, that's one thing.
Stuff,
yeah, but if you're talking about even something like this just has waifus in it, whatever bullcrap, or Eve from Stellar Blade, is it really that bad? Come on, bro. These characters are if you play Nier Automata or Stellar Blade, the stories are actually do have a lot of depth to them, and it just happens to have a sexy female protagonist, which is the kind of games that 90% of gamers vouch for. The ecchi hentai market is a small niche, but even then, they have the right to their games that they can enjoy as adults. I just wanted to add that in there. So, weird stuff.
This strong bed quote really sums up how I feel about the oversaturation of bald female characters that look a lot like Jada Pinkett Smith.
Exactly. Yeah. That definitely sums it up.
Christian, give us a Legacy of Kain quote. I know you got him.
You think you have defeated me, Kain. It is not possible. I exist in places you cannot find.
I'm a Tony J. Bird.
See,
he
bro.
Would have been great as the architect from The Matrix.
This is why Christian Freitas is amazing, bro. You ask for a Legacy of Kain quote, he just pulls out the Rolodex and slaps it on you, bro. That's awesome. So anyway, Frostbearing, continue on, man.
Yeah. So as I was saying, with it seems like this is just the next step to what these people have been doing for these past decade or so, pretty much since the first time Gamergate came around. And it is, like I said, it is pretty scary because this does have, I think, wider consequences outside of even gaming. I mean, it could just start with games now, but what's to say that groups like this won't push for other things down the line in a similar manner?
Elon Musk says something I didn't like. Block his Visa transactions.
Yeah.
I mean, that's
Or
like
could
that's how it escalates, right? Like, Donald Trump did something I didn't like. Block his finances. Bar him from running his business. Like, that's pretty much. It's just a trickle down of that, right? Like that's just a greater scale of it.
Yep. Pretty much. Yeah, and as a result of that, I'm always going to be against groups like Collective Shout, and any others who are doing this whole censorship thing, because it just never stops at one thing with them. And while I may not be someone who's into the whole gotcha thing, I can see the writing on the wall when it comes to gaming overall, when it comes to what they're trying to do here. And I'm not for it. And that's pretty much all I have to say on this, because I'm pretty sure you guys have pretty much gotten it down here.
It's all been said before, but we appreciate your opinion because you added something to the conversation.
Yep.
All right. So no, no. Thanks for you did. Look, everyone has their own opinion, their own perspective. Even if it's similar, it's still good to hear other people's specific views. So thank you for telling us that. So, Revenant, was that everybody for this subject?
Yes, finally.
Okay, so let's move on to the next subject. I think what would be best is keeping
I'm a Tekken fan, so I can talk about the Tekken topic.
Okay, all right, for sure. So I was gonna say we can. Everyone who's on now, stick around. I love Tekken 2, Christian. I love Tekken, and not literally Tekken 2, but also Tekken also. Weird wordplay there.
Imagine if Major Dr. Ghastly took good care of Kuma and Panda, considering that she treats bears like Boskov well.
Imagine Dr. Briskanovich working with Evil Concarne.
No, Hector Concarne.
Hector Concarne. There you go. So anyway, all right, let's move on to this subject. We'll stick to this panel and we'll get on to the next one. So what's the next topic, Revenue? Are we going to talk about Tekken?
Sure, we can get it to Tekken, and then after that, we can just go in order of the title on the thing. So yeah, we could just get into Tekken since Christian had mentioned it. So if anyone doesn't know, there was Bikini DLC for the characters. Hold on.
The smoke alarm never lies.
No,
I'm joking.
Smoke.
I know.
So I'm trying to multitask. That's all.
You're good, bro. You're good. I'm just playing.
Yeah. So, but anyway, what the hell?
Why don't you just change your damn smoke alarm? Sorry.
That wasn't the alarm.
I know, bro. I know. I'm just talking shit. I'm talking shit. All right.
Next thing you know, I'll be on a plane with you. Anyway, there was DLC where the females look rather manly. They have broad shoulders, big arms and hands and everything. We know about the flat chest, and they really don't have much bodies in this game. I even had mentioned before, Nina looked fairly manly, like the way her jaw was shaped and everything, how she was covered up. And I'm talking about her default outfit in that game.
Yes, I agree.
Like, Azucena is the only one who by default has a bikini costume.
She has no ass and small boobs.
Yeah. So she's like,
she's pretty slender,
doing all that, but she really has no body to speak of, and she's fucking, Latina.
Yeah, it's pretty egregious. And people complain about Katarina. I'd rather have Katarina than Azucena. Maybe not gameplay wise, but design wise. So it is pretty horrible. They've been doing weird stuff with Tekken.
Yeah. So if anyone has opinions on it, or who have seen it, I'm sure a lot of people have seen it. So we can get into that. And there was also a post from Harada where he's like claiming that what the hell was it that there was a bug, it was a glitch, or something, bug or a glitch or whatever. And I just think that's bullshit. I think he's just trying to cover up because it was getting backlash, so he's just trying to save his ass. But
he wants that ESG money.
The game was already having ESG crap anyway, and the freaking avatar, when you create an avatar, just buy type A and B in there.
Listen. I played Tekken 8 a lot.
How the characters are, and I think one of the DLCs where all of a sudden Eddie Gordo's
important, and then but you know what? To be fair, he gets disrespected hard by Heihachi. He does. Like the game by default
it's a shame that it took what's happening now, everything that's been happening with Asuka, for people to realize that Tekken 8 had played ball and bent the knee as on release, bro. Even down to the gameplay has been watered down to appeal to the least common denominator. Like, everything about that game screams that we want ESG money, and this doesn't surprise me at all, bro. Like people are making a big deal about this, but this kind of stuff should have been talked about like months ago. All the female costumes are neutered compared to the old ones. I'm talking about the default outfits. Like you said, a lot of characters, aka Meteor, yep. They look manly. You know, they look more manly. All the fan service costumes are like paid DLC because you have to buy coins and shit like that. Like all the fan service costumes are the old Tekken costumes. All the new costumes are like pretty much covered up unless you're Azucena. But apparently, and as we all know, Azucena is like, you know, she's kind of built like a board, bro. Like,
she's built like Ellie.
She's like not fat, and like she's not fat, and therefore she can wear a bikini and not look obnoxious. But at the same time, it's like, you know, no one's going crazy for Azucena. I mean, some people might, but so my point is that Harada has already been doing this, and to me, that's the bigger like thing at play here, because this isn't new, this isn't sudden, and the fact that so many people overlook this stuff shows me that they're not actually paying attention, and they're not as aware of what's going on as they think they are. So.
Oh yeah. This whole Harada's response is definitely trying to save his tail, because when you are adding a new character or whatever, there's all kinds of things that have to go through, right? So something is not going to instantly be released. You have to talk to all kinds of different departments, marketing, all these different people, brand people, whatever, legal people, and they have to have time before something gets released, right? So even if you do have a character that's original, you know, people have to take their time and look at it. So since they have a lot of time to, you know, observe the material, then of course they're supposed to look and have the playtesters notice, hey, this character looks like they use the male body, right? And it's like, how did they think they were going to get away with this? That's the thing that just gets it really confusing, because it's like, wait a minute. So let me see if I get this right. You are concerned about ESG, but you have a bikini costume thing going on. What's the point of the bikini costume thing when you are constantly censoring every single aspect of these characters? But you know, Tekken 8 represents what I was saying. They neutered the female characters. The gameplay has been changed to appeal to modern audience. I went to one of
lowest common denominator.
Exactly. And I went to one of those video game places. I was playing against somebody. I wanted to get an idea of how this game is. And when I was playing up against this person doesn't seem like they play Tekken. And they kept using the modern mechanics against me. And it felt like I never played the game before. That's the thing. And I've not bought the game, and I really have no plans on buying it, because it feels as if they just said, you know what, you, the person that used to play the game for years, you don't matter to us. And of course, that's the general, you know, argument that a lot of people are saying nowadays. It's something wrong fundamentally with the game. And
it's broken, bro. It's broken. Let me just interject for a second. Just for a second. So before this DLC came out with the bikinis, they had another bikini set that came out, and all the women in the game had like this kind of like some kind of towel or maybe like a skirt or something wrapped around their waist, specifically made so that you couldn't see, like, you know, their assets, like you couldn't see like their lower half, like, until this recent DLC that came back. They came out where like they have the bikinis. So even before this bikini outfit, the first bikini outfit that they had was already nerfed and neutered, and as the Man in the Mountain said, pussification of games. Because even the gameplay, right? Like as you mentioned before, like because I'm the reason why I'm so animated about this is because
James LaRue, he said that.
Okay, James LaRue. So for me, I've been such a Tekken fan for a long time. You know, I've used Mishimas at a pretty high level, at least in Tekken, for quite a while. And like, you know, you do learn all the hard execution stuff or whatever. And then to have a game where it's degenerated into a one button armored 50-50 move that makes you guess, and then everything is 2 combos, you know, you die, right? You get comboed, you make a mistake, right? You enter that 50-50, you fail the 50-50, you die. I am kind of like simplifying it because there are other factors, obviously, right? It's not so black and white, but the fact that the gameplay has been so like a specific style of gameplay is so forced upon you shows that they're not interested in a game that requires as much technical depth, and they're more interested in getting a player who doesn't know how to play to have success without actually, you know, learning the game. And you know, when you have
Evo.
Yeah, exactly. Because when you have a game where you implement ideas like armored 50-50 comeback mechanics along with a rage comeback mechanic, and then like when you add all these things to the game, it just becomes like Mario Party, bro. Like that's how I can explain it. Like, it's just Mario Party. It's like, you know, you flip a coin, you guess wrong. I know that's kind of ironic because Mishimas are all about implementing a 50-50, but at least Mishimas in the past had some execution barrier behind their 50-50s as opposed to, you know, you tap R1 and you have an armored comeback move. So Harada has been playing this game for quite a while now, where he's like trying to like still save face as base Harada, but then he's completely cucked out to Bandai Namco, because I'm sure it's him accepting it, but a lot of it is Bandai Namco being greedy. And like this whole thing about like, oh, it was a glitch. You know how you know it's BS that it's a glitch? Because even when you look at all the females in the bikinis, Asuka's tits, for, you know, I'm just gonna be blunt about it, are actually still slightly bigger than the other female characters. And that may seem minuscule, but that means that there was intention behind her having that physique. Because if everyone had a uniform body type, you could say it's a glitch, it's an error or whatever. But if you can still see minor differences, like very minor differences, it means that it was a deliberate choice by the devs to do that. And Harada is just not that base guy anymore. He cares about money. You know, that's his bottom line. And that's what it is, bro. And like people acting like they're surprised when the game has bullshit monetization. It has like battle pass, whatever, you know, that crap where, you know, you know what I'm talking about, guys. You have all this stuff implemented into the game that it basically took every single modern game design philosophy that's bad and implemented it into Tekken 8. People ignored it, and now they're pretending now that Harada sold out. All of a sudden, Eddie Gordo's deal, a part of the Heihachi story, and he's important. He's important to the story. I love Eddie Gordo, but come on, like, you know what I'm saying? Like, it is what it is, man. He has the Killmonger cut. You know, Nina is completely covered from head to toe, and the character known about her seductiveness is now completely watered down. Like, it is what it is, bro. And I liked Tekken 7. Despite Tekken 7 was already trending in that direction, because even though they had the female designs, they added like armor bullshit, they added comeback bullshit, whatever. But Tekken, and I thought it was bad, but Tekken 8 completely tripled down on it. The fact that I love Tekken so much, played the first game since I was a little boy, and don't want to play Tekken 8, that I've literally deleted the game and have no intention of going back to it, shows you how far it's fallen. And again, Harada sold out. Now, I'll also add that when I played Tekken 8, like for the record, when I played Tekken 8, it's not like a case of like, oh, you're just bad and you're not, you know, you can't cut it. The new Revenant see me play the game. Other people have seen me play the game that have been on this panel. I smoke people in Tekken 8, but it's not fun because the nuance is gone. And without the technical depth of the fighting game, I don't want to play it. And that's just, you know, plain and simple. But long story short, to bring it all back around, this Harada, this bikini stuff, it's just the tip of the iceberg, and people pretending to notice now never really cared about Tekken. They're just, you know, riding the hype wagon with it, talking about this, or they claim to be anti-woke, but they don't really know what that means, because this is not the moment Tekken went woke. It was already going in that direction all of Tekken 8's lifespan.
Yep, exactly. And the other thing is that when it comes down to these games, like Harada had money issues, beg you know, the company, hey, I need some capital to, you know, get this game going, he should have just let it die.
Yeah, the beg for 7. I agree. They should have let it die because of what it turned into. They made 7 and then they casualized it basically because they wanted to appeal to, like Pachi said, the lowest common denominator because he was so desperate for the game to succeed. You completely, abandon your core fan base and what the vision of the series that they originally sought out to do, and now it's basically become unrecognizable for the most part, and is chasing an audience that really doesn't care about the game like that, and that's why Tekken 8 is losing so many players, and they could keep losing players because they're making all these wrong decisions over and over again, and they think it's gonna lead to something good, like more success, like 7, but that's not what's gonna happen.
Nope. And one of the things I have to say about fighting games, one of the things they need to do, they need to bring back the beat 'em up aspect, because beat 'em ups were the original main part of the game, and fighting games in terms of that, the fighting game aspect, the PvP was the support aspect. It was the secondary. It was beat 'em up, then it was the fighting game. And the thing is that with first person shooters, you have the single player and you had the PvP, right? So why do fighting games feel like they can go out alone? Just because Street Fighter 2 did it, that doesn't mean it's going to work again, because there is so limited amount of capabilities for a fighting game. Oh, what, you just better. You add some new skill sets, you add this and that, or some kind of new mechanic, or some kind of new excuse, like, oh, this character can do specials and all this kind of stuff. And it's just like, fighting games have to get back to its roots and accept the fact that it's second fiddle to beat 'em ups.
I gotta disagree with you there a bit, because are you talking about beat 'em ups as in older beat 'em up games, like as in like Streets of Rage and stuff, or do you mean like fighting games having the beat 'em up component in general? Because I feel like based on like fighting games in the last like 30 years or so, I feel like fighting games in the last 30 years have been they've been focused on the multiplayer aspects, like not just multiplayer, but even like the fighting game aspects within the story, right? Like it's the story modes, the arcade modes. Like Tekken had fighting force and stuff, but generally fighting games always been like you beat each opponent and you fight the final boss, get their story ending. I wouldn't necessarily call that beat 'em up, but I do agree with you that there needs to be more single player element. But I disagree that the beat 'em up part takes precedent, because fighting games are their own genre. They're their own thing. I can't say that they're like one is better than the other, and I can't say that fighting games need to embrace being beat 'em ups. I think that I think fighting games have gotten more depth up until recent times, where they completely watered them down. But up until 2014 or so, fighting games had quite a lot of depth to them. They had a lot of like technical stuff you could do, execution barriers that actually don't exist in a lot of beat 'em up games from the past. So I get what you're saying, but I'm inclined to disagree with you here, because fighting games just need to stop playing ball with BS, add more single player modes. Maybe they could add a Tekken Force, or just make the arcade mode more fun. They can add like side modes like team battle, add more unlockables to the game. But I don't think going the beat 'em up route is going to be the answer, because by making it a beat 'em up game, you're going to end up watering down the focusing on that. You're going to end up watering down the multiplayer component, which is like that PvP fighting game component. That's why it's a fighting game. So
let me just add something. Yundadoom Meteor had made a good point. He said live service ruin fighting games, and I agree, because they have that live. They'll have this live service mechanic to it. This approach to the game. Look how long Tekken 7 was around, when you could have gotten, I don't know, Tekken Tag 3. You could have already had Tekken 8. And it's just because they just milk the same game for years, and you think about it, they Tekken 7 all those years, it just made the game worse. Look what's going on with Tekken 8. The game was worse for it. There's no improvements really, and people, when's the next
there's
one going to come out?
improvements.
And then what is the state of the game going to be in Tekken 9? It's going to be more the same, but they're going to double down on what people don't want because it takes a different crowd, and it's also adds to what Burf had just wrote about the fighting game community. You look to what those people look like.
Weirdos.
I mean,
a lot of them are weirdos.
kind of that tells you the whole story of who they're catering to.
Let me tell you guys something.
That community is full of fucking weirdos, like people with a lot of issues that need help, need to get off that game, need to be in a therapy session, and they're not going to give them good advice. They're going to defend the shit. They're going to consume it no matter what. But these are the people they listen to.
Let me give you some anecdotal stuff.
Them and the journalist.
Let me give you something anecdotal, right? Listen, I shit you not. I shit you not. Listen, this is absolutely true. You guys are gonna have to trust me, bro, on this one. Every single Zafina player that I've ever talked to in a lobby in Tekken has been trans. Every single one. I shit you not. Granted, it's not a huge pool of players, but if I can play against 5 different Zafinas in different lobbies unrelated to each other and they're all happen to be trans, that there's something going on there, in my opinion. That's not a coincidence. So just to lean into what Revenant's saying, and a lot of them are a lot of fighting game players are far left, kind of weirdos. A lot of them are, unfortunately.
Yeah, that's the other thing that makes it so weird is that a lot of the fighting games, the FGC people, a lot of them are these outward, just loud libs like Maximilian. And he has this one guy that's with him. I can't remember his name. He has dreadlocks and stuff, and he's like sometimes when you watch some of his streams, this guy would say something about Trump or whatever, and it's kind of just okay, you don't have to like Trump, but at the same time, it's just we're talking about fighting games here. We're talking about cartoon characters beating the snot out of each other on a television screen, and you want to bring up Trump, and it's just really, pal? And here's the other thing about fighting games that I have a problem with. Tournaments. Tournaments have really made things so difficult to enjoy the game. Because when you play a game online, you'll come across a lot of the sweats, but you're not going to get too many of them. And now you have a lot of desperate people. You have, various people unemployed or these parents that tell their kids, you're going to be an FGC champion. And then all of a sudden you're going to have to go up against those people. And then you're going up against cheaters, and you got all these people doing hacks, which I'm surprised they actually got away with. And you can't even enjoy the online gameplay because you have a new group of people that think they're going to be a millionaire by playing a video game. And you have to, as a normal person or just the average player, you're just you have to deal with these people. And I just feel something is definitely wrong with fighting games. And aside from that, but when it comes to the that character, Asuka just looking like that. I'm going to say the last thing about this. It reminded me of a story about a video game dev where she said the default setting for a lot of these engines have these very androgynous or more leaning towards masculine features, and the companies sometimes they tell people, don't bother trying to make the females look like the females. Just work with the default and just release the game. And I think this is another case of we have just people that are a mix of scared and laziness. And Harada going around saying, oh my gosh, I just noticed this. No, you knew it. You're the head. Come on now. Aside from that, that's what I got to say about this.
Good points. You made some good points. I want to say one thing that you mentioned. I want to talk about one thing you mentioned. When it comes to competitive fighting games, when you're playing multiplayer or you're playing online, unfortunately, it's a self-fulfilling loop. right? Players get extremely good at a game because they become complex and become technical. So they beat down players that are worse than them. So then the developers add mechanics to help the bad players, the players that are not good, that don't have like the combat IQ or don't have the motivation to become better, can have a chance against them. But then those better players adapt, and then they abuse the mechanics that were meant for worse players, and it becomes an infinite loop of you keep trying to water down the game for new players when all it does is make the better players have more dangerous weapons, and it oppresses the newer players further. That's why I think, in my opinion, a comeback mechanic in a game should not be it shouldn't be like armored. It shouldn't be one button, whatever. Everything that you do should come down to you being good at the game. Everything that you accomplish in a game online, a multiplayer game, should be because you are good enough to achieve that result. If the game isn't fun for you as a player, for example, because there are people online that are like sweaty, there are definitely a bunch of sweats online, then maybe that game isn't for you. Or again, like I said, they should have offline modes for people who are more interested in the lore and the characters, kind of like how the old Mortal Kombat games had. So I think there's a bit of nuance there, right? Because I don't think there's anything wrong with there being depth in a game. I think it's trying to appeal to the more casual players that has actually hurt and made the games even more oppressive, right? Because now it's like, all right, you give somebody a knife to fight this like jacked, like huge, like super soldier, but then now that super soldier has a knife too, so he's still a super soldier. Now he just has a knife to kill you with. So I think there is nuance there, but I generally agree that they need to like add more single player modes, make modes that are like fun for new players. But I think that the multiplayer component should hold its integrity, because that's the only way to like, every game is not for everyone. It'll be the same thing like Dark Souls or any other game. It's like Dark Souls is too hard for a lot of people. They shouldn't play them, right? Like, I don't want to play like Barbie's Dream House, but there's some girl out there that wants to play Barbie's Dream House. Like, there's certain genre. I don't care much for like Forza, right? But there are people that are crazy hardcore in Forza. If I try to play Forza casually, I'm going to get wrecked. So unless I decide to get better at the game, I have to accept that I either play the offline mode or I force myself to get better at it, right? And that's just the nature of it. It's not like an obligation to have to play this mode or have to play a new game. It's like, even if it's a series that I like for example, I used to love Tekken, but Tekken 8 sucks to me. So I understand if the game's not for me and I'm not going to play the game. Whether I'm good at it or not is irrelevant, because if I'm not having fun, right? Like, if I'm not having fun, the matches all feel the same. It doesn't matter that I'm winning. It just doesn't feel good. So I think that's the nuance there. But you also made like a lot of good points. So, kudos to you. And Christian, Christian already gave his opinion on Tekken yet?
Nope.
No.
So go ahead, Christian.
When I played Tekken 8 on my brother and I's PS5, I was excited at first, only to realize that it catered too much to the casual and modern audiences. I still like playing Kuma to this day, but it felt quite off and played it too safe. Also, I don't like Harada.
Would you agree he sold out? He used to be based, but he sold out big time. I lost a lot of respect for him. He totally sold out.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, definitely shouldn't be confused with Kazurada from My Hyperthium Yumi. After all, I love collecting money.
Young Dedu made a good point. He made a couple good points. He said they're scared to do that. A live service needs more players. And exactly, bro. And that's what I was trying to get at, because I agree with you. And that's why they don't care. That's why the games are the way they are, which is why I dropped them. Because again, they need the players. They need the sweats. They need the FGC people. They need the tournament people. But then they're neglecting the other user base. And when people supported it anyway, just like any other game, when people say, I don't like this, but then they still buy the game, it's the same mentality. You're telling the company that this is going to make money, so they're going to double down on it. So you actually made some really good points, Young to Doom. Casual audience has to feel good playing your game to continue playing it. And if they don't feel good getting oppressed, then they're be by a better player. Then getting better is too hard, so they're gonna stop playing the game. So again, it comes down to, all right, let's make the game watered down for casuals. But again, it's just an infinite cycle, like I said before, of perpetuating the oppression that a better player would deal to a worse player. So
Yonder Doom, Square Enix publishes Dragon Quest, but they're just as bad as Bandai Namco anyway. So.
Oh, good. It's good you mentioned that. I wanted to say that the only fan base that has more weirdos in it than fighting games, Revenant. You know which one it is? It's the
Final
RPG
Fantasy.
games. Well, Final Fantasy, RPG games, like like the CRPG or like like games like
Western RPGs.
Yeah, Western. Those are like some of the.
Oh my god, Dragon Quest. Not Dragon Quest. I'm sorry, Dragon Age. Dragon Age.
I feel like they're neck and neck. I feel like when it comes to weirdo, like those feminists you hear online talking about, oh, it's just a character. It's just a character. It's just a choice. It's like, what do you care if there's a gay character in the 1400s? But like those people are complete activist weirdos. They're like the fighting game players, and them are like neck and neck.
Are you scared about the gay character and the black character?
You need to stop it, Revenant. Stop it, Revenant. Because you got that S going on.
I bet you are an incel. I bet you are.
Meanwhile, she's probably the only woman who failed at like a online e-thought career. People were like, "Yo, you're too board shaped to get the interest you want." So time to grift game. Time to start grifting. I'm about to say Griffin Gaming. Grifting Gaming. So Frost Baron, do you have any thoughts on it?
Well, I haven't really played Tekken 8 or generally a number of fighting games that kind of come out because I'm not really a big fan of the whole microtransaction thing where they just have the outfits come out later on to be paid for, or just having characters come out in these passes, which Street Fighter has been doing as well too. But I do have some experience with Tekken. When I was younger, I played Tekken 1, and I also played Tekken 6 as well, and 3, though it's been a bit since I played it. But getting back onto this subject, I did see the video about the DLC and the swimsuits with, I believe it was the video with Asuka and Lilia, if that's the characters' names. And if there's anybody who tries that whole gaslighting thing where they try and say that there's not something going on with the whole ESG stuff in regards to them censoring or trying to do this whole body dysmorphia when it comes to like females with males, they need to take a look at that because my God, like the shoulders and like the hands and arms on both of them. And what got me even more is that when I looked at Asuka, I didn't even really see a neck on her. Like it looked like her head was pretty much right there at the same level as her shoulder.
It looked like she was flexing her traps, right? It looked like when you you ever were in the gym and you did like shrugs? It looks like she's doing a permanent shrug.
Yeah, look, she has the neck of like a power lifter. Honestly,
she's shrugging too much to
seen them. It's just
so. What you're saying is two women with Brock Lesnar shoulders and hands is not attractive. You're saying?
No, it's not attractive.
Okay, glad we cleared that one up. I was unsure, but so all right. I'll continue on.
Oh yeah. Well, yeah. As I was saying, it's as much as it sucks to say. It seems like, it definitely seems like Tekken and Bandai Namco are definitely going down the ESG route. It's unfortunate to see because I do have a fondness for Tekken, especially in the past. But I don't think there's any denying it at this point. And in fact, going back to that whole gameplay thing you mentioned, I have seen a lot of other Tekken players point out the lack of balance issues when it comes to this recent Tekken, Tekken 8 as well. But hearing you talk about it definitely makes sense why. Why?
Yeah, because people will try to gaslight. They'll try to, like, if they hear me saying this and they're hardcore fans, they're gonna try to gaslight and be like, "Oh, you're not good at the game." But here's the thing: I play characters with high execution, doing shit that you will never do in your entire career of playing Tekken. So I don't care what those people say. They can't gaslight me because I understand the game mechanically and fundamentally. So, in to that regard, it's like what I'm saying. When the game came out and I was saying this shit, lo and behold, Arslan Ash, Need, the best players in the game are echoing my thoughts. And this, I said, well, I didn't publicly post it online, but I was saying the shit about the game before they publicly criticized the game themselves, and their complaints are the same. I'm not saying I'm on their level because I'm definitely not, but it just shows you that, like, there's some truth there. If the two best players in the game don't like the game and are only playing it because they're financially obligated to do so, which is a terrible reason to play the game. I just want to read a few comments because Man in the Mountain made a few. He said, I always say that many games seem to be designed to be streamed and not to be played, if that makes sense. And I completely agree with that. That feels like a lot of games nowadays, that they just feel like they're supposed to be streamer fodder and they just lack any substance. Like, they might as well be made by AI, right? Like, they're just like content for the sake of content. Like, when was the last time Call of Duty, for example, didn't just feel like more content? Right? So, I just wanted to point that out because I thought that was a good point.
Yeah. And I've already seen enough with those skins they've been doing recently.
Oh, well, you did. Well,
lost a lot on it.
They got that Tomb Raider, right? Remember that Lara Croft? Larry Croft? So,
I don't think I saw that one, but from what you sounded like
he looked like Leon S. Kennedy with a wig.
Oh, oh, Jesus. Ugh.
Okay, so everybody made their piece about Tekken here, right? So let's switch it out and get other people so they can give their opinions.
Cool.
Revenant's changing the fire alarm batteries, the smoke alarm batteries.
Nah, I was defusing a bomb.
Tekken 6 was amazing. I bought it on 3 consoles. I love Tekken 6, Young to Doom. I don't know how competitively you played it, but Lars and Bob were kind of crazy, bro. I remember at the end of Tekken 6's life, I remember Tekken 6 competitively, everyone was playing as Bob and Lars. It was the same thing that happened with Leroy Jenkins and I call him Leroy Jenkins, Leroy and Fakumram, because they were so overpowered that everyone abused them. I mean, like, in the end of the day, from a casual perspective, they can be considered, like, fun to some degree. But I think if you play Tekken 6 at any, like, level that's competitive, like, Bob and Lars were pretty much broken in that game. They were absolutely broken. That's why in Tekken 7 and Tekken 8, they punished Lars so hard because, and I believe Bob too. No, I was getting dropped again. Okay, so that's fair. So yeah, I'm not trying to, like, say you weren't good at the game. I'm just saying that the high level guys were like Bob and Lars were like completely broken. Like, that's why they got nerfed so hard in 7, where like Lars was pretty much useless in 7 if you had any kind of like ability to like block and punish, and whatever. So it's just weird. That's technical stuff that's boring. Mm-hmm. Yo, Marty says, "Is the backstage clear to join?" Revenant. Only you can answer that.
Not yet. Unless someone who's backstage wants to exit, if they want. If I don't know, depends.
Lara Croft in the huge slong.
I saw the Netflix one. She looks horrible. They ruined her chest. Mm-hmm.
Lara Croft in the epitaph of beef.
Yuck. I don't like
disgusting.
that. Yeah, they ruined female characters from pretty to ugly. I'm like, what is this? Look at Stella Blaze, so hot, good looking, and these freaking game journalists get mad about it, upset and meltdown. I'm like, I don't care. I like female characters to be hot and sexy again. Come on now.
You sure you don't want Leon S. Kennedy in a drag in Call of Duty? You sure you don't want Larry Croft? That's not what you want, right?
If they were hot and sexy, I'll play it.
Okay, so you definitely don't want Larry Croft then, because she could cut diamonds with that jawline, bro.
She's like a Brock Lesnar. No thanks.
Bro, like if you know what though, Royce, you should really look at it online because you're gonna laugh. Because I mean, Melina, you've seen it before, right?
Yeah, I'll go check that out.
Which like
Call of Duty, Lara Croft. Like,
oh my God, that was it's like honestly, it's at a point. It's a contest of who can make Lara Croft the most hideous. Like,
Oh my
I don't
God.
get
if it was a contest, they won, bro.
Yeah, they definitely won. They definitely won. That was ugly. Who did? They deserve to be fired and held on a cross and burning. Because oh my God, that was ugly.
You know what else they put in Call of Duty? Beavis and Butthead, American Dad, and Griffin crap. I'm like, what the?
They put didn't they put Seth Rogen in there?
Yup.
Jeez.
Remember, kids. But Royce, you're forgetting Fortnite made super amounts of money with the skins, so Call of Duty got to do it too. You know how it goes, bro.
Fortnite did irreparable damage to gaming.
It is,
bro. What? Screw immersion. Screw immersion. I want to play as Barney the dinosaur as a guest character in Call of Duty, bro. Doesn't matter. I'm trying. Screw my immersion, bro. Come on, man. Fortnite. Let's play as Brian the dog, bro. Brian the dog with a freaking AK-74U, bro.
Yeah.
Like,
Oh, hell no. Please do not put Barney and Dinosaur in it. Ew. Hell no. Look at Battlefield 6. Look how many people sign up for this game. Have you guys seen that? How about you, Apollo?
Hurt Apollo's feelings.
Apollo's really hype on the game, man.
I've been watching a lot of YouTube videos like Ghost Gaming, and there's literally 300,000 something people. It might be like 1 million people playing the open beta right now, and Black Ops 6 has over like 56,000 players right now. Nobody doesn't care about the new season pass going on. New Call of Duty. So yeah, I'll keep it short and simple. That's how I think Battlefield 6 is gonna just flat out the new Call of Duty. Just saying.
No, Battlefield 6 Apollo is gonna defeat Call of Duty. Is gonna teach him a lesson not to go this route. Go ahead.
Yeah. But Battlefield, here's my thing. I'm sorry.
Y2Viral had a question. Which one was worse? Call of Duty Lara Croft or Rainbow Six 2B?
That's a difficult ass question, Y2. That's a difficult ass question to answer.
You know what? I'll answer it.
Apex Legends, when they added Aerith in the game, you seen her?
Yes, that's a bad one too. That one was one of the worst. You know what? I'm gonna say 2B is the worst because I'm gonna explain why. I'll explain why. Because even though Lara Croft looks kind of worse, we've been conditioned to Lara getting uglier over the years, so it wasn't a surprise. 2B being a hideous guest character and looking the way she did was a unnecessary shock that I feel is much more like vile. Considering like 2B hasn't had as much like bad representation as Lara. So I would say that the 2B one is worse because we're kind of conditioned to Lara like losing her femininity over the years. Even though it's not good, it's not as surprising.
That's not cool, bro. And like I said, Call of Duty, I'm sorry, that franchise need a whole reset. Fire all these bad people out. Seriously.
Man on the mountain, that is not. We don't want that.
No.
What are you talking about, Melina? Stop lying.
No, you should. Leave me alone, Revenant.
No, I ain't trying to hear that.
No, I don't want any more Deborah Wilson.
Oh, hell no.
Oh, my God.
I'm not in support.
Imagine Deborah Wilson cast as 2B. Jeez.
Oh, hell no. Isn't that the woman who plays Suicide Squad?
I'm be on the edge of the roof.
Imagine her cast as Eve from Stellar Blade.
Oh, hell no.
My God.
It better not. I don't want to see Deborah Wilson. Isn't that the woman who played Suicide Squad game Flop? And Warner Brothers have not learned their lesson. And guess what, guys? Warner Brothers will make another live service game.
Yes.
Yeah.
She's basically...
They don't learn their lesson.
Yeah. And guess what? Warner Brothers Studio want to do another live service game. I'm like, what the... Have they not learned their lesson?
Do you expect them to learn their lesson? Has any game company showed you they learned their lesson? They're just gonna do it. It's like when people, you know what it's like when people say, "Oh, no one's ever tried real communism." It's like, well, this time when we do it, maybe millions of people won't die, right? Like this time when we do the live service, maybe it will actually do good. You know, like that's them, bro. Like they have this endless optimism because
they want to keep doing this live service shit. And it's
you know what's a good
keeps failing, keep dumping money and wasting money, pouring it down the drain. You're not getting anything in return.
Just flushing it down the drain, bro.
Actual good games, and they're wasting a whole generation on PS5 of complete and utter slop and wasting remasters and remakes of shit that no one gives a fuck
Nobody
about,
asked
like fucking
for.
Horizon.
They should have remade in a better. They should have remade them in a better era.
8 boy.
Yeah, just like Revin and Jabachi said, you guys are right because this has gone ridiculous. And this live service game idea, whoever come up with that, should be fired immediately. You know?
Well, think about it, bro. Like, if you're making a game, and like, all right, because I wanted to make this analogy earlier, right? It's like, you know, people see one person win the lottery, right? Like, you see a Fortnite, you see like what's the other one called that everyone was playing for a while?
Minecraft.
No, not Minecraft. The
Our World?
Not Our, that battle game, that battle. What the hell? Why am I can't remember the name of it. It's like that multiplayer hero shooter. I forgot what it was called. Not Fortnite. What's the other one?
Overwatch?
There's a hero shooter. Overwatch. There you go. That was the name. So Overwatch made a bunch of money. Fortnite made a bunch of money, right? So look at the analogy that the people that are pushing this, the execs, they're like a person who saw someone else win the lottery. And they think that, hey, if we keep buying tickets, if we just keep buying tickets, eventually we'll win the lottery too. It's like the same like mentality. It's like, oh, if we keep making this product that people don't want, eventually it's going to be like Fortnite. Eventually it's going to be like Overwatch. But the reality is that, you know, it's like trying to make a new Minecraft or something, right? It's just like something strikes lightning in a bottle. It works, but it doesn't mean it's going to work every time. And these companies, they keep having this insistence that if they make a live service game, it's going to make as much money as those games, and they almost never do. They only lose money. You know, it's like you're not going to win. You could think you're going to win the lottery. You might win it, but, you know, the odds aren't really in your favor, bro. You know, it's not impossible, but it's probably not going to happen.
So, does anyone have anything to say about Tekken, the DLC, you know, the DLC
for sure,
situation? Or if not, we can move on to the next topic.
I'll say, girls, welcome to the club. Well, they were already a part of the club, but with these swimsuits, I got to look at them. I'm like, oh my God, this is terrible. Why are her shoulders are broader than her hips? How is this possible? But the men are on point. I just like, if that's not a clear, distinct difference and jab and clear agenda, you are an idiot or you're disingenuous as hell. Like, there's no way you can look at that. Like, look at the women. And their shoulders are they're broader than their hips. And it's just like, oh my God. It's like, girls, welcome to the club. It's okay. I'll be here to hug all of them. and the lacking of assets. And it's pitiful. It's disgusting. It's like, if it's not that, like, oh, we'll show you skin, but we're going to make them look more masculine. But, you know, but you'll see their figure or what remains of their figure when they're more covered up. It's like, damned if you do, damned if you like, we can't win. we just won't win. And I'm sorry for huge Tekken fans. Like, I like Tekken. Like, I like the story. It's also funny to me. But I'm very sorry that, because it's like, for me being like a Mortal Kombat fan, I hate to see other franchises that people really favor, that's their favorite, suffer the same fate.
Or a box?
Huh?
No, it's not like you were in a closet or put yourself in a box.
My mic is in my shirt. I'm sorry, my bad.
It was getting suffocated by her assets.
Mm-hmm. They were getting suffocated. Actually, I try to keep it out on top so I don't sound muffled. My bad. But what
the gravitational pull is too powerful, right? And it just gets
honestly, that's the only thing I can explain it, because it will be on my chest, and then it'll somehow get in my shirt, and I won't know until you guys point it out. So my apologies, but I feel so bad because I don't like to see other franchises that other people are huge fans of have like suffer the same fate, you know, and it's like with me, I'm numb to it now, unfortunately. And it sucks. I hate to say it, but I'm numb to it because it was Mortal Kombat, then Resident Evil, then Tomb Raider, then God of War. It's like so many of my favorite franchises that I like grew up with or even got into later in later in life. It's just like, man, the drastic difference. And like we just went so backwards. That I just all I can say is like I'm really sorry, and that because it's just it's very unfortunate and it's not right at all. And it's like the only thing we could do because we're not the developers. It's like they make the calls. They're gonna do what they're gonna do anyway, and especially since it show their true colors of like they go where the money goes, and they're parenting off of other franchises that are like what you guys said earlier about Overwatch and like Apex Legends and Fortnite, you know, because they saw them do it and how successful that was. Like the success they got, now they want to do it too. And then, but just because live services was meant for them, like they got their success, that didn't mean that it was going to happen for you too. You know, like certain things, if you guys get what I'm saying, like certain things are meant for that particular person, group, or in this case, like the live services work and they function and they're successful with that type of game. But when you take that element and you put it into a fighting game, and then you're also picking up like the agendas the activists are trying to push out and whatnot, and you're trying to cater to them. I said this earlier, that the message is getting lost, or in this case, the point of video games are getting lost. They're not fun anymore. They're soulless cash grabs that they're just like amalgamations of activism and like corporate slop, and it's a hot mess to where it's like, what is this? And then y'all price is so high, and it's really expensive now. We all work very hard. We're not gonna pay nearly $100 for crap, and y'all really sell it to us like we're gonna either until we give in, or y'all just not gonna get y'all just not gonna get paid. Y'all bills are not gonna be left unpaid, or y'all businesses are gonna, or like the headquarters are just gonna go in shambles, which is what is happening. But then again, like even with that, they're not learning because they keep doing it. It's like, I guess y'all just gonna have to fall into oblivion in order for the light bulb to switch on and face the fact that what y'all, especially the ones that were at once based and had like they didn't care about all that stuff, and then you render yourselves to this in 2025. It's just like really disgusting.
I got 2 words for you. Resident Evil Resistance. That's a perfect example of them trying to play to a trend that nobody wanted, and it cost them a shit ton of money and was like pretty much forgotten. Exactly. They were trying to do Resident Evil Resistance was basically their version of like a hero game, right?
Dead by Daylight.
You're playing Wesker, you're playing iconic Chris, you're playing Jill from RE5. What it's like, but then you play the game and it fucking sucks.
Wasn't it called RE Verse? Is that the other one they were doing?
There were 2 of them. There were 2 of them, but it was just a rehashing of crap. They might as well be the freaking same thing. They're so similar to each other.
I just want to say,
hold on. Before you go, I just want to say one thing. I just want to read a comment real quick because Y2 made a good point, and I just want to, before we forget, he said, Y2 said, hold on. They ruined it because this is an important point. Because I just want to, because like, look, everyone's glossing over this, and I just want to make it very clear. Tekken 8 was already doing woke shit long before this bikini business. Because Y2 Viral made a perfect point. They ruined Tekken. To be honest, half of the custom clothes that were accessible in older titles are locked behind battle passes, repeated DLC characters, and the heat mechanic, and it just sucks. So I just want to, I'm glad he said that clearly because again, all those things. Why are all the only sex appeal is locked behind battle pass costumes that are old costumes from the old games, bro? Like that's fucking insane.
Mortal Kombat did that too, and it's like
that's
why
insane.
they were the classic skins. Why do I have to pay for something that was free or that was the default? Like in the early 90s, like I hated that, and that's bullshit. Like I have to pay to get my sex appeal. Like no.
But here's what makes it worse, Melina. These costumes were, a lot of them were already unlockable. So it's not like, oh, we didn't see them since Tekken 1. Like they were like in multiple games as like unlockable shit. So the costumes have been modernized in each game except 8, where they're just rehashing Tekken 7. You get what I'm saying? So I just want to point that out because it shows you that they already were doing scummy shit. And it kind of like annoys me that it took this bikini crap 2 years or whatever into the game's lifespan before people actually say what that game already was doing, which was doing modern audience BS.
2 things real
Dead or Alive 6 is worse.
Yeah.
It
The way
was
they
worse.
handled it.
I just want
real
to say
quick, what's up, Emerald Taurus? And let me
Emerald Taurus.
Emerald Taurus. Y2 Viral had a question about the WWE PLEs going to ESPN.
Yes.
ESPN Plus, whatever the fuck. Terrible. I'm definitely not going to get it.
Dumb.
And the quality of the product does not justify the price for it, or even having to go through different streaming services to watch, whatever the fuck it may be, like Netflix for Raw. Like Raw fucking sucks. I rarely watch the YouTube clips because I just see what's there and it looks fucking
It's
boring.
fucking ass now.
Like the booking and creative in there is fucking terrible. There's no real payoff. It's like with the John Cena heel turn, like that amounts to nothing. It was a waste. They didn't know what the fuck they were doing. They just did it for the moment, and then they didn't think of the long term. It's like, it's just the same shit with everyone else. And
then we both came up with ways they could do it like better too. We both came up with ways where like they could easily have resolved that.
Or even people who aren't even like huge wrestling fans who just know of John Cena or remember him for like maybe like 10 years ago or whatever could probably come up with something more interesting, more like well thought out for whatever amount of months that they would want to do it. But instead, it's like they did some dumb shit, and then when you watch the fucking PLEs, pay-per-views, whatever you want to call it, a lot of them are fucking letdown. Fucking SummerSlam on Saturday was ass. Then Sunday was barely. It was better, but that's not really saying much. And Brock Lesnar coming back didn't automatically just make it like so much better.
Brock Lesnar shows up. Brock Lesnar shows up. They're like, all right, we're gonna. Cool, Brock Lesnar's back. Everyone's excited, but John Cena is gonna fight Logan Paul first for no reason, just because
he wants SmackDown.
So why would you blow your load introducing Brock Lesnar now when you could have just fucking waited till after he did the Logan Paul shit? Like what the hell? It's so dumb. Their booking is terrible. John Cena could have been booked better because again, his promo that he did the week before. He had the match with Cody. He could have just did that promo after the match, and it would have given you an actual payoff to the storyline instead of turning him face for no reason before the match, and then it's like you get nothing out of it. It's like, oh yeah, John Cena and Cody became friends, and now they're having a match as friends. Great. When you lose the emotional weight of John Cena getting the dog shit kicked out of him, he's like, you know what I did was wrong. Thank you, Cody. You beat some sense into me. I'm not that John Cena. They could have had great moments in that match with John Cena hesitating, slowly becoming face, realizing this or whatever. They had so many opportunities, and instead of doing any of that, they just again, like they always do, like Revenant was pointing at, doing things in the moment and blowing their load with no payoff, and then they expect people to care. So no one's gonna sit here and chase WWE through every streaming service because WWE's new MO is this company is gonna offer us $100 billion if we go exclusively to them. So then they do it. Then they go to another company. Oh, they're gonna offer us $100 billion to be exclusive to them, and they do this every few years. And what they don't realize is that they're making money by being paid by the networks that are hiring them, but they're losing people caring about the product. And when the people don't care about the product, the viewership's going to decline. The streaming service is not going to want to pay them that much money again because they realize that the product's not getting the views they want, which is ad revenue for them, and they're just going to have a harder and harder time finding
Fox
a net.
dropped SmackDown because it wasn't getting the views that they were getting, and SmackDown was getting more viewers than Raw. So what does that tell you?
You know what I mean? This is like literally the equivalent. This is exactly the equivalent of how game companies get ESG money to make bad games, but they don't realize they're destroying their brand. And when the ESG money dries up, then now they're dead. So that's kind of what's happening to WWE.
I want to mention one last thing about Brock Lesnar. like this could be a quick rant. I'm sorry, I know we're a little sidetracked, but I just want to get into that real quick because actually was meaning to talk about this earlier before we started the topics, but I completely forgot. But thank you, Y2, for reminding me to get into that. People complain about Brock Lesnar coming back and whatever and shit like that. First of all, the woman in the lawsuit, Janelle Grant, she's a fucking hoe and a gold digger. She's only suing Vince McMahon because he stopped paying her money. And this woman had a fucking love letter to Vince McMahon and shit. And she's not a victim. She liked it. She enjoyed it. She's only suing because she wanted more money. She wanted to switch up on Vince McMahon because she stopped getting what she wanted, which is fucked up. You participated in something you were fully aware of. You got what you wanted out of it, which was fucking money. And then when he stopped giving you your whole ass money, then you want to go ahead and sue him and act like a victim. And then you got fucking John Laurinaitis or whatever the fuck his name, laryngitis, fucking claiming he's a victim of Vince McMahon too, or whatever. Not sexually or anything, not that I know of, but he's claiming he was, I think, manipulated or some shit, like a bunch of bullshit. Like people were going after, ganging up on the one guy or whatever. And that's not to say that Vince McMahon's entirely innocent, but I'm not gonna act like fucking this Janelle Grant bitch is fucking, like a saint and she's doing something for women and whatever. Like they always try to pull that shit, like they're like the lawyer fucking coming out saying like, this is for women out there. This is so they don't get taken advantage of. Yeah, this is only because you want more money. You weren't satisfied with what you had before, so now you want more out of it. And hope she loses the suit. And then you bring up Brock Lesnar when he had nothing to do with it. I don't believe the story that fucking Vince McMahon had the fucking was sending this woman to Brock so we can sign a new contract, because honestly, she's not ugly, but she's not the best looking woman like out there. He could have fucking handed fucking Brock Lesnar. He could have handed Brock Lesnar Natalia over this woman. Fucking, but Brock ain't gonna fucking sign a new contract for some random ass mid-tier woman. He's just gonna want more money, if anything. So, yeah, I'm sorry. That's all I have to say about that. But Royce, you had something to say?
I was saying this about Melina Chan said she had a point. What's been happening with gaming industry and all this, like Tekken 8. And when I saw the female character Tekken 8, I'm like, why she has muscular arms? That's not pretty to me. And Melina had a good point about what's been going on in the industry and all this. And like, this ESG should be outlawed and illegal for real.
Well, it's becoming illegal. So, but I want to say something because Revenue made good points. He was talking about how, this stuff with what's her name, Janelle Grant, right? Like, you ever notice that when it benefits them, this is why I don't think if you choose your career over your dignity, then your regret does not make you a victim. I don't agree with that ideology that you regret. For example, you sleep with a scummy music director. Not music director. What's it called? A producer, because you want your career to advance. You can always say no and decide your dignity is worth more than fame and money, right? It doesn't excuse the guy being a creep in that regard. But at the same time, if you find it so indignant, you being famous is not a necessity for your life. It's not like life and death, right? Like you can say, hey, I don't want to do this. This guy's a creep. And if more women did stuff like that in the beginning, then a lot of those people wouldn't get away with things as long as they do. Because the truth is that they like the fact that it propelled their career and got them where they wanted to be, and it was a sacrifice they were willing to make, which in my definition does not make them a victim. It makes him kind of scummy for abusing these women in the sense that they're like, using the situation to take advantage, but the women are not necessarily victims because they could say no. The only time that they are victim is when they don't actually have a choice. So with Janelle Grant, the fact that she played ball off that for so many years, right? Like you said, writing love letters to Vince McMahon. Now, and like you said, now that the money's dried up, she changes her tune and she wants to act like this is for women and that Vince is a monster. It's like we have to look at it and understand things with nuance, right? Because again, people now, they don't think of things with nuance anymore. They just look at it like, oh, well, this person said this person, well, it's wrong to do this. Well, let's look at the actual story, the actual person, the actual events themselves, and you'll come to the determination that, yeah, you could say it's a powerful man taking advantage of a young, attractive woman, but you can also say it's a young woman taking advantage of a situation to propel her career.
She could have walked away.
She could have walked away,
but you decided to stay.
Exactly, and I don't have.
She's not even young like that either.
I know. I'm just saying generally, right? It's like, and I'm gonna give you like something that's like a lesser extent of this, but it's the same principle. You're a woman like Scarlett Johansson. You make millions of dollars of your career of being the hot bitch in movies, right? You're the hot, like, cute girl. You're the slutty girl. You're the beautiful superhero, whatever. Her career is tied to her beauty. The second that she starts aging, now she's a feminist. Now she says, oh, well, you know, these roles, I never wanted them. I never liked them. They were never great, all this stuff. Why? Is it because you really cared about it, or are the calls drying up? Are you not getting the same role offers? You stop benefiting from it. And to me, you know, like, that to me is a disservice to women who actually do suffer. Because, you know, there are guys that actually just literally force themselves on women, obviously, and that's actual abuse. We don't want to muddy what abuse actually is, because words like that have so much weight to them that we have to like preserve their meaning, right? It's like racism or anything else like that. Like, if you're calling someone if you're making yourself a victim because a rich guy didn't call you back and you regret it now, and now all of a sudden you're saying he took advantage of you, you're muddying the word of what SA or what being a victim is. And you see it all the time, you know? It's pathetic, it's disgusting, and I feel like we have to acknowledge that, you know, like, there's like a thing that says like, there's, you know, that I know you heard this before, where it's like, believe all women, and I think that's a dumbass thing to do. I think that's fucking dumb.
Yeah.
I think
As a
that's
woman,
stupid.
it's like, it is stupid, and I agree and can back that up. As a woman, like, it's after a while, like when this first started to become a thing, like the Me Too movement and all that, it's very frustrating that there will be women that knew what they were doing when they were brought the idea or a proposition of some sort, and they had a choice, they could walk away, but they didn't. They went along with it because they knew they would benefit from it. And once they stopped benefiting from it, and like you said, and Revenant said, like the well runs dry, now all of a sudden, oh, he hurt me, he did this and then that, and he took advantage of me. And it's like, you're making it worse. And you like, for the women that actually have gone through those things, but they didn't have a choice. They were forced to. They actually had a metaphorical or actual GUN at their head. And it's like, it takes away, as a society, when we look at it, it takes away from the women and even men that have gone through some very awful things, and they had no other choice. And everybody's so focused on you. And then for the people that like us as a society, when we see these cases and these experiences, when they're like in the public eye, you, instead of just outright believing the person that spoke up about it, you're supposed to get both sides of the story. There's three sides: that person's side, the other person's side, and the truth. And it makes you look like an idiot when you just go along with the person that all of a sudden wants to start crying wolf. Now, again, it could be that, you know, that they're actually telling the truth and there's some validity to what they've been through and what they're saying. But then there's other cases that you also have to use your discernment and be like, okay, like, why all of a sudden now you want to come out about it? Why you didn't mention it when this first was proposed to you? You know, that, like, I don't know why people don't go like the default of not being rude and just being like, and just outright saying, oh, she could be lying or he could be lying, this and that. Just use your discernment and just like listen, but keep your mind open, because for all you know, they could or could not be lying. And because like when someone does that, or like this woman, for instance, that should be a red flag, because she knew of this. This was something especially when it's something that was like years ago, and now all of a sudden you want to bitch, moan, and cry about it and complain. Then that means that should show or tip off to you that there's some ulterior motives there. Because why? Oh, and if everyone with a brain, like an actual brain, you would think that, it's because the money's running dry. You know, it's so obvious, but yet people are so quick to believe just because he or she just first started crying about it. And it's like, I get sick of that, especially like when women do it, because it takes away from the real victims. And then if you notice like the pattern, the real victims, you have those that don't say anything out of fear, they have a legitimate reason to not say anything for a long period of time out of fear. And it has to take for a group to, but when they do so, you could tell the difference in behavior of someone who's actually doing it for, because they're the quote unquote victim and versus the actual victim. Like they're pretty much silent about it. They're not all like running to the internet. Cause then that's another thing, especially when you run to the internet or run to like a blogger or something like that. The first person you're really supposed to go to is the police. Why are you running to the internet first? That too is also a red flag, because though you should go to the authorities.
But also check this out though, because there's another layer to it, which is you look at the paper trail of what's happening, right? If you have a woman, for example, who is fearful and she doesn't speak out and doesn't gain anything from it, you can maybe argue that maybe it was as bad. It also could be that she sees the guy is rich now and wants to appease his money. It could go either or. But when you have a clear paper trail and you find out that there's a paper trail of this guy paying you millions of dollars, right? Wasn't it like 20 million a year or something, revenue?
I don't think it was that much.
It was some
I think she was given either $1 million or maybe 3 million, or I think maybe she wanted 3 million. She may have gotten $1 million and she wanted 3 million or something.
Okay, well, she was getting millions of dollars for this. So there's a paper trail of her getting millions of dollars. If you hate somebody and they abused you, why would you accept their money? Wouldn't you want to just expose them? And that means that, if he did abuse her, that means money was worth more than her dignity, which is already terrible. And if he didn't abuse her and she was complicit, then you have a paper trail saying, hey, she benefited from this and she didn't say anything because she was receiving money. So in the end of the day, like if you're letting someone compensate you this way to keep your mouth shut, that means that it didn't affect you as negative. The amount of mental damage or mental strain that you took from this didn't supersede the amount of money that you had. So again, it boils back to you not being really a victim, in my opinion. To me, that sounds like it was a transaction that you agreed to. And, I would argue that that's like basically borderline prostitution, right?
Yeah.
You agree to what someone wants to propel your career, so basically you gain financial or political benefit from agreeing to it, and then you receive money afterwards to keep your silence, and you weren't bothered enough to like make a big deal about it and to like be so offended that you don't care about the money. So to me, you basically prostituted yourself.
You mean like Jeffrey Epstein victims? I don't want to cut you guys off. Like Jeffrey Epstein's victims.
See,
Michael Jackson.
Yeah. Because listen, Epstein, I don't know what the hell was going on that island. I assume it was pretty bad, so I don't want to say anything about it too much because I don't really know. Like, I don't know what the hell happened to those people, and it's definitely horrible. So I don't want to go there. But as far as like R. Kelly and Michael Jackson goes, they're like, you got people that are like doing bad stuff. Like what happened on those Epstein Islands, like they were pretty bad. R. Kelly was pretty bad, but those are like, we're talking like actual victims versus a person who's salty because they're not getting money anymore, right?
Yep. And
like that's a whole different thing. It's like the Epstein victims are like, that's the reason why I don't want to talk about it is because what happened to a lot of those people is horrific, right? Yep. But like, so like the fact that like, because you're homogenizing the word abuse, then you're basically saying that this woman, if you consider what happened to her as abuse, you're basically letting one word equate what happens to both of these people. And that's kind of, like Melina said, that muddies that muddies language for actual victims, right? So, but yeah, like make no mistake about it. The Epstein stuff, that was definitely really bad, bro.
Don't forget Diddy, Jimpachi. I don't want to cut you off or anybody. I'm saying don't forget Diddy too.
Diddy too. Diddy. There's probably more. There's more that we don't know about.
There's more and we don't know about. Yeah. They've been getting away with it for years.
There's somebody right now laughing like, oh, they got Diddy, they ain't get me. They got Epstein, they ain't get me.
Until it's their time. Their time will come.
Yeah. Apollo Patriot, did you give your did you give your opinion yet?
I haven't gave my opinion.
Okay. So Apollo
waiting patiently.
Apollo, give your opinion. Give your opinion. After Apollo gives his opinion, we'll switch up the panel and we'll let everyone get to what they want to say quickly, and we'll move things on.
Marty in here.
He was drinking his spider milk while he waited.
Yes.
Sipping.
with Clement's eggs on the side.
On the side, yeah.
Or green eggs and ham. How about that? Real green eggs and ham.
So all right. So Apollo Patriot, go ahead, man. Do your thing.
So the Tekken 8 bikini situation, I mean, I don't. It's sad, like, and it's an Asian character of all characters. You know what I mean? It puts a bad look on Asian women and normal women as well. And I'm like, dude, what the hell? Look how you killed my boy. What the hell, man? Like, you know, like the mafia saying, like the mafia movie, look what they did to my boy. It's like the same
The
situation.
Godfather.
Yeah, the Godfather movie. There we
Look
go.
how they massacred my boy.
Yeah, that quote. Yeah, it's like the same situation. Look what they did to this Asian woman and to all women, you know what I mean? And they made her look like Butch from Walmart, and it's like, what the hell, man? Like, and I'm so happy and glad that I have Tekken 7, and I do like the Ace Combat 7. I do like what that company did with Ace Combat, but I'm obvious thinking what's going to happen with Ace Combat 8, the new game, but I don't know. But it's sad with it, Tekken. Hey, I've played all the old school Tekkens on the PS2 way long time ago when I was a kid. I was getting into them. They're not bad. I like them. I still have Tekken 5, the 360 version on my Series X, and Tekken 7 still. I enjoy Tekken 7 way more. I haven't played Tekken 8. I refuse not to buy 8. Tekken 8 is not my A game, that's for sure. And yeah, it's a clown show, and it's a shame how they just want to just butcher women. I think it's clown world how they let the dude characters show off their abs out, you know what I mean? But they want to go after the good-looking
Women's
women
butt. They want to go after women's butts and boobs. Just saying.
Yeah. And hell, I would rather play the First Senate or Soul Calibur, First Senate and Soul Calibur than Tekken 8. I'm just saying, keeping it real.
Apollo. I agree. I agree.
Better anyway.
I agree with a lot of what you said, but you saying Tekken is giving me cancer, bro. Like it's Tekken. It's Tekken.
You know what? It sucks now. We're calling it Tekken to disrespect it. It's Tekken.
You're right. You know what? I'm okay with that. I co-sign that. Yeah. The cancer has been cured. Cancer's not a joke. The cancer's not a joke. I'm just saying.
It's a clown world and all that stuff. So that's what I can say. Like,
yeah. Guys, I'm about to head out. I have work today at 5:00, so I hope we all do this group chat again, you know?
Well, thanks for coming on again, Royce. Appreciate it.
No problem, man. I want to keep exposing Collective Shout and all this shit going on, let you know what's happening, you know?
All right, cool. Thanks. Appreciate it. And you have a good day at work too.
Yeah, man. Be safe.
Peace. Okay. Well, in that case, Marty, I would assume you're still here. Hopefully you are. There should be space now. I can bring you in because I was actually going to bring you in anyway. Yeah, no, I can get you back. I can actually get you in here now because I know you have a lot to say about Tekken 8, and I guess whatever else we were talking about. I don't know if Collective Shout. But if you just want to talk about Tekken 8, then we can definitely, just do that. Because then we can move on to the next topic and then rotate the panel again, and all that. So I should see if he's here maybe.
Oh, hey. Anyone can hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you. What's up, Marty?
Nothing much.
Sorry for the long wait.
With me. I'm playing. Yeah. I was about to give up and leave and then sleep, but then all right, here I am playing First Descendant. I was about to show you one of my female heroes in Soul Calibur 6 I created years ago, but as soon as I have finished this operation, I'll be doing that as if I survived. But damn, I have a lot of shit to talk about. Oh damn it, I got my ass killed. Anyway, so yeah, you heard me rambling about, you know, Tekken and all that, and started becoming anti-Tekken, more of a pro Soul Calibur, because fucking this is what happens, man. Like, this shit started like long time. This shit started a long time ago. Long time ago, ever since Namco was merged with Bandai, and I say, yeah, I say the last time Soul Calibur had its run was like Soul Calibur 3. It was really good, and the reason why it's still good because it was made by Namco before it was merged with Bandai Namco, and ever since then, yeah, ever since then, and that along with it was Tekken 5 is the last good Tekken 5 game. It started becoming downhill. And as a matter of fact, even before Harada officially sold out, he's a piece of shit. He's a piece of shit because of his favoritism on Tekken. Always no wonder why Soul Calibur 5 was rushed because of his big ass mouth of his, and his, of course, favoritism of Tekken. I mean, if it weren't for him, if it weren't for him like Remley's mouth and so, Soul Calibur 5 would have been much better, and the new characters in Soul Calibur 5 would become like very, very established characters rather than being carbon copy of these characters. That's why it sucked. And then there goes Tekken 7. It's becoming like really wacko and shit. And then Tekken 8 I thought Tekken 8 was really good, but it's becoming even worse. But the good part is that I'm glad that Jun Kazama's back. But then they ruined. Looking back now, they ruined Nina Williams. Like, you just gave her what are you doing, man? You gave her a bob cut or something and shit, and make it more clothing. Like, she's supposed to be sexy because of her character. Same goes with her sister, Anna Williams. Like it's more about like these Williams sisters are supposed to be sexy, but no, we can't do that because we gotta be like MCU super female superheroes.
Tekken 8 is all flash, no substance, bro. Like, let me put it this way: Tekken 8, when you look at it, it looks epic, badass. It has crazy visuals, crazy animations. There's a lot of flash. But then you play the game, and when you play the game, you realize it's all a lie. You press one button, you armor 50-50, and then you hope that you can 50-50 them again and kill them. That's the game.
Yeah,
it looks when you watch it, if you just watch it, you're just looking at it, it's like, oh, it looks so crazy. It's like all these animations, all these energy effects, oh, it's fucking crazy. And then you play it and you're like, oh, he did his armored comeback mechanic. I have to guess. I hope I guess right so I don't die. And that's unfortunate. So
yeah. And speaking of Asuka, when Asuka first appeared, she used to be like really smoking hot and attractive. Isn't she supposed to be the Japanese counterpart of Cassandra of Soul Calibur? Where I know Jun Kazama should be like the Asian counterpart of Sophitia and all that. And then
it's a similar relationship.
Tekken, even before Tekken 8 happened, you started to notice that the female characters are becoming less sexy and shit. Like, they started to reduce her tits and her figure as well, because she was a lot thicker when she first appeared.
You know what?
Now, man.
That one I don't necessarily agree with, because I think Tekken 7 still had like a lot of sex appeal. It was 8 because Tekken 7 had some crazy stuff in it. I really feel like 8 was the one where like they just went full like Like Tekken 7, they compromised the gameplay for casuals, but Tekken 8 is when they went modern audience, bro. Because Asuka in Tekken 7 is like kind of like loaded, bro. Like she's tanked upstairs and pretty loaded downstairs compared to some of the
She's a
other
loaded potato
fighters.
up and downstairs.
Pretty much. And then when you play as you look at Katarina, you look at some of the bonus outfits, you look at some of Lily's bonus outfits. I can't say that Tekken 7 nerfed the sex appeal. I have to say it was specifically 8, which is not good, bro. But I just want to point that out because I have to play like devil's advocate because I won't. That's one thing I can't criticize Tekken 7 for, to be honest with you.
And as for players on PC, they're not concerned of it because they have PC mods to make them sexier and thicker. Especially Dina Williams with sling bikini, not just give her sling bikini, but make her really thick and sexy as she was supposed to be sexy. And yeah, speaking of Soul Calibur, like I'm glad that Soul Calibur 8 nor the remasters ain't happening because fucking his dumbass is gonna fucking ruin it. He's gonna ruin the shit out of Soul Calibur and make him less sexy and everything. He's like, oh hey, we gotta bring Soul Calibur. He even wants it to happen. And when he does, he's gonna have what the poor choice of guest characters like he did in fucking Tekken. Like oh hey, I have Noctis and Clyde and Final Fantasy and Negan from Walking Dead. When we actually wanted Kazuma Kiryu and Tifa Lockhart for Tekken.
Ironically, those 3 characters would have worked better in Soul Calibur because they all use weapons. Just food for thought, rather.
But as for Tifa, she's better off on Dead or Alive. The original non-remake Tifa. I'm talking about the original Tifa. The remake.
Noctis and Clive literally would be perfect for Soul Calibur. Literally. Versus what they put them in Tekken. And honestly, it's not looking good for our hero Soul Calibur, bro, because Soul Calibur is kind of screwed, bro.
Here, I want to show you something.
Well,
this is my female character right here.
True.
This is my female character I created.
Oh, that's nice.
Hero. And
awesome, bro.
Yeah, I like her figure as well. And here, I'm gonna show her. Yeah, dude. I made her this way. I made her tall and thick on purpose.
Not by accident?
Yeah, dude. It ain't on accident. I made her tall, like she's 6 feet tall, without boots, by the way. And what a lovely character, by the way. And no, she's not a goth, because if you think that way, but there's a character known as Data from Star Trek. He looks has pale skin and black hair, but he's no goth. That's because he made that way. But this is what I'm afraid of right here. I'm afraid that if Soul Calibur 7 happens, you won't have this kind of chick. You won't have her.
If it does come out, bro, if it does come out, you're not gonna have that, bro. If it comes out within the next 2 years, it's gonna be like Tekken 8, bro. Guarantee you.
Yeah.
So
and not to mention, it's gonna be like, oh hey, too bad you won't have big tits and beautiful, alluring face and shit. Well, however, you could put hairy chest on the feet on non-binary bullshit, and a big black cock right here, like you're non-binary. Like what? What are you trying to do? Try to make fucking a Benedict Cumberbatch in his portrayal on Zoolander 2 or something? Hell no, man. Fuck that shit. And plus, you won't have angel wings right here.
Right.
But that was cool and all. But let's we have to keep it going now.
Yeah. Let's.
So, do we have any more people we need to switch in for Tekken, or do you want to move on?
I think we got everyone right.
All right. So if we did, let's keep it moving.
If I did, then whoever, because I'll be rotating people anyway. So we'll get into the IGN topic about the layoffs. I know Christian wanted to get into that, so we're gonna rotate the panel anyway. Marty, since I just got you here, I'll leave you here. I'll just switch Apollo and Melina, and I'll bring you guys back when I'm done rotating people and all that.
Yeah, I'll see you later, Melina. If I'm still here,
Okay.
then we just hang out.
Alrighty.
So that's why I'm glad that there's no Soul Calibur anymore, just because we're gonna fuck it up.
Oh, I see Burvik. What's up, Burvik? How's it going? Thanks for stopping by.
And they're not gonna be 2B or Kaine from Soul
Yo,
Calibur.
Burvik, what up, bro? Burvik is Burvik is Giga Chad, if you didn't know.
Yeah. Because this is sad. And as for Cena's heel turn, I said this before, it should have happened right after when SummerSlam 06 went off air. And that would give him opportunity to give a angry speech, a heel speech. Because that's when he was being booed at, especially in his hometown in Boston, Massachusetts. That's when
I'm from Massachusetts.
There's a signal to turn him heel because his hometown disliked the shit out of him and they're sick and tired of Cena. That should have been a wake up call and turn him heel. Because the shit started in 05 when he went to Raw. And yeah, they started booing him.
All right, Silas wrote in the private chat he had to go. So
yeah,
I don't know if he's still here, but if you are, thanks for coming on again, Silas. Appreciate it. Hope you have a good night, the rest of your day, and
take it easy, bro.
Next time.
Besides, this heel turn.
So I was wondering where he was.
2025 is
useless. Private chat.
Well, all right. So let's get on to the next subjects now because we're like pressing for time. We're already 4 hours in, and I think that like we should try to contain it to not go too long. We're already at too long territory, to be honest. But
okay.
So anyway, yeah. So everyone, so Revenant, give us the briefing, and everyone will give their opinion.
Okay. So there've been layoffs over at IGN. Also, there had been a few layoffs because IGN owns a bunch of other companies, and they've been laying off some people from there. I don't remember exactly like which one it is, but and they didn't. As far as I know, it wasn't any like big major names. I don't know if there was anyone. I'm sorry. I don't know exactly which department it was as far as like who was being laid off, but it wasn't like anything crazy, but it was a decent chunk of people, and it seems like they are downsizing people. I don't know if they're trying to incorporate AI to take those spots, or it just has to do with they have too many people there, so they have to downsize because just got a bunch of useless bodies there, pretty much. So either way, I don't feel bad for them, to be honest, because these companies just basically ran by activists. You can even just see in the pictures when you just see them, pop up on these videos or whatever, like they're, where they align. And I'm not really surprised. And I'm not really surprised that, a lot of them, are gone and probably have no use for them because, they want to be in these like gaming companies, like games media, but they don't care about games. They don't care about gamers. They just want to put their own ideologies in something, and that's all they really care about. And they make it pretty known. So that's my take on it. I kind of briefed people on what was going on, and that's really all I have to say about that. So whoever wants to give their thoughts on it, go right ahead.
Woo! Yeah, Ric Flair. Such a celebrate. Doing a Ric Flair strut because fuck IGN, by the way. They're dead, right? They're already dead.
Hold on a second. Burvik left the chat, so he had to go to work or something. So thanks for coming in, Burvik. See you later, bro.
Oh, take it easy, Burvik. Thanks for stopping by.
And I ain't surprised because they shot themselves with on foot because the whole we got a bomb. we got to do. We got to spread some political ideology because it's really trendy.
So my feeling of IGN is simple. They're sellouts. They're hacks. They're a complete fraud. They're built on fraud. They're built on bricks made of pure fraud. Like I could care less that they lost employees. I hope they go away. They offer nothing to the gaming community anymore. They've been replaced by YouTubers who actually show the game real time and give more honest, non paid off opinions, even though some YouTubers are paid off shills, but you know what I mean. They're just completely obsolete in every way and they can't go out of business fast enough. I would feel bad if they lost their jobs, if they didn't claim to hate the people that was supposed to be their fan base. So screw IGN, goodbye IGN, even though they're not closing down. But I hope that they just disappear. And the good people that work there that are just like people that like working like management or whatever, like they're just not like really like a mouthpiece for anything. Those people I'm sure will find good jobs because they actually have skills that are viable in the real world outside of failing as a journalist everywhere else and then settling on gaming like a complete school. So that's how I feel about IGN, and I'm keeping it short and sweet.
Okay. Right. Yeah. So IGN, you go and you work at IGN when you can't cut it in the real journalistic world. That's just the harsh truth of it. So, in saying that, I would say, IGN, stack them like hardwood. They're done.
They're donezo. The sticks of butter are over. The days of water are gone. They're a bottle of shame. And yeah, that is all. So, Christian Frades, what are your thoughts, bro?
Well, I would take that as a huge sigh of relief. Whew. I'm so glad these layoffs happened because I'm sick of, corporate bots saying, "Oh, Mortal Kombat 12 is the best," when it's clearly not.
Yes. That was well articulated. I like how the sentiment is like we all kind of like don't really care about IGN because we've kind of like I feel like the general like feeling, the atmosphere here is that we all stopped caring about or never cared about IGN. So this happening to them doesn't like inspire any kind of like emotional reaction or any kind of like any reaction at all. It's like, all right, they suck, and that happened to them because they suck. Like. So I think it's
Put it this way, okay? IGN, IGN suffering layoffs, 7 out of 10.
Yep. Not enough accurate journalism. 3 out of 10. Yeah, no, you're right.
They give everything a 7 or a 70, right? So this is a 7 out of 10.
Unless they paid off, and then for a specific shill review, and that's a 9 out of 10.
Yeah.
I feel like there's like a sentiment amongst IGN and like Kotaku and places like that where a game has a super high production value from leftists. So because of the production value and the political beliefs, they're just kind of inclined to give it a high score, even if the game is completely boring or not fun at all. Like for example, Death Stranding 2. So it's interesting how that works because, for example, like IGN's kind of weird because they'll give a bad game an average score because it aligns with their narrative. But if a game has really high production values, they feel it's like IGN's almost obligated to give them a 9 out of 10. But to be honest, anybody worth their salt is gonna understand that high production values doesn't mean a good product. And because of that, you could have like something like Legacy of Kain, which I'd rather play. That's a great example. I'd rather play PS2 Legacy of Kain with all its bugs than play Death Stranding 2.
We can't say it because Hideo Kojima's a legend. Oh, I'm sorry, but Hideo Kojima was he's a legend, all right, but that's the past. I like him because of his past, but
Jim Patch's
do I still like him now? No.
Jim Patch's hot take is I would rather play a video game than Death Stranding.
Pretty much, yeah. What a controversial take, right? How controversial. Yeah, it's
Maybe I should
interesting.
play Metal Gear Survive just to piss
Metal Gear
people
Survive
even
is
more.
it's like, Metal Gear Survive is dog water, bro. I can't even, I can't. It's
I don't like Metal Gear Survive. I hated it ever since
it's
it
like
first appeared. But
it's like you're telling me to stop wading in diarrhea so that I can walk on like dung rocks. Like it's better, but it's not like it's not much better, bro. It's still like interacting with poop, right?
I mean, like, it's like what Death Stranding. So it's like 2 games now, isn't it? Right? That Kojima's not had his editor Tad Wrangler, so they've just let him write whatever he wants, and
Pretty
it's
much.
nonsensical bollocks.
It's pretty, it's kind of funny because that's like such a hilarious way to put it. Nonsensical bullocks. That's like a perfect,
Did you like
perfect descriptor.
Did you like it? No, Kojima,
Come on, bro.
I didn't fucking
Come
like
on,
it.
come on, bro. You could drink Monster cans, man. Didn't you know you could?
Like, I sure do.
Or wait. Konami
Bro, you
Towers,
could
by the
watch.
way.
You could watch Norman Reedus crash out in the shower, bro. What other game allows you to watch Norman Reedus crash out in the shower?
I
Name
love when
one.
people bitch about PT, like, oh, PT would have been great. It's like, you do realize the whole game wasn't going to be anything like PT actually is, right?
Yeah, it was just a trailer. But you know what's funny? That's actually it's kind of ironic that the game that they would use to hype you to play a game that would more than likely be objectively worse is the game you're not going to get, right?
Yeah.
Like that's kind of like freaky how that comes into like fruition. Like you have a game like PT on its own is genuinely scary, which is interesting because like whatever Silent Hill to me is not really like scary, honestly. It's more cerebral. It like makes me uncomfortable with some of the themes that they explore, right? Like with like what's her name? This girl's father and her relationship with him. It was pretty like it was pretty disturbing. What's her name?
Angela.
Right? See her Scully, Mangela, yeah.
Just as bad as Angela from The Office.
Man.
the Chubney. Listen, that game, Silent Hill excels at cerebral horror, and that's what makes it scary because it gives you existential dread and makes you explore dark themes. It's not scary, right? Like I don't feel scared. I feel uncomfortable, and I feel like PT is actually scary. It's like actually like really like literally like scary. Like you're playing the game. Like I played it like by myself, like in pitch black. Like again, I'm not like a super jumpy guy or whatever, but like I remember when the first time I saw that woman and she kind of like bum rushed me. I was like, oh shit! Like it made me like jump, like really like jump shock me. And that's kind of hard for games to do to me nowadays, especially horror games. So I just thought it was interesting, and I like the psychological aspect that you walk through the same area over and over again, and these subtle differences lead to like a huge payoff. Like that would have been a good game, but
it's funny because they fans continue to try and make out that Silent Hill 2 is actually a loop. Like the whole thing is a loop, and he's just looping the same thing over and over again. And it's like, guys, PT was good and it used its loop well, but you're not going to base a game that's like 4 to 5 hours on a loop. That's silly.
All I say is that the first Silent Hill game is always scary and spooky, and the reason why I couldn't play it because it's very spooky. Ain't because I don't want to play this, but it's really spooky. It's a good game, but I just couldn't bring myself to play it. And even as an adult, it really scared the shit out of adults too. That's no wonder why it's rated M.
Which game?
And I'm glad that it's really still spooky to this very day. And had it been remade now, it's going to be less spooky, or it's going to take away its charm. Just like these clowns that done to Silent Hill 2.
Yeah, they're going to make Silent Hill 1 next.
And they're going to make it like, let's make it epic.
I feel like Silent Hill 1's. This is going to be a hot take, I think, but Silent Hill 1's terrible. Like I mean this respectfully. Like let's say outdated. They're super outdated polygonal graphics, combined with the story and atmosphere, make that game way scarier than it is. If you make them look modern, that game will not be scary. It's the weird, like unnatural jank of the character models that amplifies the horror that you feel when you play it. That's why even though Resident Evil 2 remake is technically scarier, the original Resident Evil 2 scared me more when I was a kid than the new one did now. And even though the new one is far more intended to be like scary.
You think the new one was scary?
Well, unfortunately,
Well, it was supposed to be. It was supposed to be. Let me say it that way. It was supposed to be scary.
Right.
And I am not scared of it. But when I played the original Resident Evil 2 as a kid, I was a pretty tough kid. I didn't get scared like from stuff like that. And that game like freaked me out because the uncanny nature of the game amplifies the horror. It's like you're in some weird parallel world. Like, you know, the beginning area when you're running through the city and all the zombies are like walking around and you can see the city's overrun. That part is way scarier in the original because the graphics, the pre-drawn backgrounds, first off, the pre-drawn backgrounds give it a sense of realness. They somehow feel more real than the 3D models in the remake, but because they're like pre-drawn backgrounds, the quality. But then at the same time, the models are so uncanny that you feel like you're like in this like in a dream. It's like a dream-like, and I feel like that makes it creepy. So I don't know. I just feel like a game like Silent Hill should not be. I feel like a remake of it won't be scary. I don't think it'd be very scary, to be honest.
I'm just worried they won't understand what the
remake
story
of Resident
even
Evil
was.
2,
That's what I'm concerned about the most.
I cannot bring myself to play it.
That they won't understand the story of Silent Hill 1.
They won't. Right? The director himself from when he talks about the game, even he's kind of like vague on it. You know, he's like giving out ideas, and the story is like there's a lot of it. Like, yeah, it has a through line, but there's a part of it that feels kind of like really abstract. And when you have themes like Silent Hill 1, it's hard for another developer with completely different experiences and a view on the world to recapture the feeling and intention of the original.
The original was made by Japanese developers who had an extreme love for Western media.
Or B-horror movies.
Exactly.
Not just Resident Evil movies, like stuff by David Lynch and Kubrick. And Stephen King.
Yes, Kubrick. I want a game that has the tone of Kubrick and Stephen King. I think that would be actually really peak. Honestly, like just the feel of like the feel of his films. If you could capture that in a game, it would be amazing, I think.
I'd say Silent Hill was the closest to that. It was the closest game that ever caught the idea of how do we implement liminal spacing with directed camera angles.
I feel like Resident Evil 2, the original, is also good with that as well. Because the liminal spaces in that game are pretty like creepy. Like the police station, if you play the police station in the original, despite there being far less shadows, it does have like this like creepy like emptiness because it feels like people are supposed to be there. While when you play the remake, again, I'm comparing them again, the remake, it's like trying so hard to make itself like, oh, we have all these shadows, flickering lights, etc., that it actually like it tells you should be scared, which makes you unafraid. Like, I'll put it this way: if you're in a dark tunnel, right, it's creepy, right? You're in a dark tunnel. But if I put you in a massive like train station, like Central, what's it called, the Grand Central Station, I take all the people out of it, make it a ghost town, and just have some like insane like force, a looming threat. It just being what it is and being empty would be scarier and more unnerving than if I just put like a bunch of shadows and like blood on walls, right? So it's interesting how that works, right? I don't know.
But it has to be captured by the idea of using that space and the different ways that you portray the space.
If I give you a simple idea, sorry to cut you off. If I take an idea that's ridiculous and you execute it right, it'll be creepy. Like, you know, like imagine a bodybuilder. You know how bodybuilders are built, right? So imagine you have a bodybuilder in his stage weight, in his like man thong, and you put him in like an abandoned subway tunnel, right? and he's just like doesn't talk and just runs after you like barefoot, like covered in oil. Like that would be freaky, and it would scare you because it's unnerving. It's like so weird and unnerving that, as dumb as it sounds, it does sound dumb. It is a dumb idea, but if you executed that could actually be scarier than a game that's literally dealing with the occult directly. Because just the fact that you don't know why this guy is down here, why he's chasing you, what he's gonna do to you, and then the mismatch of the environment plus his like visual nature, it would be scary because of that, which is weird, but.
And of course, you're going to have a lot of people formulating different
I wouldn't be
theories.
scared about that.
Like, okay, well, why is this place empty? What does the big chungus mean? You know, like, why has he got these huge, massive muscles? Why is he all to the gills? And why does the shadow conveniently cover his crotch?
Pretty much the lore. And I would make it that when he catches you, if it was my game, I'd make it when he catches you, he like you don't know what happens. The screen just like shows him like do some like weird like pose, and then everything goes black to add to the mystery, bro.
Do you remember in Silent Hill 4, the first time you see the room and you see that guy come out of the wall and he climbs on top of you and just gyrates on top of you? I think maybe that would be scary with the big body builder.
You know what was creepy? You remember that movie Slither, right? That movie Slither. It was by, I think James Gunn would directed it.
Oh yeah, James Gunn.
And that movie is like freaky. It's like body horror, right? Really a lot of body horror. But I find the creepiest scene in that movie, one of the creepiest scenes, is not even meant to be so creepy. Like it's not meant to be the scariest scene, but just the implications of it make it scarier. Like there's like showing like he's like this big mass, right? He's become this giant mass of like flesh and like ooze or goo or whatever. He's like a slug thing. And then there's like people just like walking into his body. Like they're just like literally like walking into him. Like, you know, like they're being like amalgamated by him into his mass. And that in itself is they're possessed by the parasites that are inside them. But
that's why they're just walking in.
But the fact that they're like just walking into his body and like, I don't like as a viewer, you don't know what the fuck's going on, why they're doing it. You don't know why like just the unknown nature of it, the bizarre and like unnatural nature of visualizing that is way creepier than like him like actually like implementing body horror by force on you, right? That's creepy. That's definitely creepy, like the thing. But the idea that like a zombie would just like a person who's possessed with a parasite would just casually walk into his mass to be absorbed is way creepier to me.
Yeah, no.
Real quick, Creepy Magnet had asked thoughts on the OG Dead Space games. I only played the first two. I did not play 3, though I heard 3 wasn't as good as the first two. I did not play the remake of the first one because, you know, fuck that game. It's both trash, and I would rather just stick with the original. I think the original age is just fine. There was no need for a remake. If they wanted to bring the series back, they should have just did Dead Space 4, or they could have just remastered all 3 games and then just could have tested how
like
people would have the reception would have been for those games, and then go.
I love all.
Go just remaster it because the graphics looks fine, and all it needs is just remaster from the original files and no alterations, by the way, no censorship too.
Well, they should upscale it. They should upscale the textures, obviously, and stuff, so you can like, so it doesn't look like, you know, muddy. But yeah, like I agree, it should be remastered and maybe increase
or re-render it in 4K.
Yes, or and redo the basically enhance the frame rate so it's consistently 60. I think that game would benefit greatly from being 60 frames, honestly.
And fix bugs and glitches too.
So,
to make it even more polished up.
When it comes to Dead Space 1 and 2, 2, and 3, I actually like all 3 games, but I don't like the third game for like the EA interference. I don't like the multiplayer like BS. I don't like that they basically just went full action. But from a lore perspective, like just raw lore, like just the lore that they added, I find Dead Space 3 to be worth playing just for that. To be honest with you, like I'll admit that the game is not like good because of like the factors I mentioned before, but like lore wise, right? Like how they introduce like the whole concept of the brother moons, the existential dread of like, and then basically tying things into the title namesake Dead Space. right? Like they're like, there's a reason why there's like dead space, right? Like the implications of what the brother moons do, and like I just find the lore stuff really interesting. So I can't say it's like, even though like I think it's a bad Dead Space games in terms of horror. I can't say that it's a bad game overall because the lore is really interesting. But the first two games are good all around. But I feel like the third game's lore, tying everything together, actually enhances Dead Space 1 and 2 by revision, whatever you want to call it, by retrospect.
Mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm.
I know. Did Christian talk about IGN yet?
I don't remember, to be honest.
He did. He did.
He did.
We all did.
Okay, good. Okay,
I raised my piece about IGN,
we were like,
so fuck them.
We were like, fuck them. Yeah.
No, everyone just said that they're trash pretty much, and that they just gotta go.
I think I had to step out for a second when he was talking. So I think he's having connection issues. He keeps coming in and out. So I just wanted to make sure if he was able to talk about that, because I know he wanted to talk about that. So
seems like they backtracked the horror when the DLC came out.
Yeah,
that's what oh hello there says. Habaku Gibson, Dead Space 1 and 2 are just peak. I agree. Dead Space 1 and 2 are amazing. By the way, I'm just want to make it clear, I'm not saying Dead Space 3 is good gameplay wise. I'm not saying that it going as actiony as it did is a good thing. I'm just saying that the Brother Moon, the lore shit, I don't want to go into now because it's long-winded. I think that was really cool, and I really think that's where like the developers try to like salvage it, because EA's interference. So because it's pretty cool. I don't know if you guys know about it like that. So, but
I'm adding OC back on because since we're getting to the last topic, and then after this I can rotate the last 2 people, which will be Apollo Patriot, Frost Baron, and I believe Melina. Let me see if there's anyone else. No, that's about it. So, and if Christian comes back, I can always bring him on.
All right, let's get to it.
So last topic,
OC.
Yeah, what's up, OC? Oh yeah, if OC has anything to add about IGN,
let us know. Let us know. Come on.
Yeah. If not, we can get into the last topic.
OC's there.
I really
OC, like
IGN.
Well, I like IGN.
My name is IGN.
Oh, he's here.
Can you hear
The
me?
real OC is here. Yeah.
Okay,
Now
the
we
real
hear
OC, please stand up. So, what do you think about the IGN situation?
Yeah. IGN. Let's see what we have here. So I was not familiar with the story.
By the way, you sound much better now, too.
So okay, I guess the signal is getting better. All right. So when it comes to the IGN thing, okay, so pretty much they're getting employees getting laid off, right?
Yes, they already have. Yeah.
Okay. Well, kind of mixed. It's kind of unfortunate, but at the same time, it's just one of those things where it's just like, hey, if you can't beat the tutorial level, Cuphead, cough, cough, then you're in the wrong line of business, right? So the other thing is, this might be veering a little bit off topic, but there was a set of videos that is talking about the idea of this AI stuff, and how what they're trying to do is trying to have like universal income and stuff like that, and having machines and AI do like most of the work. And I think what they should do is probably just like focus more on using that kind of advanced tech for space exploration instead of actually trying to replace people on Earth. Because the other thing is, okay, so they're going to be replacing people with AI and stuff and thinking they're going to save money, right? But you need machines to have the machines working. So who's going to be the people to maintain the machines, right?
Me.
And right. And the other thing is like, my thing is, I was in the field of I was more in the camp of cyborg, half man, half machine working together, right? Because the machines can't do it all by themselves. But of course, these people go and hire a bunch of machines to replace people, and it's just like, oh my gosh, dude, it is weird. It is weird. It is embarrassing. But in terms of IGN, let's get back to these people. Um, you know, I'm having a little conspiracy theory for a long time about the hiring practices and why they pick these people. It's not like they are afraid of them. It's more of, okay, there is there's like two sets of things, right? So my conspiracy side says they hire these people so they can have a valid argument to fire them. And the other side is like when you go to California, they have specific laws to go against discrimination against hiring, right? So, of course, a lot of the industry was merit based. Are you the right person for the job? And now it's a bunch of tech chicks and alphabet people. One of I'm not sure if it was um, Jimpachi or Melina said one of the alphabets was PTSD. Almost fell on the floor laughing.
That was probably Melina. I don't remember saying that. It was probably Melina.
That was one of the funniest things because I never even thought about that. I'm just like PTSD. I'm like that's a good alphabet because these people they just get so triggered by just the smallest dumb thing. But back to this whole thing with IGN, these people, it's like I said, it's a lot of people that were picked because of whatever reason, and it's nothing to do with merit. And these people they want to go around and also tell video game devs how to do things because it's like back to the whole Sweet Baby Inc. thing. It's like they told people, hey, if you don't want to work with us, you're going to get bad reviews, right? So, like I said, I'm more on the side of they got what they deserve. But at the same time, it's like, you know, it kind of sucks that people don't have a job, but at the same time, it's like, yeah, it's, but like I said, it's just more of, like, okay, so there's these videos from a guy who likes his name is it's a Gundam, right? You're aware of him?
Guys, I've seen him before.
Yeah. So he has these videos where he shows these tech girls, in the tech field being hired, and they're going around having all these luxurious food being made for them and all that kind of stuff, and it's just freaking ridiculous. Like they have these foods that you never even heard of before being served to them, and it's just like, okay, these girls they film these videos talking about how great their life is, and it's most of the video is about how good their job is instead of actually what do they do, like what do you do.
Girls? What's a tech girl?
So pretty much it's like
yeah. Go ahead.
no. Tell them, Chipachi.
No, go ahead. You can do it, bro. Because I'm doing something right now. Go ahead. Go for it.
Got it. All right. So pretty much what it is like, okay, so a girl gets hired like somewhere in Google, right? And she's probably part of some marketing or some kind of IT work. But the thing is that these girls, they go on TikTok, they film their daily activities, and they talk about, oh, they eat, fancy foods and shrimp, and they get to hang around like one of these arcades, like if you work at Google or one of these big tech companies, they would have a lot of these. It's like adult daycare.
Yeah, it
Think
sounds
of
like.
think GTA 5. Remember the part where Michael, where you work for the fake Facebook company?
Yes.
Basically that. Remember they had like the beanbag chairs. It was supposed to be like,
Yeah.
oh, you got to relax, and it was kind of like trying to force them to do it, whatever. Which is like neither here nor there. But that kind of environment where it's like overly cushy. Their jobs are pretty much bullshit. They're like, you know, it's like, you need to have 20 minutes of downtime and some arcade fun before working on your system, or you're doing your duties or stuff like that.
So these are the
GTA
last
5,
people you would ask to fix anything.
pretty much.
Yeah.
But you know what I think the future is going to be like, for at least like with like the more immediate future. I think that a lot of people that are like in their 40s or 50s are going to have to learn like basic computer work, not coding, not programming, but just basic operational work on computers, and they're going to be in charge of like having the AI do specific tasks. So instead of waiting for one AI to do like everything, they're going to have one person operating multiple AIs for different things. So they don't have to know how everything's working. They just need to know enough to leverage it to do what the company wants them to do with it, if that makes any sense. And they'll get paid for that. And that's going to replace a lot of jobs. I think once robotics catches up to AI, I don't mean like robotics like, near automata. I mean like just basic robotics. Like you could have like a chef, quote unquote, in McDonald's flipping burgers with like an automated system. I think you're going to
Skynet?
have pretty much Skynet. You're going to have the beginning of Skynet. You're pretty
Oh,
much
jeez.
going to have.
Maybe I should keep my mouth shut before they think it's a good idea.
Yeah, right. They might copy what you're saying. They might actually do it. So the McDonald's workers, they're gonna be like one person there who's a manager, and he's just gonna make sure the machines don't blow up and shit, right? Like, and he's just
Right,
gonna be there to monitor, make sure the food is not poisoned. You might have a guy who's like physically cleaning the environment, the work site or whatever. That's what you're gonna have in the future. It's inevitable, bro. But here I actually been thinking about this for a while, like philosophically, and I maybe this isn't the place to talk about it, but I'm glad we're on the subject, because I think that this is kind of like a ironic punishment for humans. We basically cultivated a world that's largely artificial, and now we're in a situation where we're upset because our artificial world is being, our artificial things that we're doing is being taken away by artificial things. You get me? It's like,
Yeah, I
it's
get
kind
you.
of like an irony to it. It's like, all right, well, you created this cushy society where, everything is convenient, everything feels artificial. We're not in jungles hunting like, tigers and shit like that, or like we're not eating mammoths. We're cushy, and then we're mad in a way. I'm not pro AI at all. I'm just saying that like psychologically, it's kind of like ironic. Like we created this like artificial world, and then we're dealing with the consequences of that, which is that if you have an artificial system, then an artificial thing can replace you in that artificial system. So it's kind of like a weird thing that's happening. And I think that that's going to be the future, that people are going to have to learn these systems, because I know you guys, if you ever watch like ads on YouTube or like ads on sites, and everything's AI, there's AI for shit that doesn't need AI. There's like, oh, this is a new baking AI, and it'll give you recipes. Like AI,
Can't even escape it. It's like everywhere.
AI is going to be, AI is here. I'm sorry, go ahead.
Emil Torres said poetic justice.
Poetic justice, that's what it is. So when you create an artificial society, then you deal with the consequences of it being artificial, which is making it more artificial. And I just think that's unfortunately what's going to happen. We're going to have to, people that are working like certain jobs will be safe, for example, like to a degree at first, but then like, all right, like being a gym trainer, teaching martial arts, right? A computer, robotics are not advanced enough to give you the physical experience to help you prepare for a fight. So if you're like a mixed martial arts trainer, if you're like something like that, that job is going to be safe for a while, at least until robotics catches up. But like if you're like a person who works in an office as a paralegal, bro, like the only way your job is going to survive is that you're the paralegal using AI and monitoring the AI and leveraging that for your company. But even then, people are going to lose their jobs because you're not going to need so many paralegals if you have AI that can do that job. So you're only going to need like one guy operating several systems, right? It's really messed up, man. It's actually really messed up. And the more people, like, here's the thing: the more people decide that AI is It's so easy, right? It's so easy. I can do AI, have AI to do this and that. You have to understand that the governments of the world that you see around you tolerate you because of your usefulness to their ecosystem. If your usefulness to their ecosystem runs out, they will justify dark means to, in my opinion, eventually try to eliminate people because, all it takes is one accidental leaked virus, one catastrophe to get rid of people, right? Because if they don't need, do you think the government's going to keep people around if they don't need them? They're supposed to work for us and they already don't. COVID already proved what people are willing to play ball. If they don't need you, there's no reason to keep you around. The universal basic income stuff, it sounds nice to some people, but that's not realistic, bro. Like if you offer nothing and contribute nothing, then your days are numbered, bro. And that's why people have to understand that all this pro AI crap, it's not about fear mongering AI. It's the fact that it has a literal consequence that's going to affect people for better or worse. So I don't know, bro. That's how I look at it.
Oh,
It's wild.
Yeah. The whole thing about governments trying to get rid of people. There's been a certain group of people that have been trying to get rid of majority of the population for a long ass time. You can see it because when you look at your food, right? You look at a paragraph of ingredients. They're spraying stuff in the air. They have water that's full of chemicals. They say, oh, it's filtering, and don't get me started with microplastics. And it's like it sounds like tinfoil hat stuff, but the thing is, this is tomorrow's news, and then all of a sudden you have all these different people pressing charges against these companies for doing all kinds of stuff and GMOs and stuff like that.
There's
Like,
metal
for
shards.
example,
There was a thing with metal shards in meat products that they found like metal like bits in meat products that got recalled. Like boxed chicken nuggets and stuff like that. So, bro, if you think about it, just to add to your point, I'm gonna just add to your point. You can continue. If you're a company, this is a company's logic. You make a product that costs 5 cents to produce. They could save a penny by having a piece of filler that is not as dangerous on its own, but adds up over time, and it's legal. They're gonna to save that 1 penny per chicken nugget or whatever. They're willing to add in products that will kill you over time. That's the kind of companies you're dealing with, bro. Like people, and even the companies will make all kind of mental gymnastics and excuses as to why it's okay. It's just a minuscule amount, but you have to ask yourself, why is it there? Why is it
Hold
there?
on,
If it's
real
minuscule.
quick. Man in the Mountain. Is that why your name is Man in the Mountain? Because you're you snowboard? You're a snowboarding teacher? I'm just curious. But anyway, Jim Pachi, you can continue. I'm sure he'll tell me in the comments, in the chat.
So basically, that's what's happening, bro. Like, you have these companies that operate like this, bro. Elon Musk was trying to do that H-1B1 because he could pretend like, oh, it's for the good of America. I don't know, man. Elon Musk kind of wants that cheap labor. You know what I'm saying? Like, come on, bro. Like, these companies will do anything to save a few pennies to make money. If AI can do everything that you can do, and you're not useful to these elites, bro, it's only a matter of time until the dark justifications come. It's only a matter of time, bro. And that's why I'm saying, like, it's not me trying to fear monger. It's just that you have to understand it. Being a skilled person has more value. Nothing in this world is free. If you think you're going to be sitting on your ass getting universal income because AI can do everything, you're mistaken, bro. Because AI will still do everything, and you're going to be like struggling. I don't know exactly what that struggle would look like, to be fair, but if people think they're really going to be sitting there collecting basic income, like the future, like WALL-E. Remember the WALL-E future where everyone's fat and these like wheelchairs and spinning or whatever? Like that's not gonna happen, bro. That's not gonna happen. Those fat people are gonna be the rich people. Everyone else is gonna be gone, bro.
Yeah,
the
Judge Dredd is gonna look like a good future compared to what's coming.
Bro, Judge Dredd, I look at a lot of those films. A lot of those films are just different stages of the same inevitable, like, outcome. You know what I mean? Like, Judge Dredd is just a stop along the way to the final destination. And, like, again, like, You see it on TV, you see it on movies, but again, AI is easy. I don't have to learn to draw Naruto. AI will draw Naruto for me. I'll make my Naruto comic, and everyone will love it and read it, and I'll be rich. Except that every other person is going to be doing that. That market will be oversaturated. Art will mean nothing, have no value, be financially non-profitable if you're an individual. And then, yeah, great, AI, you can make this, you can make that, but now nothing matters. When everybody's super, so nobody is super. People don't think about stuff like that.
Maybe if your Naruto comic is like the 100th one, it'll be a little bit rare, and you might be able to sell it for a bit of money.
Maybe, but you guys understand, are you guys picking up what I'm putting down, as the kids say?
Yeah.
Yes.
Now we brought it up. Maybe we can use AI to finish High School of the Dead.
Maybe. But bro,
that's fucked up, man. The fight,
bro.
High School of the Dead. What's that one?
Even
that's fucked up. If that happened,
it was a very
that monster
anime.
died.
Oh, that anime.
I was just
Are we going
joking.
to use it to finish it off?
Yeah,
not just anime, but manga. I was just joking, man. I was just kidding.
I'm gonna say a flamethrower could do just the exact same thing,
I'm gonna give you one more argument to illustrate my point. Back in the day, the Statue of David took multiple years. I think didn't it take like 8 years or something like that? 8 years or something. It took some people don't understand these statues were made over the courses of entire chunks of people's lives.
Yeah.
They were carved out of stone. Somebody carved stone with their hands to look like cloth, in perfect proportions, photorealistic statues. This is an amazing thing that is even amazing by today's standards, right? You can have an AI mass produce using 3D printing a better, more precise Statue of David in droves, easily in a fraction of the time, but it has no value because the human artistry isn't there. The thing that makes it impressive isn't there, bro. So that's an example of how something gets devalued because of access of technology. These concepts, like I said, they seem, people say oh, it's fear mongering. You're just worried. You're just upset because you're an artist or whatever. It's bro, you're just not thinking because you're getting immediate gratification, just like anything else. That's the same argument as, well, I like Spider-Man, so I'm okay with woke stuff. Last of Us 2 is bloody, so that means it's good. It's so short term that people don't even realize what happened until it's too late. And that's actually what happened to the UK. That's why the UK is in the situation it's in. So again, I'm gonna get off the subject because I know I ranted a bit. But
here's the other thing. But here's the other thing. Even if this universal income thing works, right? So, or it gets executed. So you're gonna have everybody having a fixed income where everything is equal, but at the same time, there is the person that wants to buy the speedboat. There is the person that wants to be the minimalist, right? So the minimalist is going to have the better outcome because they're frugal. But the person that wants to buy $100,000 speedboat is just going to sit there and he's going to be like, I can't get the speedboat because the robots took all the jobs, but I'm still getting free money. Also, for example, they're already doing something like that with California because you see a lot of homeless people in California, but why are they still around and kicking? Why are they still eating? Why can they walk and stuff, right? Because the government is giving these people some kind of assistance, the local government.
Yes.
So, yeah, they're going to be doing something like that. And of course, there's these new technologies like prefab homes. They're going to have robots make these prefab homes, and people are going to live in these cubicle-like things. And
prefab homes already exist, by the way. I agree with you, but they actually already exist. So it's just a matter of them being easier to build. But
Is it just me, or does it sound like a communist dystopia?
Yo, I was about to listen. I didn't want to interrupt you. I didn't want to interrupt you, OC, but I was about to say that's literally what I was going to say. Is extra steps to communism. Because all right, look at the people with wealth right now. All right, let's say Elon Musk. Let's say all this stuff happens. Elon Musk is going to perpetually be rich with no decline because now you're in a stabilized system of everything's going to be stabilized. People are going to be getting basic income. Elon's going to still be making money because of his influence on technology or whatever, and his influence in in technology or whatever. So he's going to stay rich. His family is going to stay rich. His family is no longer in danger of ever being poor ever again. But the poor people who are at the bottom collecting that basic income, they're going to be strong-armed into the position that they are permanently, which is exactly what communism is. You're going to be trapped.
It's been the plan. It's always been the plan. It's always the plan.
So again, AI is going to expedite that. To me, AI is like let me say potentially, because I could be wrong. Hopefully, I'm wrong. But to me, that technology is going to expedite human value going down, which is going to make it easier to implement communism because people are going to be literally needing money to survive. And they're going to be willing to take that government handout and they're going to just accept it. Because again, even if people learn, even if you're a 50-year-old and you learn computers, you're still going to have AI doing everything. And how many people are going to have those jobs as overseers, right? Like as an overseer for an AI? How many people are going to be like the person that manages all the all
who's
the
going to
systems?
be the commissar?
The what?
The commissar.
Yes. Like who's going to do it? Right. And it's not going to be everyone, bro. Everyone's not going to be in that role. Honestly, I would argue a lot of the people that are currently management now are going to be the only ones that are physically working any real jobs. So if you look at it that way, bro, look, AI is useful. Is it useful? Yes, it's useful for other tasks. I don't like it for art. I don't like it for creativity, but yes, it can help you. You can practice speaking your language. You can ask AI about something scientific that can benefit you. You can ask it a computer question. It can answer it with vivid detail that you will never get from a normal Google search. It has value, but is that value worth the greater consequence over time? And that's the question that people should be really asking. Unfortunately, most people live impulsively and they're only thinking about the now. And if you're only thinking about the now, then good luck, bro. You're one person asking questions, while for every one of you, there's 50,000 people that don't give a fuck. They're just happy they can press a button and make Naruto videos.
What's scary is AI can be used as an accelerant to this state that you speak of. That's the scary.
Yeah, exactly. That's what I'm alluding to. It's an accelerant, bro. It is. It truly is.
Whether something more sophisticated than AI, AGI. Just look it up.
Oh boy, I know what AGI is. Yeah, I know what AGI, artificial general intelligence, which is way scarier. AGI out of control, you're completely helpless, bro. If you have to contain an AGI on a server that's completely disconnected from any wireless activity to make it safe. And even then, because it's an AGI, there's a high probability that it will be able to figure a way out of its digital confinement. And once that happens, bro, it's you're at the mercy of it if it decides to be good, if it aligns with human interest, or if it doesn't. And again, I'm saying it's not like some sci-fi horror shit, but like it's not like a radical impossibility. It's like super like high chance of that happening.
Is it called Daedalus?
Daedalus? I don't know what it's called, bro. Yeah, I guess you could say it. Like,
I think it sounds like Daedalus to me.
Bro, like yeah, probably because like. What are humans? Can we all agree humans, when it comes to, let's say, general intelligence, can we all agree that humans are the most generally intelligent creatures on the planet? Not some people, but you know what I mean, generally.
I mean,
yes.
Yeah, look at Sam Piker. It's so intelligent.
As humans, we have dominated species that would rip us apart via sheer intelligence. Right? A tiger can maul you, a bear can destroy you. You have no chance physically, but because of human ingenuity and technology, our intelligence, we command the world around us for better or worse.
Exactly. We have cars to run those bastards over.
Pretty much. Oh, you're a bear? You're 600 pounds? My bullet has enough force to blow your head off, so I think I'm going to win this battle. Right? Whatever. The point is, in this situation, where humans are like the apex creatures because of our intelligence. What creature has ever been more intelligent than another and served the other creature? Why would an AGI that's far more intelligent than humans can think at quantum levels? Why would that be subservient to a human? Because it's AGI, you can't even put proper fail-safes. You just have to hope that you conditioned it to value humanity, which is not reliable.
Knowing our luck, it'll get addicted to Marvel movies.
It's just gonna
people's around.
Good idea. That's great. That's a great idea.
It's gonna be like the Matrix. You know, remember when the Animatrix, when it was collecting people? It's just gonna be putting random people in Avengers costumes and forcing them to act out like movie scenes, like
and some stupid Marvel jokes.
you make a dumb Marvel joke.
Super bitch.
It reminds me of that episode of Rick and Morty with the dinosaurs, where they say we'll do all this important stuff, and you can make Marvel movies. Yeah, you like doing that, right?
Yeah, like pretty much. But I do sound like I'm fear mongering right now. I'm not trying to. It's just I'm just keeping it real. Like this is like my perspective on things. So, but yeah, we got way off subject.
Well, people like to call us gamers idiots, and the only thing we're concerned about is video games. But when it comes to playing video games, one of the things that they say about playing video games, it's actually good for fighting off things such as dementia. It's also good for picking up patterns like what you're doing right now, because
hand-eye coordination.
Helping with hand-eye coordination, and I'm saying also helping with improving your logical abilities, right? To logically make decisions.
Wait, doesn't also video games also improve your reflex skills too?
Yes. When you play a game and you're solving problems real time, you're basically giving yourself, depending on the complexity of the game, you're giving yourself like a minor IQ test every time, because you're testing your problem solving abilities. That's all IQ is your ability to solve problems. Really, I am minimalizing it a lot, but that's like what it is. It's like you become better at solving problems because you can see patterns. What video games do, at least any video game worth their salt, is testing your ability to analyze a situation, your equipment, your weapons, whatever, and problem solve real time.
It's better to play a video game than veg out in front of the TV.
That's true. Video games have a lot of benefit. Also, so here's another one. If you have like a lazy eye or something, patching your eye and playing FPS games actually can help improve a lazy eye, because this is a random fact. I'm just throwing this out there. It can actually help improve your eye's muscle strength, because you're forcing your eye to focus on different things real time and use it you're basically using it dynamically. So if you're a person who has a lazy eye or something, you can do that and it helps.
Right. Yeah. It's but thing with these people, they look at a video game and they see people having fun, and they equate something that's fun as being something that is not beneficial to improving your situation as a human being. But these people ironically are stupid. And the other thing is, the thing about AI and robots is not like they're two separate things. They're two things that are crucial for each other. Because here's the thing: when it comes to robotics, a lot of the times, especially bipedal question, having walking robots, that was an issue until AI show up to actually help the robot's body move better by constantly being somewhat conscious about the body position and stuff like that. But at the same time, the AI is dependent on the robot itself to take motion and do things on a human level, because yes, the AI could be scary being on a laptop, but it'll be scarier if it's actually on a human.
Let me add to you.
Mm-hmm.
Well, let me add to you. I know what movie you're talking about, where the AI was helping the crippled guy walk, right?
Oh no, I'm talking about like that robot girl.
Okay, Alita Battle
like dancing around and stuff. That one, because how I say this, the scarier type of robot is not the robot that is sneaking around in the bushes and killing you like a ninja. It's more of the robot that can put the moves on you. So
the Infiltrator, the Terminators, the Terminatrix from Terminator 3.
Yeah,
increase your boob size, you get distracted, now you have an arm blade in your head. Listen, look, let me actually add to your point here before we move on, because we've been on this for quite a while. Here's the barrier. There was a significant barrier between robotics and the eye that really changed because of the discovery of cloud servers. Because one problem with robotics was having a computer that could be portable enough to be supported on board in a robot, right? And be advanced. If you had an advanced, the whole idea before was that an advanced AI would require a massive computational power, which is true. And because it requires massive computational power, you wouldn't be able to man that onto a bipedal robot. But because we have cloud servers, you can have an AI running from a cloud, and you basically just need cell phone level technology in that robot, that bipedal robot. And using cloud, it will be able to have like a super powerful system, super powerful brain, without relying on this massive computer like overlaid on top of it. That's why like the movie, you remember RoboCop? That's why RoboCop is outdated because, well, it's outdated because it's old, even though I like the movie. Because if RoboCop existed now, you could basically have the AI be on board a cloud, and RoboCop could end up being way lighter. Like he would be way lighter, less massive, require like less power overall. Like that's what makes it even scarier. So it's a combination of cloud technology, AI, AGI potentially, and then the advancing of robotics, bro. I say like in 50 years, you're gonna at least it won't be maybe as crazy as what I'm saying, but you'll probably definitely have bipedal like robot assistants, bro. When you're 50, like, I guarantee that's gonna happen. Boston Dynamic robots now, if you man an AI on that thing, you would and just had it follow you around. You basically have a robo butler that can just do whatever, give you any information you want on the fly. So just imagine having access to that. So, anyway.
No. Well, no, we're gonna have a harem, a pack of robo waifus. Let's be honest.
That's what the guys who can afford it will. Everyone else is gonna be getting slapped around by a Boston Dynamics robot because he littered, bro.
Or probably, but here's the other thing. Just one more thing about this AI thing. You know what's the crazy thing about these immigrants? They bring in these immigrants in. When these immigrants show up, they whip out their cell phone and you can hear them talking with the AI. You see us here, normal people, legal people, people that know around and do things, if you speak English and understand the land, we're not fully dependent on the AI. Those people, on the other hand, showing up on a boat or on a bus, they'll speak a split of English, they're going to whip out their cell phones, and everything is going to be served to them with the AI. And that's one of the reasons why they want to bring these people here. Because us in this conversation, we're not dependent on those things all the time. Those people, on the other hand, who I tell you, they love to hear those AI storytelling things as well. You hear it all the time. And it's just like you bring in a group of people that's dependent, and it's just starting to make more sense. Like, why are you bringing the planet here? And the planet is dependent on the machines, not us, not people in this conversation. We know how to get around, but those people, you think about it. Yep.
Yeah. So let's move on now because we've been on this too long. I'm gonna stay silent because I said my piece about this. I'll let everyone else speak. So Revenant, I'll let you do what you got to do because we talked a lot, and I don't know how many people still need to talk about the subjects, and it's getting later. So if you're still here. We last talked about the IGN thing. That was the last subject, right, Revenant?
Yeah, that we're done with that.
Yeah, but isn't there more people waiting in the background? He probably doesn't hear me.
AI got him.
AI got him. Yeah, it was the Boston Dynamic robot. By the way, what I said about the eye patch thing, I'm not a doctor. I'm not giving medical advice. Just a quick disclaimer. Because, you got to say that, bro. You never know.
Wish you'd have told me that sooner. My eyes on the floor now.
You know what's funny? It's like a joke, but it's also kind of serious because somebody 10 years from now could be like, oh, Jim Pachi said this in a podcast, whatever. He didn't know disclaimer. They said, well, he's legally liable.
You're gonna get canceled by iTwitter.
iTwitter, yeah. That's the most vicious Twitter, by the way, if you didn't know.
It is.
So,
yeah, Revenant, I don't know what he's doing.
But everyone here gave their opinions on IGN, right?
Because we kind of went on a crazy ass AI rant, which was my fault, and I accept responsibility because that was all me.
Me too.
No, you're good.
Okay.
You're good, dude.
Fun fact: in RoboCop 2, he did nothing to a gang of boys looting, but emptied an entire magazine on a guy who's just smoking. Yeah, that scene is hilarious. That's one. You know what's funny? If you look at it by definition, RoboCop 2, the directives that they programmed into him made him woke. Like literally, like by modern definitions,
man, that is
he
funny.
yeah, like if you watch RoboCop 2, when they implanted all the memory, like the bullshit directives, like the nonsensical directives, they basically made him woke. Like it's like legit, like it's crazy. So I think that's hilarious. We're not stupid. Goes to a wedding and sees people in Crocs. Okay, yeah, you win. We are stupid. Says the man on the mountain.
I enjoyed that RoboCop game. That was pretty fun.
Bro, it was sick. I made a video because I grabbed a guy by the neck. You know, you could pick them up, and I threw him straight up in the air and like shot him with a grenade launcher. It looks so cool. I have it on my, like, if you want to, it's one of my shorts. It's a pretty recent short. You should definitely check it out because I think it's pretty badass, bro.
Will do.
It's pretty fun. It's pretty cool.
The most unlucky man in the world.
I think Rev has returned.
But I think we should just, yeah, I think we should get the last topic out the way.
Yeah. So wait, wasn't that the last topic?
It's already. What were we talking about?
IGN.
No, there's one more.
What's the last topic?
It's about stop killing games.
Okay, so but is there anyone else in the background that's waiting to talk about the IGN stuff?
No, I don't think so.
So it's just us. It's just us five.
I think Melina hasn't talked about it. I mean, we'll get into this last one, and then because then everyone else can give their intro, their outro, except me and you, Jinpachi. I'll bring the last few people, and then they'll say what they have to say and give it, and then we can get the
Oh yeah, let's try to speed this. Let's try to chop because
we've been on here for a very long time.
It's your first time back, bro. It's your first time back, bro. Right. That's what it is. Everyone was excited, man. All right, so we all talked about it. Let's talk about the stop killing games things. Let's be brief about it. I'll let everyone go. I'll go last. Let's all try to let's try to be brief too because it is getting late.
Yes.
Yeah, sure. So in the lieu of recent events, with all the not piracy, we've dealt with all the privacy, surveillance and all that kind of thing. I wonder where we even stand with stop killing games at this point. Like, surely the government have bigger fish to fry. I mean, that's what I think. So I mean, at this point, it's like it seems like it just got swept away, like lost in the noise, so to speak.
Yeah, I kind of agree with that.
I hope not, but I think that's exactly what's happened because I've not really seen anyone talk about it. All I've seen is people making fun of Maldavia's fig tree. So I mean, that's it. That's all I've seen. That's all. I just keep seeing people make fun of Thor. That's it.
Thor.
Yeah, that's his name. Fucking pirate software. His name's Thor.
Oh, never heard of him.
Oh, well, that's what I mean. So, huh? Does anybody know who I'm talking about?
Not me.
Man.
I thought you would elaborate.
This is new to me, man.
Oh God,
it's very new to me, man.
Stop Killing Games is an initiative that was brought forth by a guy called crap, I can't remember his name now. He's a YouTuber.
Wait, okay.
A YouTuber. You got it. You got it.
I think I know what you're talking about. Yeah. I just didn't know by name. That's
yeah. Accursed Farms, I think he's called. Accursed Farms, and Pirate Software was the main antagonist to this movement, right? So he got all his followers, and he got all his all his fans to essentially try to bring this entire thing down, right? And he was very adamant about it, which is kind of weird because a couple of months previous, or maybe like half a year previous, a guy was singing praise about the idea, the exact same idea, but for some reason now he's completely changed his mind on things, and people suspected that his people that might have control of him or might be pulling the strings have basically like given him his marching orders, saying no, trash this thing, we don't want it to happen, rip it apart.
Yeah.
So he comes on and he's such a smug fuck. His voice is unreal. It's just he's like there's this video while he was on Minecraft on Warcraft, and he leaves this guy's like, bro, hey, he's like, hey bro, pirate, what are you doing? He's like, I'm out of mana. What do you want from me? You know, this big deep voice. It's just like, I'm out of mana, and it's like he's just like that essentially. He's exactly like that. People have dug into all his past, right? The usual thing that happens.
Oh yeah.
I don't know if he's been doxxed, but let's just assume something along the
Oh,
lines
he's
of
one of those people.
yeah, is and he worked for Blizzard for what was it again, for 7 years. Just
Oh
just in
god.
case, and he never mentions it. I might add, he always
Mhm.
he never ever mentions that he worked for Blizzard for 7 years, and that his father was the fat nerd in the chair in South Park.
Oh
You
my
know
god.
the one that's like leaned over with one hand that he's
Yeah. They put
yeah,
they always use it for the meme. Yeah.
yeah. That was based off his dad. And
Wow.
so Pirate he became numero uno villain of the internet. Before all this other stuff started happening, everyone was fixated. Everyone was gunning for Pirate, and because of that, I don't think there's much left of it.
Here, I'll be back, guys.
So I don't.
Alright.
I close in saying I don't know what's happening with that movement. It's a good movement. It's a very it's a good cause, right?
Yeah,
But
it is. It is.
I think it's been swallowed up by much more important things.
Mhm.
Very
Yeah, I think so.
unlucky. Very
Yeah,
unlucky.
probably
So
just like it started up, but probably at the wrong time.
yeah, exactly.
Unfortunately, because like you said, it's a good movement, good cause. Just that now it's like kind of being overshadowed by so many other things.
Yeah, like literal,
Yeah.
literal worldwide censorship. It's like, poof,
Yeah.
what is Stop Killing Games? That's it's a shame. How
Yeah.
embarrassing.
My whole thing is like, like give people the option to keep playing what they want to play. Like because you can make the argument, well, you bought an only online game or whatever. What do you expect? And there is truth to that, but you got whatever amount of season passes or battle pass, whatever the fuck they want to have, where people actually purchase them, and then when the company feels like, what, well, we're gonna shut this down, so now it's like you have no access to any of this stuff that you invested time and money in, because even if someone didn't invest any money in like additional like DLC or whatever, they still bought the game probably at full price or whatever price it may go for, and they grinded because that's what these games usually are made to be. Grind fest, or otherwise pay up money to get what you actually want, instead of having to spend countless hours of your life hoping that you get something that you want, or even or if it's implemented in a way where you can get grind to get what you want. It may not be a gotcha game, but still, like, they should be able to still this. They should basically, what I'm trying to say is they should still have like a single player mode into the game, or they can patch it into the game. Because I know I believe other games have done that before, where they patched in a single player mode or something like that to make it possible you can play offline, or you don't need a server on or anything like that.
Yeah, I
And
mean that would be
that way you can kind of like make everyone happy.
That's the least you would expect, right?
Yeah,
But they try to
exactly.
twist it. They try to twist it like, oh, they're going to make They're going to make developers keep their servers running for forever and ever, and it's just it was nonsense. It was bullshit. But
Yeah,
that was what Pirates spreaded.
yeah. No one's like expecting them to do that, because that's like unrealistic, and people like just want to be able to still play the game when like, all right, the servers are down or whatever, but people should still be able to play it. Like like Skyforge, for example. I mean, it's not like a big popular game or anything like that. It probably could have been, because I know it fucked up with some like decisions that they had were making. So the developers didn't do themselves much favors with that. I heard from Y Chromosome, I know he's on the chat a couple times during these podcasts and my videos or whatever. But he had made a video where Genshin Impact, that removing it from PlayStation 4 on the stores because allegedly due to what the fuck was it? Like storage space constraints or whatever, because they keep updating it. I think it's like over 100 gigs now at this point. And to me, I kind of feel like that's bullshit because you're leaving a lot of people behind who are still playing it on there, and you already got like Call of Duties fucking that take up like 150 or whatever gigabytes anyway on base PS4. And so I don't think there's really no real excuse on there, and it kind of fucks people over because then it's like, what are they gonna do now? The same thing happened. He had mentioned the same video about the First Descendant did the same thing on PS4, where they gotta stop supporting it. I don't know if they have or if they're going to, but they gotta stop supporting it because I forgot what their reason was. I think it's just they didn't want to like update on there anymore. And I know that game is not doing too well with players because it's not like going the way I would assume they would want as far as player base. As far as I know, that's right here. But give people the option to play the game, to keep playing the game, because they spend all this time, money on it, and it shouldn't be just become a paperweight and useless now, just because they want to shut the servers down for whatever reason. And
especially if those players have invested in it,
exactly,
with like items and things.
So they should be able to find a way. I don't think there's really no excuse that they can make up where it's like, oh no, we can't do anything. I think that's bullshit. They found other ways to do other things through updates that they should be able to do, where you can have an offline mode, people can still play it.
Offline mode or third party
no one's expecting fucking developers. Yeah, no, and no one's expecting like a large team of developers to fucking keep the servers on for the rest of their lives or whatever until they all like fucking collapse in the studio or something. So.
Okay.
But,
yeah, about the stop killing gamers thing, right? So, all right. So pretty much the first guy that was.
Sorry. Is it all right if I dip out? I'm getting like it's 1.
Okay, so about the stop killing games, right? So
1 a.m.
All right, Burv. Hold on, OC for a second. Burv said that he's gonna go because it's 1 a.m. where he's at. So, Burv, thanks for joining. It was cool having you. Always great talking to you. Definitely got to join. Got to join again in the future. Again, stay in touch, bros. You're a good person to talk to. So, hopefully, we'll see you next week, bro.
You will. You will. It's great to be back.
We're back.
We're so back. So, all right, man. Have a good one. All right. Have a good night. Get some rest, bro.
You too, guys. You too.
Yeah, take it
easy.
Yes.
All right. Good night.
Yeah. Good night, Bert. Bert.
I am Bert. Hey, Bert.
But you ain't no Scott Burns of More Sound Studios.
Right. So
it's just us.
Stop killing games, right? So here's the thing. Now, in terms of the games that are online and all that jazz, if something in the fine print, when you say I agree, states that they can shut the servers down and take all the assets, right? Well, they put it there and they have an argument. But when it comes to old games like PS2 or 3 games, and all of a sudden you can't play it, I think that probably might be a bit of a problem. But my thing is, the argument that these companies like Steam or whatever, these launchers, their argument is it probably might be something in the fine print. But at the same time, the lack of transparency in terms of saying, okay, this old game that you downloaded which isn't part of a server, right? They say, oh, you own the game. Then why don't they just be honest and say, oh, you're just renting it? Because the language is very misleading. Because, like I said, when it comes to online games, the online game, its relevance for most people is based on the idea of something being PvP, something that is dependent on a server, right? But of course, I think Revenant said, why don't I meant Revenant or Jimpachi, one of you were saying that why don't they just allow the players to have some kind of code to maintain their own servers, right? So, they could do that. But the thing is, I think one of the things that these companies are concerned about people playing these old games is the idea of cannibalism, in terms of the old product is the superior and the new stuff is the inferior. That's one. Number two, I think these companies also want to apply that new pricing model of $80, even though it's kind of not too new because it's kind of been there before. But at the same time, these people, they want to jack up the prices. These jacked up prices games are going to be the only game in town, literally. And people are going to say, okay, I can't play these old games, but I still want to play a video game. I might as well buy the $80 one, or just wait for, I don't know, like what, 2 years before the price goes down by over 50%. And so, like I said, I think these companies, the logical aspect is they are concerned about, like I said, cannibalism. And that is one of those things that people do talk about when it comes to running a business. But for the customers, of course, they feel screwed over because you are just playing like what, a $5 game on Steam that was released in 2005, right? I was trying to play the Rainbow Six, and Rainbow Six Vegas, one of my favorite third-person shooters, first person, third person, whatever, right? And I'm having problems trying to play with the controls, but at the same time, I still enjoy just hearing and playing the game and seeing it. Now, all of a sudden, Ubisoft has this wild idea of, we want you to destroy the old copies. Who says that? Seriously. So it's just like,
That is weird.
I mean, yeah, that's creepy. That is creepy. That is like that almost sounds like they're trying to cover up something as well. But
what a way to word it, right?
yeah, it's like, can you please destroy the thing that you bought? Thank you. Like who would think to themselves, well, they said it, I must destroy it. Like,
Yeah.
I'm sorry, that is just too funny. And but a lot of these young people like playing the older games, and even I like playing the older games too. But it's like I said, you can't convince people to want to spend 80 something dollars in an economy where it's borderline almost impossible to get a job. And then, of course, they're going to try and push this universal income thing. But at the same time, like I said, that's a fixed amount of money for the majority of people. And it's just like, okay, so people are told they're going to have to spend $80 on something. And then you're going to tell people they can't own the thing that they bought. So let me get this straight. This $80 game is also going to be a limited time offer as well. Is it going to be another rental? That's what it sounds like. So when it comes down to it, people gotta keep this thing of let in the companies and big corporations, and
They have to have realistic expectations. That's what they have to do. Have realistic expectations, I think.
yeah, we're gonna keep it up. So aside from that, but when it comes to pirate gaming, we gave him too much clout and attention. He failed to disrupt the movement, even though he probably ironically contributed by doing what he did. But at the same time, it's just like, these people, these big companies, they they're like the government. They could slip up, they can be late or whatever, but at the same time, if you slip up or do something, then it's DMCA and copyright strike, and we can
I
destroy
hate
your
that. That's
life.
like how the fucking people with the bank does too. Like they fucking do some shit. Well, like, oh, then they want to overcharge you or some shit.
If
But
your
then
account go below zero, they decide that they decide you owe them a shit ton of money because you didn't pay the $5 balance for a week. That's horrible, bro.
yeah. Well, but when they fuck up, then it's like, oh, we apologize or whatever, and then that's it. But then if you mess up, or a lot of times they just like fuck up on your behalf, and then you gotta fucking pretty much pay for it, and then it's like you're not gonna get anything back from it.
Yeah, but they're obligated to refund your money if you lose money because of them. For the record.
Yeah, that is true. Yeah.
But yeah, like the banks are fucked up, right? You overdraft, or you go over for like a little bit, and you don't pay that back right away, bro. Good luck. By that next month, if you can't pay that, you're gonna owe a lot of money. You're gonna owe a lot of money relative to like the $5 that you missed, and should be criminal, bro. That should be illegal. That should be illegal.
Yeah.
Oh, you're 2 days late on this payment for a credit card. We're gonna knock down your credit score, and you only can rent a cardboard box to live in.
Yes.
It's like,
That's why a lot of people that they had bad credit, they end up buying everything and don't rent because they can't rent even if they wanted to because their credit was so bad. So that when they make it big, they just have to buy everything straight on. But buying is always better than renting. Well, not always, but usually better. But I wanted to say that. So I want to give my 2 cents on this quickly. I'll be very quick. I think the whole stop killing games thing, because that's what we were talking about right before I got like booted off. The whole stop killing games thing is that if you're playing an online only game, you have to understand that that's a finite experience. Those servers are not maintained on their own, and unless they're client to client servers, you're not going to be able to play online without them spending money to keep that server going. So because of that, if you're buying a game that's only multiplayer, let's say it's only a multiplayer game, I can't say that it's particularly egregious that they don't keep the server on at a loss of money, because that was never a guarantee to you in the first place. And the nature of all those games are that they're going to be somewhat finite. If you have a game with single player that happens to have multiplayer, then okay, if you kill the multiplayer, you at least have the single player, but that was the drawback of the push for everything going multiplayer. Back in the day, you had your Halo campaign, you had your Gears of War campaign, and you had offline play with a buddy. I think the best thing to do, especially in like a shooter or like something that's like a team game, if it's not head-to-head PvP, like something like Destiny, for example, it's more focused on completing missions and looting. I would say they should update the game to have client-to-client servers, right? And that way people could play with their friends, but obviously they would have to cap the server so that it actually works properly, because without a dedicated server, client to client is very unreliable, and it's also very unreliable and very laggy, because one player is going to have the host power, which is going to make basically you're playing on their time. Get what I'm saying? And because of that, PvP is basically like impossible because the host is always going to have power. That was a big problem with Gears of War 1, actually, when that game was popular online. So I can't say that it's particularly bad for them to shut down a game that's like let's say like the First Descendant, because again, you're not obligated. Yeah, so he says, well, set it
what set it off was the crew that had a single player. Yeah, so if it has a single
let
player,
me explain that.
hold on.
Real quick,
Okay,
you may not know. They took it off of the stores, I believe.
the crew,
But
even though
the game, it
okay,
does have a single player.
okay, so then that's fair.
Yeah, so that's kind of like also where I stand, where it's like, if I
Yeah.
can play it single player, then why is it like no longer like
Exactly.
available? Why is it now useless when I can't? Why before I was able to play it, single player, but now that the servers are down, now it's like the whole entire game is obsolete when that shouldn't be the case.
Well, I'll put it this way. So this is my solution, and this is what I think. This is what I think is fair. If a game is multiplayer only and the servers,
Emerald Torres said, "I'm sorry, because I just want to give you more context. What he's saying. He also added that the single player was behind a server.
okay, yeah, so that's egregious. All right,
It was hidden.
yeah, it was. No one knew it was behind a server, right? Most people didn't know that they were playing it basically on the server.
No one knew until he did that.
Okay, so that's wrong, and they should update the game because they were promised a single player experience and they didn't bargain for a multiplayer experience that was going to be like mostly online. They thought they were going to play their single player game, enjoy the game, have fun, and then continue on whenever they want. So in that case, the developers in good faith should basically patch the game so you don't need to be online to play instead of taking it off the marketplace. And I think there's probably grounds for some legal action with that because that's very misleading, by the way. So I think that's the balance, right? If you have a single player game that has multiplayer or has some component of multiplayer, you make it client to client, and you add a mode where you could play single player by yourself offline if you want to. And that way the game isn't a total brick. It's definitely going to be less fun, I'm assuming, without other players, but at least you'll be able to continue playing it. If a game is multiplayer solely, I can't say I feel bad because you knew what you were walking into. Because a lot of these games are not maintained, like if the player base drops, so you're basically rolling the dice. So I think that's the nuance there. But I think in the case of like the crew, that's definitely egregious. It's definitely wrong, and they should definitely have patched it in that you could play offline because I'm sure that whatever money they spend to do that is completely like justified because otherwise they're screwing over people who paid for their, I'm assuming at the time, $70 game. So that's my take on it.
Okay, Marty, what is your take? And then after that, Marty, and when Marty's done giving his take, he can give his outro, and so can OC, and then I can bring the rest of Melina and Boss Baron on.
Stop killing games.
Yeah.
Well, all I thought about is that I'm not sure if it has something to do with it, but yeah, I heard some what like some games from Steam are being taken down because apparently apparently so it's bad for the children using kids as scapegoat. Like
no, that's a different thing you're talking about.
Or maybe I don't have anything to say about it. So
that's fair. That's fair because I think you're confusing something else actually. So okay,
yeah,
if that's the case, let's get the other people on here.
Yeah, I'll just stay here until the end.
Okay, so Marty, you want to give your outro, and then
give your outro.
OC can give his outro.
Wait, me?
Yeah, yes, because that was the last subject, and then we're gonna get Melina and we're gonna get everyone else on here so they could give their outros too. So give your outro, and then we'll switch
so all right, so yeah, this is Marty Kusanagi, and I made my decision about my YouTube channel. So my YouTube channel, if I ever decide to upload any videos, it'll be most likely based on fan remasters of some of my favorite albums. That's what I've been working on as a hobby, by the way.
Okay.
And hopefully fucking YouTube doesn't. Hopefully it works, and if YouTube takes my video down because of copyright policy, well, fuck them. They can go straight to hell.
They probably won't take your videos down, most likely, but you probably won't be able to ever make money on them.
Yeah, so I'm not really making money out of it. I just want to share people on.
So you should be good, though.
You should be.
Here's
good,
my
man.
remasters. How I view them. I'm not. And nope, I'm not. I don't consider myself. Oh, it's the best remaster ever because it's just me remastering songs for my own taste. That's it.
Okay, that sounds
And
cool,
I
man.
may end
Sounds
up
good.
So
may end up
hopefully,
editing songs too.
so hopefully you make that come to fruition, and it's awesome. And good luck to you, bro.
Yeah,
All right, so it's good having you, and we'll see you on the next one. Yeah,
yeah.
man, good stuff. Good stuff.
So
Yeah, thanks for
y'all
coming back on,
done in a
Marty.
few minutes, right?
We're gonna have other people talk, and then we're gonna end the stream. But we have to make space. And basically, you got to talk about the last subject. You said you kind of
Yeah.
weren't sure about it, so we have to rotate you out of here. But like I
All
said, it
right.
was good having you. We're gonna keep it going for a little while longer to let everyone else have their takes, and then we're gonna end it there. So
All right. I'll see you next time.
yes,
All right, Marty, take it
thanks for
easy.
tuning in, and thanks for gracing us with some conversation, bro. Have a good
All
one.
right.
Okay,
Peace
OC,
out.
it's your turn.
Peace.
For your outro, I don't know if you can hear me because you're kind of getting staticky.
Okay, so my outro, I am Octo Commander or AKA OC. I am the creator of the Octavio Camacho a video game, and I'm also working on a different web comic based on the original story. And I'm also working on the sequel for the game, which is going to be a whole different animal. Aside from that, I thank Jim Pachi and Revenant for allowing me to speak on this show again. And it's great to see you guys. And good luck with your, everybody have a good night, good morning, and whatever it is, just be good. And thank you again.
All right, man. Good having you. Great hearing your opinion, and have a good night, man. Okay,
Yeah, thanks for
so
coming on, OC, and good luck
so
with
let's.
the additional projects
Oh
and
yeah,
new
yeah, yeah.
games.
Good luck with
and
your
webcomics.
projects. And, yeah,
Yep.
hopefully it'll be awesome, man. Hopefully it'll be really awesome. And
I'm sure
once it's done, you can always advertise it here too. You can let people know
Yeah,
about it
of
once it's
course.
completed. So for sure, man.
Yeah.
All right,
definitely.
so let's get everyone else on here so we can close it out. Because I ain't gonna lie to you, bro. I'm pretty pooped, man, bro. I'm pretty pooped. I don't know about you.
I was
I
pooped
need
an
my
hour ago.
I need a nappy nap. Let me stop. So let's get everyone on here.
I need my
Cool.
milky.
I didn't say nothing about Milky. But all right, come on. All right, let's get it going, bro. All right.
Yeah.
So we'll do it in the order that I can see this in: Melina, Apollo, and then Frost Baron. What do you think, Revenant?
Oh yeah, that's fine. So they can give their thoughts on the Stop Killing Games, and then they can give their outros, and then we can call it a day.
Mm-hmm.
A very long day, but a good day.
Could I pass to Crossbear and go first?
Sure. Go ahead.
Oh, sure.
Okay.
I'm curious why Melina wants to pass. But
You said for me to go?
Yep. Go ahead, Frost Baron.
Yep.
Well, when it comes to stop killing games, I am pretty much in support of it because I have noticed, especially in certain years, even including the crew, that certain games are, that basically they're being delisted from stores. Some games, for example, a few games that come to mind for me are the Transformers games
Oh
and
yeah,
like other
they're
games
good.
from Activision, like Marvel Ultimate Alliance and Marvel Ultimate Alliance 2.
Oh
Yes.
Some of those older Spider-Man games like Spider-Man Web of Shadows and others.
The
I
movie
still remember.
related, some of the movie related ones that were pretty good too.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Amazing
I
Spider-Man.
remember. Oh, yeah, that too. And ironically enough, I actually did play those games. I played those games when they first came out on the physical drive, and when I was actually looking back a while ago and searching for them, I even saw these articles and web pages come up where people pointed out that they were essentially delisted from Steam, and I was surprised about it. And then I looked into it, and I found out that it was because of because basically the deal and the licensing.
It's licensing issues over the Marvel characters with Marvel Ultimate Alliance 1 and 2, and also with Transformers. Because I also wanted to get the Transformers game, and they were all deleted, delisted. So it's unfortunate, and it's because of that reason.
Yeah, it is unfortunate because I really did like all those games that I just mentioned, and as a result of that, I'm completely in agreement with it. If any game has single player function to it, then I do think that there should be a backup or some way for it to be played, and it shouldn't just be delisted like that. I feel like
with a patch or something, right? Like a patch to make it to remove that check, that online check, or something like that. Yeah.
Yeah, because I feel like when you do something like that, like what happened with the crew with Ubisoft, which in the surprise that they would pull that, or you have it to where it's a case of these games being delisted, you're just taking away the chance for people down the line not only to come out and check the game, basically robbing people of being potential customers, but it also kind of screws up the people who were already playing the game already. Like I said, with the crew and it being taken off. And really just going a little further than that, I've noticed over time and that games are moving more towards digital, and I've been seeing online about the whole thing, especially, among the PC kind of gaming crowd, the people kind of with the Steam Deck, they've been saying like, PC gaming's the future and all that. But my thing with that is, and where my issue comes in is, well, essentially this topic here, Steam for a while has been saying that these are just licenses and that these things are temporary. And while I will say that I think certain games will probably always be online there, like say a game like Skyrim, I doubt that's ever going to be fully delisted from just how popular modding is with it. But what does it say about the possibility of all these other games? What's to say that they can't be delisted at some point down the line?
Yeah, that was always the argument against. That was always the argument against digital. People say, "Oh, it doesn't matter, it won't happen." Well, now you're seeing the consequence of it. The people that wholeheartedly embraced all digital and we're calling people like out of touch and all this stuff, like physical doesn't matter, it's whatever. Now they're feeling the reality of it, of that situation.
Now they got egg on their face.
People thought it would never happen, but guess what? Look at it happening now. That's the whole point.
Yeah. Actually, ironically enough, there was somebody I think I followed on X, I forgot his name, but he pretty much pointed out that, some of this stuff involving the PC gaming was kind of at the forefront of some of the issues that are coming up now, such as, them originally not keeping up with the physical games, because now that I think about it, it's been years since I've seen a physical game released for PC. And
yeah, I don't know when the last time was either. It's been forever.
And it's like, and not just with that, but them basically just being okay and then pushing forward, the whole all digital thing with it, mainly because they were okay with the back part of it, such as emulation and pirating as well, even though now that we're looking at it, we're now facing a situation where the entire industry is being affected by this possibility, and as games are becoming more digital, because it's not just PC anymore, like Xbox, PlayStation, and heck even Nintendo too. I mean, they're all getting more digital, and I, with everything I mentioned, I just man, I did not have a good feeling about it getting that way, and it's part of the reason why I've kind of gone back and I've than getting some physical games, depending on
Yeah, I have a ton
depending
of
on.
PS2 games for that very reason alone. Like actual
Yep.
physical copies of PS2 games. Honestly, it's inevitable. That they're
At this
inevitably going to do it because people didn't push back on it when it started. And now that so much money is invested in that technology, it's likely going to be the ultimate end game. That everything will unfortunately probably be all digital going forward. Because when it counts, people have to like stop things and boycott them when they start. Once they have investment and multiple interest groups involved in them, it's super hard to undo. It's super hard to undo that kind of like situation. And I think that like there's no going back from mostly digital.
Yep.
I think they'll always be physical to some degree because discs still have a use for them, right? Because storing external data has a use now. Basically, it's coming back to usefulness because people don't want all their data tracked. So using discs, flash drives, and stuff, that's pretty much going to keep physical alive to a degree because people don't want all their things stored on servers and stuff like that. So.
Yeah, and I have noticed that there are some PS5 games that are physical still, but some are just completely all digital. But
or your disc is pretty much just a license key.
Yeah, in certain cases, yes. Though I've always been pretty annoyed. I think going back to PS4 and Xbox One of having to put in a disc to download the games. I mean that's just a 9-day difference whenever I'm trying to play, on one of my older consoles.
I don't mind it if the disc is actually the game, and it's not like if the disc actually has the full game on it, and I have to install one disc. I'm okay with it because it still means I own the game. You know what I mean? So like if I don't have if I'm not online, I'll still be able to play it. It's a little annoying, but at least it's on the physical thing that I own.
Yeah, and at least for me, something that I usually do is that I pretty much, most of the games I kind of get on Steam or like on PC or games I already have physical copies of, at least most of the time. Granted, there's some games that I do play on PC because it's kind of better, like say, Knights of the Old Republic 2, and that's mainly because of the mod to help make sure more of the content's in that game because of how it came out originally. But I usually double check with it, and despite all the move to digital, I just think it's a better idea to make sure that you have at least a physical copy of it. If it's say maybe an older game, which now of course that might be tougher because goddamn some of these prices of these games are really getting up there. But
yeah, kind of crazy. But
you gotta have it. PC gaming, I think it should be maybe a supplement where it's like a backup, like it's say a backup of a game you like, but if you can get it on sale. I don't think it should be like the main course for gaming overall because like I said, all digital, there's no telling what could happen. And another thing that I thought of as well is, what could happen, say, if something goes on with the server or there's like some cyber attack.
Oh yeah, of course, bro. That was always the talking points against it, that they can hack, they can basically like collect people's information, they can just make the game not work because of the attack. A
lot can go wrong.
A lot can go wrong when everything is being handled elsewhere that's external from where you are. Where you are currently, the more you do things locally, the more control you actually have over it. The more you rely on external sources like a server or like a cloud or whatever, the more you're like leaving things up to the mercy of other people. So I completely get what you're saying, bro. And like I would argue that the no killing games thing with like the digital games going off, taken down from marketplaces versus, killing like active games that are like multiplayer, like RPGs, MMOs, or like shooters or whatever. I think that they're like slightly different cases because like we talked about before, if you have a game that's multiplayer and it's only multiplayer and it's a shooter and they have to pay to keep those servers up and people stop playing the game, it's kind of unreasonable to expect them to keep paying the server to keep the game up. However, the person buying the game also needs to understand that, hey, I'm buying this kind of game. I know what's up. I know what could potentially happen because that's kind of what you get when you buy a game like that, right? Like if it's a multiplayer focused game and there's no one to play with, what is the single content going to be anyway? So I think there's a difference between that and delisting games because, for whatever reason, because there are a lot of bad reasons to do it. Unfortunately, with licensing, I think that a lot of times it's not up to Microsoft or PlayStation. I think it's up to like Marvel or Sony or whatever, which is kind of like, it kind of sucks because I'm pretty sure the developer would love to keep making money off the game, and have to do nothing for it. So the fact that happens, I feel like that situation in general is a little bit more nuanced than it may seem, but I generally agree with you and other people have said. So now,
Oh, sorry.
Go ahead.
I was saying, I understand the nuance of it, especially with the multiplayer and also with those other delisted games. I said with the licensing, that's probably tricky in itself. But it really does suck. But just overall, it kind of sucks, especially in the case of Ultimate Alliance, that essentially still the best Avengers game overall is just delisted. You have to get a physical copy. I mean, granted, I don't think it's as expensive as others, but at the same time, it's like
I think now it's more. I think now it's kind of expensive because I remember I used to have that game on PS2 years ago, and it was kind of like expensive then. And I think now I'm talking about like probably like more than like 15 years ago actually, but like now it was rare then kind of, and now because the game has more demand because it's off marketplaces, I think it's even like worth more now. So you're probably gonna, if you get it like new or like clean, you probably spend like 150 or 160 for it, maybe. I don't know, depending on who's selling it, which is crazy. I hope I'm wrong. I hope it's just like it's way cheaper, but
it's probably cheaper if you go into like a store for it.
Yeah, probably. If you could find it though, that's the thing, like finding it.
That's true. Yeah, that is true.
And sometimes I notice what those like mom and pop shops do now, which is kind of like antithetical to being a mom and pop shop. They'll go online and they won't know the value of the game, but then they'll search online for the price of the game on eBay and stuff like that. I've seen it happen like personally multiple times. And that's a really shitty thing to do because you are not eBay, bro. You are not these people. This game is not it's not in the condition of the person selling the game. So how are you going to try to charge me $140 because the game is rare? But the guy's copy online is pristine in plastic, and your copy is used with scratches and a damaged case. Like, bro, you can't do that. You just cannot do it. You could do it, but you would be wrong doing that.
Yeah, that price sounds like when I was
Emerald said price matching.
Price matching, right? Yeah, that's a terrible practice because again, this guy's copy's in pristine condition. He's charging $200. Your copy is a bummy ass copy that I'm lucky if it works. So,
looking like the dog chewed and shit.
For real.
Yeah.
So anyway, I think you pretty much got to it, right? Like
I've got to it. I guess I'll give my outro.
For sure.
All right. It was good talking with all of you.
Same.
And it was good being on here. I hope everyone has a good rest of their weeks and can't wait to talk next time.
Yeah, for sure, man. You're always welcome on. We like hearing your opinion, and you're a solid dude, man. Hopefully we'll see you next time.
Yeah,
Right.
appreciate you anytime, Frostbaron. So thank you for coming on again.
All right. So Melina, now we're on you again.
Yeah, what I have to say on the Stop Killing Games is just showing that they're making it where there's no real ownership. Like they're trying to like slowly but surely take it all away. Like it's no different when you're seeing houses now that are being bought and by the realtors, and then they want to put them on the market for you to rent, but you won't have full ownership. And it's like they're making it to where, and it sounds pretty deep, but they're just making it to where we're all like slaves at the end of the day. And they're trying like every outlet or every nook and cranny that they can to strip like free will and like freedom, and then just have us all like
own nothing
to
and
be
happy.
metaphorical. Yeah, exactly. To not be happy, to be depressed and miserable, and
own nothing and be happy. That's what they want. They want us to own nothing and be happy.
Yeah, own nothing but be happy.
Smile like dickheads while we're slaves. Like
Yes, a forced smile, and then we're all pretty much like the Brethren Moon from Dead Space 3. Technically,
Yes.
metaphorically, yeah, that's where it's heading, honestly. And of course, I and everyone else here do not agree with that. Don't want that at all because I need my breathing space. I like to have ownership. You know, I can't be
you go,
like
girl.
the
Gotta have that
everyone
ownership.
yeah, I like to own my stuff. You know, it makes me feel proud, especially since I worked hard for it. You know,
Yeah,
I
you're
don't
right.
buy things to rent them. You know, I
Exactly.
get like the maintenance bills, as I like to call them, where you got to pay them regularly to keep, keep the ship going. But like when it comes to cars, houses, and then I hate to say it, but freaking video games, like, come on, man. I want to own my stuff. Like, I don't, and then on top of like, if I own it and then they can take it off the market, it's like my money just went down the drain and I will never have access to that game again. And it's another reason like why gaming is pretty much dead. Like everyone keeps saying like in their titles, like, oh, it's dying, it's dying, it's dying. Well, the way it's going, it's pretty much dead. I mean, it can be revived. It'll be a zombie at this point, like it's in limbo, but it's pretty
Buffalo
much
Bill.
dead.
It's Buffalo Bill, you know? I said it's Buffalo Bill. It's, you know,
Yeah.
he rubs the lotion on his skin, you know, like it's wearing the skin of gaming. It's not really gaming. It's just a skin suit now. Being worn by some weirdo.
Yeah, it's just a shell of itself now, unfortunately. And like the only reason why it's still there, like is relevant, or because we still have access to old games, but who knows, for a matter of time. Like it would be different if a lot of the older games that were, like they're a part of the golden age of gaming were not here for any of us to access. Oh my god, to where that's all we would have is the modern games. Oh my god. Yeah, it is completely dead. And no, I can't say because it'll be bad if I say it. It wouldn't be appropriate by YouTube standards to say, but yeah, I would die.
Eat the bugs, Melina. Eat the bugs. Eat the bugs.
No, I
Eat
don't
the
think I can
bugs.
eat the bugs.
Eat the bugs.
Oh,
Own nothing and be happy. Eat the bugs.
It would definitely
They
be pretty.
they
It would
belong
definitely be
nothing.
pretty grim.
And easy bugs.
Yeah, it's very grim. But the only reason why like a conduit or like the attachment that we have is that we at least still have access to the great games that were released in the earlier years, like the golden age of gaming games. If we didn't have that, then yeah, it's pretty much over with. It will be for sure be over, but we have that. But who knows how long we'll have them? Because
the
at any
material
moment they can take them away from us.
Well,
So
not only that, even if they have a full lifetime, things have a finite limit of like their material ability to survive durations of time. Like for example, like PlayStations, their lasers slowly stop working over time. Just even if you take care of it, because that's just the nature of it, like of the wear and tear on it. So eventually, you won't be able to play games with a certain disc layering. You know how disc on PS2 had different colors and stuff like that. They basically have different like laser wavelengths that like allow them to be played. And as your PS2 gets older, the laser gets weaker and it can't play certain types of games with certain disc anymore over time. So even then, even disc, like the physical things can still degrade over time, is my point. So even if you have a physical copy, it's like how long can it really last? Because it could last your whole lifetime, but it won't last forever, just because of degradation. Also, to add to that, like to me, what a solution is, briefly before you continue, is that you can have it that people who emulate and people who have access to the code can regularly put the game on disk, right? Like keep putting them on a newer disk over time, so that way there's always like a fresher generation physical copy somewhere to buy, right? Because that's how, like, I remember I had a modded Xbox, and my friend would get me games, and he'd put them on like the default disk you download like music and DVDs and stuff on, right? And he would put games on there for me, and those games were like pretty much the game. And if you just repetitively do that every like maybe like 7 years, 8 years, you'll always have like a copy that's like fresher, But anyway, yeah, continue on.
well, that's pretty much it for me. I didn't want to make a long drawn out thing because it's been going on for too long. The one thing I wanted to say is two things. To I don't know if OC is still here, but when he mentioned about the funny little twist of how I address the LGBT community, yeah, I say LGBT ABCD PTSD community because they have. It's like they keep adding letters as time goes on. So I like to extend it. Like this is my funny way of addressing them, or like the name LGBTQ PTSD community. Because I mean, it's ridiculous. And that I really liked what you guys had said about AI. Yeah, I really that was like huge credits to you, Jinpachi, and everyone else that had their 2 cents on the. I know it was like a side note, or it was deviated from the original topic, but I really liked how you guys mentioned that. I just wanted to give credit to that. And
Yeah, they had a very good discussion about that.
Sometimes my brain works, sometimes it doesn't. That was one of the times it worked.
Your mic is kind of getting in between your assets.
God dang it!
Just a little bit.
It was a gravitational pull. The spheres were pulling it in. You know? She has a couple of brother moons at work right now.
Oh
Sister
my
moons,
God!
Sister
Yeah,
moons.
sister moons.
So,
They get on my nerves.
So all right,
Yeah.
that was insightful. Thanks for giving us your opinion. It was lovely having you. Do you have an outro, right? Like, do you want to give your outro?
Yes.
What you're doing?
Yes. Yes. My name is Melina Chan. You can follow me here on YouTube. I do art and gaming, and I do have my other socials tagged in my description if you wish to follow. I'm currently playing Doom 3 right now. I should be finished with it soon. The DLC, The Resurrection of Evil. And thank you so much again, Revenant and Jinpachi, for inviting me again. It's so great to see you start the podcast again. And it's like as though it doesn't feel like it's been that long. Like it feels like you were just doing it last weekend. So I'm glad that it feels like right, yeah, that it feels natural, like you haven't been on your break, your well needed break.
Right.
So thank you so much again for bringing me on and having me as a voice. And it's so good to hear you guys and everybody else come on again. And you guys are all very intelligent, insightful, and as everyone says, based. So yeah, thank you. It's a pleasure.
And you know what? You know, we appreciate having you on, and you're always welcome. And I'm kind of surprised too. I didn't think so many people would turn out, considering how much time has passed. So
it was.
Yeah, it's cool to see. We really rock with you guys.
That's true.
Didn't think we'd be here till like 9 o'clock.
We appreciate it, but again, so Apollo. So that being said, Apollo, give your thoughts, and then we'll wrap things up.
Thank you for coming on again. Appreciate it.
You're welcome. No problem. Thank you.
As always, you're welcome anytime. And yes, we definitely need more real base people like you around. And so
now, and I will end it on some
definitely check out her channel because she uploads pretty often and she streams often too. So
she's streaming. Yeah, she's streaming Doom 3. That's a great game. So definitely,
she's fighting. She's struggling through the game, but more so with the crashes.
Boycott Richard.
Yeah.
Boycott Richard.
Yeah.
411 and Spider Milk.
Yes. And Clement X on the side.
What's his name? Dr. Bad Booger. Gotta make him pay. So all right, Apollo Patriot. Let's hear your thoughts. Let's make it Spider Milky before you go.
Oh yeah, dude. I'll keep it short and simple. Almost everybody said everything what I'm gonna say, but with the stop killing games thing, it's the same situation when 343 starts shutting down the old school Halo LAN lobbies and shutting down like Halo Reach, Halo 3, the 360 games, delisting them. That's pretty jacked up because everybody is all running away from Halo Infinite because the game was getting awful, and they went to 360 era games on Xbox Series X or Xbox One, and then 343 Studios saw they was like, "Whoa, wow! Look at these people! Like, they just don't like us. They want to go play the old games," and then they turn around, do a 360, and gave the middle finger to the old school fans. Like, yeah, we'll just shut everything off, shut down.
No pun intended, of course, right?
Yeah.
No pun
it's pretty
intended.
jacked up, and I'm glad and happy that I have the 360 games. I have Mercenaries 2 World in Flames on CD. It's a rare game to find. Mercenaries 2, 360. And I have Ghost
This
Recon
is La
Future.
Visha. What he says,
Oh,
this
yeah.
is La Visha. Then he
I
gets it
have
done.
Ghost Recon Future Soldier on 360. And it's like,
Great game.
and recently, it was 1 year ago, they delist Spec Ops: The Line recently, or
Sucks.
1 year. Yeah, I'm glad that I have Spec Ops on the line on Series X. You can't download that game or buy it no more.
That sucks.
Yeah, it's pretty sad what's going on
Thank
with
God I
the.
have the physical copy.
Oh yeah,
Same.
yeah.
Underrated game.
I'm glad that's like people are just waking up to it. I'm hoping the whole world just do a protest and maybe start something. And on the ending note, I would say I want, like make it I want somebody making a very, very strict law, I mean, if you own something and bought something with your hard-working money, you should keep it for eternity and keep on playing it. Like there should be a law that says as no game company, if the game company does that, will prosecute them and put them in jail time. I think that'd be a good idea to do on these game companies. Matter if Ubisoft is some other country or whatever, well, they should be prosecuted by law. That's
They should
like
make it
like if they
legal.
take away.
Well, I was gonna say they should make a legal obligation that the
Yeah,
companies have to state to you that their game is online on a server and that you cannot play it offline. It should be on the case of the
yeah,
game when you buy
yeah.
it. It should be legally put there so that way their game fails because people realize the truth and then they learn to stop doing it.
Yeah.
It should be legal because it
Yeah.
is misleading and it is basically a highway robbery to say, "I got you.
Yeah.
You were
Yeah,
you were actually online the whole time, but we didn't tell you. So we're
yeah.
gonna just take the game out."
Yeah.
Yeah. It's robbery. It's if the American people go and buy games and then they get the games taken away from 'em, that very illegal. Like I don't know what to say. It's crazy and not fair. Like for anybody, like, it should be very
Yeah.
illegal, and people
It
should be
shouldn't.
prosecuted for
Mhm.
taking money. It's like I go and buy a refrigerator or some crap or a vehicle, and they'll be like, "Well, we'll just delisted your vehicle," or some bull crap like that. I don't know. It's just
They should definitely make it that you have to legally put a label saying your game is online, even in single player,
yeah,
because that will make it clear to people so they don't get tricked or misled and robbed.
yeah, yeah,
Mhm.
And
yeah,
also, it will make people not buy the game. So game companies need to learn that they need to
yeah,
stop doing it because people won't support it if they know that's what's in
yeah.
the game.
And
Yeah.
Some people would, but
Should
it'll make
what
far
should do
less
that.
money.
Yeah, the only one thing I could say right now is I'm kind of glad and happy that Microsoft has like Game Pass for the old school Call of Duties. Microsoft just way back ago told Activision, "Hey, turn your old school Call of Duty games back online." And Activision is like, "Okay, yeah, sure. You got me in gunpoint and all that stuff, whatever." So there's that. That's what I can say. Like
That's
it's
always a plus. There's always a
yeah,
silver lining, right, to a dark
yeah,
cloud.
yeah.
So all right, bro. So that was cool. I agree with a lot of your points. It
Oh
should
yeah,
have more legal
Same. Yeah.
ramifications for tricking
oh
people
yeah,
because you're
yeah.
essentially
It should.
tricking people and lying to them,
Hmm,
basically.
hmm.
Especially if they
Yeah.
don't. If there's no indication that the game was ever always online.
Oh yeah.
Also, there needs to be a legal. They need to look at EULAs. You know,
Mm,
EULAs. If you want, I call them EULAs, but
mm.
EULAs. They have to look at that and they have to understand that your average human being is not a legal paralegal AI, and you're not going to be able to interpret a lot of the language said inside those
Right.
EULAs. So even though I mean, it tells you a lot of stuff in them. I don't think that
Yeah.
it's fair to expect people to read like a 300 word, 600 word like
Yeah.
page with
Yeah.
legal
Yeah.
speak that your average
Those things are
person will
long.
never understand. Your average
Yeah.
person won't understand, and they just want to play a video game. It needs to be looked
Yeah.
at legally from like
Hmm.
because it's kind of like that's also like they know that people won't read those because they know that if it was written in plain speech, I'd be like,
Yeah.
okay, but most people are, like I said, are not paralegals and are not going to be able to interpret what that means
Mm.
properly.
Yeah.
So, all right. So you want to give your outro before you
Yeah.
go?
Yeah. Yeah.
Yep.
I'm not active on YouTube. I am getting all my stuff off of my YouTube and putting it all on Rumble. I'm Apollo_Patriot, all in caps. That's what I'm doing. I'm mostly putting out a lot of videos on Rumble. Be very, very active Rumble. YouTube is becoming a clown show, like the platform and all that stuff. What's going on? So that's why I can say it was really awesome being on the stream, keeping it real. So
all right, bro. So good to have you, man, and we hope to see you again next time. And everyone, check out Apollo on Rumble. And yeah, man,
on Rumble.
awesome.
Yeah, still check him out on YouTube. I don't know if
I'm kind of active. I'm not really. Yeah, I mostly post community posts now.
Okay, so
yeah.
So check out his Rumble, everybody. That's where he's at.
Yeah, definitely. Yeah.
All right. So I don't need.
Of course, it's great having you on again, Apollo.
Yes.
Definitely appreciate it.
Oh yeah.
Like hearing your takes, like hearing your opinion on these matters, especially how based you are and how straight to the point you say what needs to be said.
Doesn't mince words. Makes it simple. Yep. Yeah. So yeah, bro, we definitely appreciate you. As for myself, let me do my outro so we can get out of here.
Yes.
Because I think we're all a little tired. I'm Jinpachi. I make Arkham content. I make animation content. Right now, I'm focusing more on like making animation. I do stream as well, so my channel's kind of like a smorgasbord of like different things. But mainly, it's a lot of Arkham content. Like I said, animation. And I've been streaming a lot more lately, so I talk about different subjects during the stream. So if you like what I'm saying here, you can join the stream and we could talk about whatever. I recently completed Doom Eternal Nightmare on the DLC.
I don't mean to cut you off, Jinpachi. Man, the Mountain has to go. It's late where he's at. Thanks for coming on Man on the Mountain. Appreciate you as always.
Always good, man. Funny stuff.
Have yourself a good night.
Yeah, you said some funny stuff, bro. Have a good night. So basically, check me out. If you like these kind of conversations, you can join me on my streams. I'm pretty open and talk about these things while I'm like playing games. I recently was playing Doom Eternal DLC on Nightmare. I finished the game recently, so I'm always playing something interesting. On Thursdays, I do a Dick Dives Thursday where I just play like a random game with like some hot babes in there or whatever and have fun. It's kind of like a dice roll of what game will be played, but it's fun. So check me out. I appreciate it. If not, that's fine too. Revenant, as always, it's good to do the podcast with you. Thanks for everyone who came on. I'm not going to name names, but everybody, you know who you are. You guys, everyone. Thanks for coming on, and I hope to see you again next time. And everyone have a good night and a good day. And I'll catch you later.
All right, cool. Thanks for being a good co-host as always. It's good to do this again. It's been a while, been a little too long, but we finally did it, and we definitely made up for some lost time. But I appreciate everyone who was watching, everyone in the chat. As always, even the people who were just watching, who weren't commenting, people watching on the replay, appreciate all the support that you give me. So want to make that very clear. Thank you for everyone who appeared on the panel. I'm gonna try to run down the names who are on the podcast today. Obviously Jinpachi, Melina, Apollo Patriot, Spirit of Paradox, Christian Frades, Frost Baron, Burv, God damn it, Silas Archer. I'm forgetting names, so I'm sorry. It was definitely a lot of people, but thank you everyone who was on the panel, of course. And until next time, we'll catch you all later. Have a good rest of your night, and have a good week too. So, and I'll see what I'll do about a video or whatever. Keep an eye out for a community post. Let me post something in regards to the next video or something like that. But anyway, thank you all for watching. Peace out.